Hello, everyone, and welcome to Umineko, uh, episode 1. We have come back from our Thursday stream, having
Yep.
begun the first deaths of the Twilight.
Phoenix, stop. Shh. No, lay down.
So, how have you been, Kat? I know you've been on a barony kick.
Fuck. Sorry. It's fucking allergies. Uh, I've mostly been playing Barony because on Thursday, I think it was. Yeah, Thursday night, I slept funny, and I have not been able to use my shoulder since.
Ah,
It's mostly fine now, but I can still feel it when I reach at certain angles to do stuff. So, like all I can do is sort of sit here and have a controller in my lap. So I've just been playing Barony for I think it's like 70 hours now that I've added to the damn game in the past week or so. Um, it's great though. I beat the game during that. The skeleton conjurer that I had up in the background of the last stream went on to kill Baphomet, the Lord of all evil, and then go into like a city for immortals and completely wipe it the fuck out, and then become Lord of all the world. So, which is great because the character like ended up being like level 117. It was just brilliant. I have not beaten the game since that run though, and it makes me sad.
yeah. Also, let me check here, because
Hmm?
it seems like my chat's not working at all now.
Working for me. Yeah, there
Oh,
he goes.
oh, there it goes. Okay, no, it was just ignoring the bot. Got it. All right.
So, how have you been since Thursday?
I've been pretty good. Uh, like I've said to you, your local area slime is now on Titty Skittles.
Which is, pretty. That's great news.
Yep.
I want some. Well, I don't want titty skittles. I want like titty gel.
Yeah.
But that's that's because we were talking about this before the stream. Um, Titty skittles have the side effects of increasing blood clots if you smoke.
Yeah, like there's a danger of
And
it even if you're a non-smoker, but it's very increased if you are a smoker.
yeah, and there's a reason why I'm gonna be the one voicing Beatrice. It's because of that fucking Kisaru pipe, dude. I have one on my desk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a mix of the pipe and the fact I know you will put the sauce on it.
And the fact she's a witch.
And I mean, yeah, the fact she's a witch. But even if I'm less practicing than you, I still have like some pagan leanings.
That's fair. Um, in other news, my account is activated as affiliate now. Like just straight up, I am an affiliate. You can sub to my channel. You can send fucking cheers, whatever. But I don't know what I'm gonna do for the channel points thing. Like I have no idea. Which is very sad.
Yeah, like the actual thing you call channel points.
Well, that and like the like channel point actions, like the things that people can redeem them for. I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I didn't think I was ever gonna get to this point. I've never thought about it before.
Well, we definitely know we need the sound bite of the wind pushes me.
The wind,
Yeah.
yeah, the wind is pushing me.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'd have to set that kind of high on the list though, because if I didn't, it would it could very easily become just like a spam
Oh yeah,
of that.
absolutely.
Like
Like,
if I put it for like 10 channel points, people are just like click it.
oh yeah,
You don't even have
absolutely.
to be there that long to get 10 points.
Yeah, no,
No,
absolutely.
maybe like
Set
a
it
couple thousand.
higher. Have there be a delay on how often people can push the button.
Yeah, actually, let me. I have an idea of who to check for that sort of thing because this person also has that as a.
Yeah. Oh, probably a soundbite from the Yuri subtext video.
Oh yeah. That's pretty good too. Okay, this person has it set at 50,000, which is a lot, but also they have a he has a huge fucking
Following.
audience compared to me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I would set it at something like 1500.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. 10 to 15,000. Yes, 10 to 1,500. I'm sorry, everyone. I am eating nachos right now because my housemate decided literally an hour before the stream that they wanted nachos. So I made nachos, but they weren't finished until like 15 minutes before the stream. So now I'm still eating my nachos.
Which is totally fair.
They're chicken nachos. It's pretty good. I haven't had chicken nachos in quite a while.
You know, I don't think I've had chicken nachos. It's always been beef.
I find I usually make nachos of stuff other than beef, actually. Like I know I've talked about it on stream before, but and I'm sure I've mentioned it to you as well. But I made fucking venison nachos once.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
I kind of want to go down to the shop and get some L jerky now because there's a gas station here, or a convenience store. Yeah, I think it's a convenience store. That has a rack of like weird jerkies. It's like bison, elk, venison, and the fourth one. But it's fucking great.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
It's kind of expensive, of course, because like it's non-standard jerky,
Yeah, for sure. That's gonna
but
happen.
not as expensive as you'd expect. It's like a dollar more per pack than like beef jerky,
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
or about the same weight as well. It's not quite the same weight; it's a little less, but
yeah,
the
but more
quality
or
is more than
less.
worth it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would expect beef jerky of that same quality to cost as much as that does, but oh well, I'll take advantage of it.
While
Right,
you're
nachos
doing
complete.
that, it's mostly my characters in this scene anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
Father, the ones lying dead,
倒れているのは
lying over there,
クラウスお
are
じさん、ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさんに
Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kiri,
ローザおばさん、ゴーダさんで
and Aunt
Wait.
Rosa and Goda.
None of my characters died.
Yeah, none of yours died. Not this time.
Yeah, all right. That's pretty good. Does mean it's probably less talking for you though, since excuse me, my characters will be more.
The percentage, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Just those 5, right?
いや、6人や。
No, there are 6 people.
ここに
There's
もう一人おる。
one more person over here. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects. A blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself.
You can guess though.
Yeah. Cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right. Yeah, that's a mood, actually, George.
Like, there's only one person that you haven't seen today that isn't among those bodies. So, I
Well,
think you know who it is.
well, that's two if you count Kinzo, but it ain't Kinzo.
Yeah.
じゃあ、お父さんの足元に倒れているのは、
So the one lying at your feet is
シャノンなんだね。
Shannon, isn't it?
ああ、シャノン
What did I say that sounded like Miguel to the fucking caption or what?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. But anyway, yes, it's Shannon. This song... Yeah. The song is called World End.
Yes, Cat. Why are you like this, buddy?
George fell completely silent. Shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly running forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father.
シャノンも、クラウスおじさんたちと同じなのかな。
Is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?
Worse?
Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer, or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. If George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state.
シャノンを見てもいいかな。
Can I look at Shannon?
いや、あかん。
No.
That's probably a bad idea, buddy.
Yeah, no, you can't.
どうして？だって、もう二度とシャノンの顔を見られないんだよ。
Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right?
その、最後の顔。
But why won't you let me see? Because you don't want that to be your last memory of her.
Mm-hmm.
どうして見たらいけないんだよ。
What her face looked like at the end.
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か。
The last time you met Shannon was yesterday, right? Yes.
そうか。そのシャノンちゃんは、別れ際にお前にどんな顔を見せたんや。
I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you?
Oh yeah, I forgot to say. The Mal sent me pictures, or screenshots from the manga of this scene, and they actually did like do the drawing and showing it on panel, and that. So bloodless sated. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
I have seen the bodies. I knew there was something weird going on there. I forgot to maximize it.
素敵な。
It's a wonderful
笑顔
smile.
だったよ。
After he
Even
handed
got
her
the
the
splash
ring,
screen going.
she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind, and she looked bashful, and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
そうか。ならシャノンちゃんも、その笑顔をお前に残したいと願うはずや。
I see. And I'm sure Shannon would want to leave you with that smile in your memory. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining, blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, but that graceful smile of hers had peeked out. But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. Her face was going to be crushed anyway, and if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman, how brutish. And there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. That didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ、シャノンちゃんはきっとありがとう言ってるぞ。
George, I'm sure Shannon is saying thank
お
you.
前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。
She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state.
きっとお前が耐えてくれたこと感謝しとるで。
I'm sure she's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint.
わかってる。
How?
わかってるよ、父さん。
What are they gonna do with the bodies
Fuck.
until the typhoon stops? Like, what's their plan with that?
You know, for such a big island, they might actually have an industrial freezer.
That's true. Yeah. Fucking wrap them up in a tarp, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, my guess is they're gonna wrap the body in sheets, because there's plenty of sheets in a place like this.
Yeah.
And they'll do that much, and yeah, 2 days ain't great, but I guess if they keep it fairly cool, it'll be okay-ish, especially since Japan does cremation anyway. Because yeah, common fact for you folks to know, if you're ever writing Japan, they very, very rarely ever do body burials. Just because the islands aren't suited for it, you know, not a lot of space for large-ass cemeteries where it's just one body, so people are usually cremated. If they have a headstone, a lot of times it's a family headstone. And names are added as they go.
Yeah, I remember some tradition about painting over the family name when both the mother and father of the family die.
Yeah, I don't remember the specifics there, but yeah, there's something like that. But yeah, there's definitely like some stuff there as far as what you could write. Just for like fan fiction and stuff. A lot of times you can tell when someone doesn't know something when they have like a body being buried in Japan because they just go off the Western idea of what to do for someone when they die.
There's also a specific way you fold the clothes, assuming they're during like viewings and such, like when the rare case where they actually happen anyway, and during the rare actual burial, there's a certain way you fold the clothes over their chest, and I don't remember if it's left over right or right over left for the dead, but
Yeah,
it's the opposite of the one that's for the living.
yeah, I don't know either, but yeah, my guess is they'll probably wrap them in sheets and leave them in the exact locations just because they do have to consider like the investigation that's going to happen in 2 days or in 1 day now, I guess.
Right, yeah, it's right over left for the dead.
Okay, that makes sense. Alright, I understand, Father. I understand. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply.
父さん、
Father,
頼みがあるんだ。
I have a request.
なんや。
What is it?
僕の代わりに見てほしいんだ。
I want you to look for me.
シャノンは指に指輪をつけてるかな？
Is there a ring on Shannon's finger?
指輪ちょいと見てみる。
A ring? Let me see. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Kennen silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
ああ、あるで。
Yeah, there is.
こりゃ、ダイヤの指輪や。
It's a diamond ring.
クズダイヤとちゃう。
It's a valuable diamond.
なかなかの値打ちもんや。
Must have been pretty expensive.
それはどっちの手のどの指にあるのかな？
And which hand and which finger is it on?
She must have put it on last night then before we went to bed.
Yeah, probably. If she went to bed at all, she might have. Because she was on midnight shift.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like, she would have been going to sleep like probably like an hour ago. In like timeline here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My thing was that we don't know if she was caught out by whoever killed her or if they came into her quarters.
Nanjo said that they've probably been dead for about like 6 hours or so, right?
Yeah, 6 hours.
So that means like she definitely like put it on before like she was like during her shift, sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
左手の薬指や。
The ring finger of her left hand.
そっか。シャノンちゃん、
See, so Shannon
婚約しとったんか。
was engaged?
ジョージ、あなた、まさ
George,
か。
George, don't tell me you. Shut up, Ava. Not the time.
エヴァ、今はそんなん関係ないで。
Ava, that doesn't matter now.
シャノンちゃんは男に将来を約束されとったんや。
A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon.
一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。
A man promised her happiness for life.
それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。
Who that man was isn't the issue here.
男にそこまで言わしめて。
Being told that by a man
女の本懐やないか。
is a woman's dream, isn't it?
That's kind of sexist. Oh,
Yeah, more than a little bit.
いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。
I don't know when she received this ring.
誰が渡したかも知らん。
I also don't know who gave it to her.
だが、それでも、シャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。
However, even so, Shannon took this ring.
そして、それを受け入れ、左の薬指に通したんや。
Then she accepted it and put it on her left ring
指輪
finger.
を送った男も、
I'm sure the man who gave it to
きっ
her
と喜んだんとちゃうか？
was also happy. To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense.
Yeah,
However,
extraordinary is one way to put it.
someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
そっか。ありがとう、
See, thank you,
父さん。
Father. George stood up. Traces of tears still streaked his face. His expression had returned to its usual one, calm one.
行こう。バトラ君、ジェシカちゃん。これ以上、僕たちがここにいると、
Let's go,
大人の邪魔になる。
let's go, Battler, Jessica.
George, you are an adult.
If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. Yeah, I'm gonna have to guess that the word he's using is our elders. Like, something that is a little less implying that he's still a child, but rather
Yeah.
acknowledging the generation gap. Sniff.
そうだな。
ellipse, sniff.
You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time to let her know she was okay now. She faced George again. She once again had on her usual expression, though she still
That
couldn't
doesn't look
smile.
like her usual expression.
Yeah. That's more like she's calmed down enough not to be a sobbing mess. But not her usual expression.
しっかり。
Battler, hang in there. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies.
すまねえな。がっつり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ。
I'm sorry, crying like hell calmed me down.
親父の野郎。普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに。
You bastard. Dad, I bet you're laughing at me.
ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって。笑ってやがれ。
After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just 'cause you died. Well, so
仕
what?
方ねえだろ。親が死んだら泣くように。遺伝子すり込まれちまってんだからよ。
I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Well, that's one way to look at it, I suppose, Battler.
I don't think he's like Rudolph is laughing in the afterlife or anything like that. He's probably like still having a major freak out over how the fuck he got killed.
I mean, yeah, a little bit. Like, I
It
have
hasn't
to...
been that long.
Yeah, granted. Yeah, I mean, it's been 6 hours, so yeah, probably still kind of figuring it out. Though, at least most of the damage was hopefully post-mortem.
I think Nanjo said something about that.
Yeah, he said that at least some of the damage was post-mortem. I just don't know. I don't think we
Yeah.
indicated how much, and he might not know, because that ain't his field to begin with.
Yeah, he's not like a forensic scientist or a coroner.
Yep, just a doctor. Which gives him a lot of knowledge, but that ain't his field. Butler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one.
カノン、お前もこれ以上ここにいてはいけません。
Kenan, you mustn't
Kenan.
remain here
Hey.
any longer either.
Hey!
Oh, yep,
Hey.
yeah. Yeah, we're starting in on that, damn it.
Yeah, Canon, you mustn't remain here any longer.
子供たちを連れて、お屋敷に戻っていなさい。
Take the children and return to the mansion.
Natsui had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Kenan those words.
はい、奥様。
Yes, ma'am.
Kenan rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. There was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Cannon might have led the way. Now, there was no distinction between Cannon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuki started giving orders to Genji.
ケンジ、すぐに警察に連絡しなさい。台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうが、どうすればいいか指示を与えてくれるはずです。
Genji, contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next.
わかりました。防災用の無線機がありますので。
There's an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them.
When she heard that, Natsuki remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. Yeah, that's definitely fair.
Yeah.
At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait.
南條先生、もうこの場はどうしようもありませんか。
Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here?
残念ながら私には何もできませんな。
Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do.
わかりました。源氏、せめて主人たちの顔を何かで覆ってやることはできませんか。
The faces.
Well, that's the point.
Sorry, like I know there's no other like way to say what's going on there without being like super awkward about it, but I still just had to, you know.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something?
このような姿を晒すことは当人にとっても屈辱的でしょうから。
Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well.
はい。
Yes, ma'am.
Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse, and Ava stopped him with a shrill voice.
ちょっとお待ちなさいよ。ここは犯行現場なんでしょ。
Wait a second, stop.
Yeah, okay.
This is the scene of a crime, isn't it?
なら変に手を加えちゃダメよ。
And we mustn't disturb it.
私たちは混乱してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけど、それはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ。
We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? Natsui glared at Ava, offended. Objectively speaking, Ava was right. Even so, she glared at Ava as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death. Simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Ava had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident, a crime. Someone had killed them. A murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit.
Somehow, I don't think the cops are going to catch a demon.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure, like, this first one is definitely, like, demon-related, and then the next ones are going to be, like, someone else killed them. Maybe. We'll see. But
Yeah.
that's my instinct with how, like, brutally they were killed.
Yeah, that's fair. Granted.
And, like, it would take a long time for, like, a normal person to do this anyway.
Yeah, like, even if we assume quick kill, and then they got all the bodies very quickly, that's still getting the bodies here, because they definitely didn't convince everybody to come to the storehouse.
Yeah. And I think Kumasawa and Kinzo are the only ones not here right now. Kinzo definitely didn't fucking do it with
Yeah,
how
old
sick he
man.
is.
Yeah.
And Kumasawa definitely didn't either with how old she is.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's my thing, is to kill 6 people, to me, if we're talking about a human culprit, they need, like, a uh accomplice.
that quickly, yeah. Um, Worse, Nanjo didn't specify that this one had been dead about 6 hours, but like all of them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, roughly, the bodies are roughly in the same condition.
So like all 6 of them died at about the same time, but like they would have to be dragged somewhere. If you killed someone, you would have to do it outside during this rain if you didn't want bloodstains everywhere.
Yep.
Um,
Outside, in the rain, without blood, to get not blood stains.
and Goda had no reason to actually go outside at any point either. Like he was just in the service quarters of the main manor, right? So like everyone else, maybe you could lure them out, like especially because like Kraus and some of the others said they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take a walk. We're gonna go on walks and all that stuff. So sure, that could happen. But Goda,
Well, then again, if the murderers were any of the Ushiromiya family, Goto would have to listen as far as following them.
that's true. There's also like we don't know if they were isolated when they died either, but it would be it'd be very difficult for someone to overpower 6 people like one after the other, and
Yeah.
if any of them were together, it would be like even worse.
Yeah. Because, yeah, there would be signs of struggle on the assailant.
Yeah, and then more importantly, I think Kinzo and Kumasawa are here. Those are the only ones that aren't here. Well, I mean, Maria's not either, but she's not going to be the one to do this either unless she was possessed, which maybe that could happen. I don't know. I don't know if demons can possess people in this setting. But no one had a reaction that was at all stiff or like. Of course, like Ballard might not have noticed because like that part was being narrated by him from his
Yeah.
perspective.
But
So
still,
it's
it definitely seems like everybody has, like, I think, for example, Hideyoshi we can count out.
yeah.
Because we got a lot.
Natsuki as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Hideyoshi, Natsuhi, especially Hideyoshi, just because we did get, like, some of his internal monologue.
Mm-hmm. And definitely not Ava either, because she could very easily have just not not spoken up about the towel covering thing. And like no one would blame her for not thinking about it at the time because she did just see 6 fucking like mutilated bodies. So
Yeah, granted, saying that makes her less likely to be considered, so maybe that's what she's doing.
yeah, but again, it's one of those things where it's like no one, like not even the police, would question her about that because like you're not going to think about that sort of thing when you see 6 mutilated bodies. You're gonna be like, oh fuck, that's 6 mutilated bodies and half of them are from my family.
Oh yeah, for sure, but I'm saying her considering the crime scene lowers the estimation down of her being the culprit in the minds of everybody here. So if she were to want to, say, kill a bunch more people, she's less of a suspect and thus maybe get people to have their guards down.
Ava might be the only person that could like pull it off too, just like physically speaking.
Yeah,
She's about 50, but she's also a heavily trained martial artist.
yeah,
So
heavily trained martial artist. Who knows? Maybe she has knives. That's the other thing, is we don't have the murder weapon necessarily.
yeah, but I am still like thinking that this is like this first Twilight killing is probably demons,
警察が来るまでここは
or
手
know,
をつけずに
Beatrice
してお
doing
く
it
べきです
herself. Hey, who knows?
Yeah. I agree with Ava. Until the police come, we should leave everything be.
奥様いかがなさいますか？
What do you say, madam? No, that's right. She's effectively like the interim head right now.
Yeah, she's the
She's
interim
like
head.
the interim matriarch at the moment.
Yep.
You're right.
Yep, because Jessica is still not of age.
And Kinzo is still alive.
Well, yeah, and Kinto's still alive, but somebody has to act as the representative.
わかりました。ここを閉ざしなさい。
Very well. Close it up.
それから念のためここに別の施錠をするように。
And just in case, we should put a different lock on it.
別の施錠
Different lock?
ええ、ここに来た時シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。ということはシャッターの鍵を使い犯人が施錠したということです。
No, I'm pretty sure you could just lock a padlock. You just click it in. I guess it depends on the kind. I guess, but still. Anyway, yes, when we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the culprit used the key to the shutter to lock it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put it that way, but I'd put, well, they clearly didn't force the lock open as far as, like, using, like, bolt cutters or something.
Yeah.
So there's at least a chance they have the key.
Yeah, and also don't touch the lock.
Oh, yeah, also, maybe don't touch the lock at all. But I guess they already did
I
touch
think
it.
this
So.
in 1986 is after like fingerprints, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Fingerprints have been around a while.
Fingerprint technology. Let's see. Where was fingerprint technology? Yeah, there we go. 1892. Holy shit, that was way further back than I thought.
Oh yeah, like, there was, yeah, in the late 1800s, there was a rather big boom in forensic science, because before then, it was a lot less investigative and a lot more basically just picking up who seemed guilty enough.
Yeah. An Argentine police officer created the first method of recording the fingerprints of individuals on file in 1892. And I'm pretty sure his surname is German, because that's actually pretty common in Argentina, is like for the given name to be like Hispanic and then the surnames to be German. But I don't know how to pronounce this one. Juan Vucetic? I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, and it looks like fingerprints' identification was as far back as 300 BC. It just wasn't used in courtroom-type settings.
Interesting.
Because in China, in about 300 BC, it was used as personal identification. Then Japan, 700 AD.
That's kind of cool.
And then for the United States...
Oh no, that's that name is Slavic, like Polish, maybe. Or Czech.
確かに通りや。じゃあ
Interesting.
ここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
That makes sense. So does that mean the key that opens this shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it?
警察に証拠として提出する価値はあるでしょうけど、
I'm sure it'll be worth submitting it to the police as evidence.
カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。
But Cannon usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now.
多分カノン君の指紋も付着しちゃってるわよ。
It'll probably have Cannon's fingerprints on it.
そしてその鍵はさっき
What, you
源
guys
氏
don't
さん
have,
に手
like,
渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。
Also, that key was handed to Genji just now when he took it with his bare
大
hands.
した証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
Doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence.
それは不用心でした。
That was
申し訳
careless
ご
of
ざ
me.
いません。
My apologies.
源氏さん、
Ember's
こ
cleaning
の
my
倉
arm
庫
now.
の鍵は他にもあるんか？
Ah, there we go. Genji, are there any other keys to this storehouse?
いいえ、この一つだけです。
Why? You should have spares. What the fuck? No, only this one.
ということは、犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し、
So the culprit walked out of the servant room with that key,
そして律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it?
Yeah, but Hideyoshi, they definitely, whoever did it, really wanted you to see it.
Yeah.
Because they painted on the fucking shutter.
Yeah, they absolutely wanted you to open that up. Which, I believe somebody is going to posit this theory, but basically trying to throw people off balance by having them see something so horrifying.
But yeah, also, you should fucking have spares to this thing. And it wouldn't be too big of a trouble for them to get the key if they killed Goda first.
Yep. Killing Goda first would make that very easy. Or hell, Goda being a lazy shit when he can't get glory out of it might have already been sleeping.
It's true, yeah.
Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? Though if you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it'll be found, so they can use that time to escape. The six weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. Yet, eerie magic circles scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered.
You know what I would have fucking done?
とにかく
As, like, whoever did this, I would have left the key, like, hanging up on a hook, right, and, like, get, like a crude fucking hook of some kind and just, like, jam it into the wall. Like, whatever bit of wood that I could find, anything like that, and just, like, hang it right in front, like, over the circle. So that the key was, like, hanging right in the middle of the circle.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that would definitely have some dramatic effect right there.
Yeah. Hi, Amber. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before. Shut up, Phoenix.
犯人の手からもこの場所を保護する意味で施錠を
Not
新た
turn
に
off,
したいと
Phoenix.
言っているんです
Shut up, Phoenix. There we go. Hi, buddy. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hand, I think we should put a new lock on it. Yeah, but, like, don't touch the lock.
Yeah, but at this point, they've already touched the lock.
It's true.
Because, it was Genji that opened the door, and they just said his hands weren't covered by, like, any gloves or anything.
Kanon's the one that opened the door, and then he handed the key to Genji, who was barehanded. But, like, I'm assuming Kanon was also barehanded, so.
Yeah. I think that is a good plan, I agree. Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box.
鍵はどうなさいますか？
What should I do with the key?
私が持ちましょう責任を
I
持
will
って
take it.
警察に手渡します
Sorry, Phoenix. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police.
Natsuki took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so the corpses were once again sealed behind the shutter. It was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often
What
have...
was it? The seventh circle of the seventh pinnacle of the sun, I think it was, or the sixth pinnacle. I think it was the seventh, though. Let's see.
Yeah, 7th, I think.
Yes, the seventh pinnacle of the sun. That's it. I mean, I don't actually remember what the seventh pinnacle of the sun does now. So I knew when you told me on Thursday, but I don't now. Or,
Yeah, well,
on
they'll
Friday,
go.
rather.
Yeah, they'll go over it, and I think they did their homework well enough.
We'll see.
Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously.
Okay, see, like the way that Nazi phrased it, I expected him to take the lock off and then put a new one on, like changing out the doorknob, essentially.
Yeah, but I didn't realize, oh, yeah, it has its own main lock. It just also
Yeah.
has a padlock. Gotcha. With its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. Okay, why are you still saying blood-like?
Yeah, like this is absolutely blood.
Yeah,
There's no way it's not.
yeah, unless you're gonna tell me they also brought in fake blood so they had time to do the painting. Natsuki putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve this scene for the police. It might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity. Prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims.
さあ行きましょう南條先生ご足労をありがとうございました
Come on, let's go, everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. It's gotta be fucked up even for like Nanjo. Like he may be used to like cadavers, but not like
Mutilated,
active
yeah.
bodies. Genji, hurry and contact the police.
戻りましたらすぐに連絡します
I will do so as soon as I return.
The adults left the storehouse. Ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up.
It's at like 7:45 or 8:45.
Yeah, something like that.
Fucking doing my nails, so I'm gonna gotta look at it for a second.
All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned, dumbfounded from the horrible, bizarre scene, the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. Yeah, like, even at the best of times, I wouldn't know how to explain that, and Maria's also an autistic kid, which just adds, like, another layer of just having a hard time even explaining that to her.
Yeah, I think like you would have just you don't lie to her and say like, oh, she's gone upstate or whatever, you know. It's not like one of those, but just tell her like she's passed away, and that they don't know exactly what happened. It's the best you can really do there.
Yeah, like,
It's not an easy conversation no matter what, but like
yeah.
shut up, Cat.
Yeah, like, it's Yeah, like, to be clear, it would not be an easy conversation with any 9-year-old. It's just, it adds on that extra layer of, well, you saw how she acted when she just didn't know where her mother was.
Mm.
And her mother wasn't where she expected her to be.
Hi, Amber. Yes. You pushy little shit.
At first, Maria returned to their stairs with a dubious look, but when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, like, why the hell are you staring at me? Oh, okay, you're not gonna say I did something bad. Okay. Children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Ryoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, or it must have been the work of demons.
Hey! You're right!
Every now and then, his mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo. The latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. Yeah, that's kind of the problem here, is nobody's an expert at crime scene investigation. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock. His face was deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge, as he appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, briskly gave him directions.
私はお父様のところへ行ってきます。源氏は急ぎ警察へ連絡を。
I will go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police. I don't know if you're even going to be able to get the radio out, like, during a typhoon. Like, certainly.
私も一緒させていただいていいかしら、夏日姉さん。
I wonder if you would allow
She's
me
being
to...
so serious right now. Thank the gods she dropped her fucking mocking tone. Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuki.
クラウス兄さんがいなくなった以上、お父様の補佐は私の仕事だもの。
Since Kraus is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me.
その私が夏日姉さんに任せっきりで、ここでくつろいでいるわけにはいかないわ。
God damn it, Ava.
Couldn't even go that whole paragraph. It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Natsuki was struck speechless by Abe's aggressive move in a situation like this. He seemed to be claiming that, with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she hadn't been at all happy when Natsuki took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Abe's mind had been blank from the shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuki started giving orders.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Just do as you like.
After he started walking without saying a word more, Ava followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal conditions most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter, but because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her.
奥様奥様
Madam, madam.
夏日姉さんならお父さんのところへ行ったで。
You're looking for Natsuhi, she went to see father.
すぐ戻ってくるやろ。
He'll probably be back
ど
soon.
ないしたんや、熊沢さん。
What happened, Kumasawa?
それが食堂に血が
Oh fuck.
You see, in the dining hall there was blood. Blood. The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that.
なんやって？
What happened
食堂？
in the dining hall?
朝食の準備に食堂に配膳に行ったら
When I went to the dining hall to set up for breakfast, first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. They went to the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. Those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. Really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood.
ここにも血だまりがあるよ
So they cleaned it too.
Yeah, just...
Yeah, there's no way one person did all that in 6 hours.
Yeah.
Fuck
no.
me.
Yeah, no. If we're assuming that there's a human element to this, then it was multiple people. I would say 2, possibly 3.
Yeah. 2 to kill and carry the bodies, and then mutilate, and then 1 to clean the
Yeah.
entire time.
Either that or 2 to kill, 2 to carry the bodies, and then the other was left to mutilation while the second went to do the cleanup.
Mm.
Another puddle of blood
Ugh.
here.
一体
What in the world?
People might say that, like, the fact that there's even traces remaining, like, would indicate a human presence and not, like, a demonic influence on this. But it's sort of like they painted the circle on the thing and left the bodies on the property instead of, like, off in the woods where no one would ever find them. So, like, it's obvious that they want to be noticed.
Yeah, they want every single body to be found.
And that includes, like, it's probably, like, more of that, where mostly clean, but once you start looking more closely, you start seeing blood everywhere.
Mm-hmm. It appears that a great deal of time has
おそらく
passed.
昨べここで殺されたんだと見ていいでしょ
It's probably safe to say they were killed here last night.
そういうことになるんやろな。
Definitely looks that way.
わしらは昨べずっと食堂で話し合いをしとった。
We were talking together in the dining hall until late
そ
into
し
the
て
night.
ここに何者かが押し入ったに違いない。
After that, someone must have forced their way in.
父さんたちが打ち合わせを抜けて休んだのは何時だっけ
Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep?
昨夜の24時を少し過ぎたくらい
Yeah, I thought he was gonna say that.
That was a little past midnight.
だからその後にと考えるんが妥当やろな。
So we should probably assume it happened after that.
マジかよ。
You kidding me?
勘弁してくれよ。
Give me a break.
お嬢様、しっかり。
Lady, please stay strong.
俺はもうさっきの倉庫でこの世の地獄ってやつを拝んじまったから今さらこのくらいじゃ答えねえぜ
After that, seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing.
そうかよ。よかったな。
Really, good for you.
私は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうです。
Feel like my head's gonna explode.
ここは食堂だぜ。
This is the dining hall, right?
私は毎日ここで食事をして、学校のことをぼやいたり、宿題のことをぼやいたり。
Every day, this is where I'd eat, complain about school, complain about homework,
親父に学校の成績の話をされたり。
talk to my dad about my grades.
そういうところなんだぜ。
That's what this place is to me. Yeah, that would add an extra dimension to it, because for Battler, this is just a place.
Mm-hmm.
For Jessica, this is her home.
Yeah. I can't imagine Canada's having like a good time over there either.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, even though he don't own the place, this is where he's been living and working for a number of years.
Yeah, like 3 years, I think it was.
Yeah, something like that.
Child labor.
Yeah.
お嬢様、これ以上ここにいるのはよくありません。
My lady, it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer.
100万へ戻りましょう。
Let's return to the parlor.
俺の同感さ。秀吉おじさん。
I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi.
この部屋は多分警察にとって重要な意味があると思います。
I think this room will be important to the police.
俺たちが踏み荒らしちまうのはまずいんじゃないですか。
Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice, as, along with Cannon, he grabbed the pale and shaking Jessica's shoulders.
バトラさんの言う通りですな。
Everything is just as Battler has said.
この部屋にこれ以上好んで居続けることはありますまい。
There is nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Anjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world, at least then we'd been able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on this estate. As Jessica had said,
You guys also need to check the fucking servants' quarters for stuff like this.
yeah,
Just in case.
it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. Shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy.
わしも同感や。
I agree too.
この部屋には犯人の痕跡が残ってるかもわからんしな。
The culprit might have left traces in
素
this
人
room.
のわしらがかき回すべきとちゃうで。
Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place
は
up.
よ出るんや。
Let's leave
はよは
quickly.
よ。
Quickly. Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said, pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words, everyone raced each other out of the dining hall, almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there all alone. In the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall. We all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned.
お、源氏さん。警察に連絡はつきましたか？
Oh, Genji, were you able to contact the police?
それが申し訳ございません。
I knew it! As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize.
無線機の故障か、それ以外の理由によるものかわかりませんが。
I don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but
なんや、警察に連絡がつかんのか。
So you couldn't contact the police?
電話も無線もどっちもダメなんか。
Both the phone and the radio failed?
申し訳ございません。月曜
my
の朝に
apologies.
船が
A
来る
boat
こ
will
と
be
が
arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we will be able to borrow their
その船
communications
の通
equipment.
信機を借りることができると思います。
この島には船はないんか。新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはできんのか。
Yeah, but Hideyoshi, there's a typhoon. You do not want to be in a small boat in a typhoon.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a
like-
big boat in a typhoon either, but like at least a big boat would like probably survive. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be very fun.
Yeah, at least there would be a chance of it not capsizing, but a boat that you all could power? No. Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip up to the Nijima Police Department?
秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。
Yoshi, that would be impossible with this weather.
少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまではどうにもなりません。
At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by.
クラウス様のボートは今修理中で
Yeah, the murder started. You can't just leave.
Yeah, Krause's boat is being repaired and is not on the island.
ですので
Also, hi, Bedwards.
月曜
Welcome on
ま
in.
でを待つほかないかと。
Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday.
そんなアホな話があるか。
How could the... Oh, I'm sorry, I took your line because... You were saying hello to
I was
Bedwards.
talking to. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I don't have to read it.
How could this happen?
6人も死んだやで。
6 people are dead.
そして電話も無線も通じず、船もない。
Phones and radio aren't working. And there is no
台風
boat.
が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか。
So, until the
There's a
typhoon...
real simple fucking like solution to all this is that everyone stays in the same room together
Yep.
at all times.
Mm-hmm. But...
If the murderer is human, no, no one will be able to leave and escape or kill anyone else or anything like that.
But we have our good old friend, Paranoia.
Mm-hmm.
So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes, in other words, until tomorrow morning, we're gonna be stuck here on this island, unable to contact the police, aren't we?
ってことはつまり俺たちだけじゃなく
Which means that not just us,
おじさんたちを殺した犯人もこの島から出られず足止めってことだな。
but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island.
そういうことになるね。
That certainly follows.
みんなを殺した犯人はまだこの島にいる。
The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island.
親父たちを殺した奴はこの島から逃げ出せずまだ潜んでやがるってことかよ。
So the bastard who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape.
くそくそくそくそ
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
見つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。
I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police. I mean, hell yeah, Jessica, but also, you couldn't even deal with Battler. How are you gonna deal
How are
with
you
him?
gonna fucking do anything?
私がこの手でやっ先にしてやる。
Slice him to bits myself.
I mean, I'm down for that, Jessica, but I don't think you're gonna be able to catch a demon.
Okay, Captioner took that as slice on the bitch myself.
Yeah, I see that. That's not bad. Oh, no one's told Maria anything yet.
Yeah, Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it's probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected since everyone was getting so excited about something, only she didn't know about.
ジェシカお姉ちゃん、誰か死んじゃったの？
Oh no.
Jessica?
Yeah.
Did someone
A lot of
die? The way she spoke was completely calm. Just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem.
Oh no. Don't get angry, Jessica. She's just a kid.
Jessica probably didn't like that.
She's just a little babby. Don't get angry at her.
Yeah.
I say babby, and it picks up, and it says it as baby normally, but it can't pick up half my sentences normally. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't get it.
God damn it, captioner.
Might be something I'll have to check in Windows settings, because I think there is some amount of, like, Windows talking to the Google servers kind of thing. But we'll see.
Maybe.
Jessica probably didn't like that. Yeah, I'm sure. As though trying to
don't get
say,
angry at her.
and she
No.
told just by looking at me overwhelmed with grief, she flared up at Maria.
死んじまったぜみんな
They all died. Everyone.
私の親父もバトラの父さんと母さんも
My dad and Battler's parents,
幸田さんもシャノンも
Goda and
そ
Shannon,
してマリアの母さんも
and even your mother, too. Yeah, not good.
よすんだジェシカちゃん
That's not the way that you break the news to the kid.
Stop it, Jessica.
悲しいのは君だけじゃない
You're not the only one who's sad.
マリアさん、ショックだろうが、聞いてください。
Maria, I know this will come as a shock, but please listen.
あなたのお母さんがな、
Nanjo's probably had to give this conversation at least.
Yeah.
Your mother
死んでしまいました。
has
Or
died.
something similar, at least, like, you know, giving someone the, someone like the news that, yeah, there's gonna be some people dying soon.
Mm-hmm. Mama died?
うーん
He's a general practitioner, not like an emergency services doctor, so, like, he's probably never had to actually, like, tell someone that they died. Not in, like, official capacity, at least.
Yeah, granted, general practitioners do visit a lot to hospitals as well, if their patient is there, and so maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but still, like, well, I mean, he's also old. So, he might have started practicing in the time when it was common for, like, doctors to do house visits.
Oh yeah,
And
there's
in
also
that case, he might have said that. He might have given those news.
yeah, like
occasionally.
it might not even be that rare for house visits in 1980s Japan. I don't know.
I don't know when house visits like stopped being like a common thing in the States. I think
Someone,
it was like 60 years ago or so,
yeah,
maybe a little more.
yeah, someone killed her.
悲しいだろうがよ心をしっかり
I know it's sad, but stay strong.
ふん
Battler.
何人
How many people
死んじゃった
died?
6人だぜ6人だ
6 people. 6 people.
くそくそくそ
Damn it.
Witch deniers be like, their bodies just did that. Not witch
あんな
diner.
残酷なことしやがって
Damn it, captioner. Although that would be kind of cool, like a witch cafe.
Oh yeah, which themed cafe? Give me.
Although you know that like they do some fucking like weird novelty shit with the food. Instead of just being like normal ass food, but served by witches.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, you could do stuff like that, like blood bread is pretty nice.
I mean, like calling them something weird on the menus, which
For sure.
like novelty names for foods like always piss me off. They
Oh,
annoy the shit out of me.
that's fair. Granted, I would definitely like pancakes in the shape of a cat.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
How could anyone do something that cruel?
踊ってもんがあるだろうがよ人
All
間
right,
な
this
らよ
my shoulder. I went to put my cup on my desk and use my shoulder at the wrong angle.
There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human.
誰だか知らねえが犯人は人間じゃねえぜ
I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human.
血の色が赤いわけがねえ。
There's no way their blood is red. Jessica, this isn't too far off from, World War II. I'm gonna say that we definitely demonstrated that humans can do some fucked up shit.
Oh yeah. And Japan specifically, although I'm sure they weren't taught that quite yet.
Yeah.
Hell, unit was like
Even
3-1,
today.
I think it was, or 316, something like that. Uh,
うん。
731. That's it.
犯人は人間じゃない。
Culprit isn't human.
They're gonna get angry at her for this one.
Also, I don't know why it decided Brent isn't human.
Oh, fuck all the rents, I guess.
鍵が選んだ。生贄なだけ。
It's just the blank chosen by the blank.
I'm guessing they just didn't hear like the word.
Yeah.
マリア、
Huh, hey Maria.
今、なんて言った？
Did you say something just now? Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. Looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava had returned from their trip to see grandfather.
無線でも連絡できない？
You can't contact them even with the radio.
こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio? That's a good point, but also it's a fucking typhoon. I don't know what you expect.
Yeah, I mean, fair, but also, like, unfortunately, this is the exact moment we need it, but now both forms of communication don't fucking work.
Yeah, even modern radios don't work too well in a fucking like hurricane. So I don't know. Like fucking 40 years ago, I'm sure they were not doing too well.
Yeah, no.
申し訳ございません。毎年、
My apologies.
保守点検はさせているはずなのですが。
It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year.
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？
Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing
そう
light?
いうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
Couldn't you use that to contact the next island?
そのような
That's a good idea, but no
説明は
one
ござい
can
ません。
have. Seriously? Why would? God damn it! I was gonna say like that's a good idea, but no one's gonna have a boat that can get there.
Mhm.
Not in a typhoon, but like you guys don't have one? Why not? I'm pretty sure there's a specific code to use those for too. Like it might be Morse code. I don't know, but like different patterns mean different things. Like this is help. This one is stay away. This one is whatever.
Yeah.
My sincere apologies. Seriously, why don't you have one?
Just then, Kumasawa arrived pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor.
なぜ朝食をこちらに？
Why are we eating...
Why are we
Whoopsie.
Why are we eating breakfast here? You
ああ、
That's right, you were
ナツ
gone.
さん、それは後で話す。
Natsuhi, I'll tell you
そ
later.
れよりエヴァ、お父さんはどうなんや？
More importantly, Ava, how is father?
ご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になっても部屋から出ませんか。
Judging by the fact that he is not with you, it seems he will not leave his room, not even for a situation like this.
いないわ。 部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
He wasn't there.
What?
The room was empty.
Huh?
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
he's not in his room, apparently.
The plot thickens.
Yep. The thick plottums.
なんやてこんな時にどこ行ったんや
Where could he have gone at a time like this?
Some nice, like, sinister Gregorian style chanting in the background. Some,
Mhm.
like, vocalization.
Yeah, it's good shit. And honestly, the music in this game just gets better and better.
Oh, yeah, they're using discordance there, too, in the voices.
書斎を出られたというのですか
You mean to say the master has left? Oh, that's actually you.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I'm trying to listen for the... Yeah, they're using discordance between voices and an instrument, but I can't tell the instrument. An organ, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's an organ, because it kind of gives that bit of almost a groan sound.
Mm-hmm. I don't listen to organs very often, though, so I'm not, like, 100% on that.
Yeah, like, it could easily
be like a tuba.
Yeah, it could be like a similar-ish instrument, but I'm leaning towards organ, given everything else in the song.
Yeah, it's probably not a string. Yeah, it's got like a bassy, pipey sound to it.
Mhm.
Or brassy, not bassy, sorry. A lot of organs use brass pipes, so...
Yeah, yeah.
The same with, like, I mean, of course, like, trombones, tubas, and so on and so forth are all made out of brass as well, but...
Yeah, gotcha.
Or at least they were originally. I don't know if they are still today, but, like... I never played a brass instrument. I only played percussion and woodwind. Anyway, do you mean to say that the master has left his study?
そうです。私も驚いています。
That is correct. I was surprised myself.
いつの間に部屋を出たのやら。
I wonder when he left his room.
あ
I
な
wonder
た
if they're
た
gonna
ち
think
に
he's dead
心当た
too.
りはないのですか？
Do any of you have an idea?
Natsuya looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of the place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Faces made it clear that those who knew Kenzo best realized, even more than the rest, how impossible it was for him to leave his room.
僕たちにも見当がつきません
Even we have no idea.
ご存知の通り
How many sacrifices was the key supposed to take? Was it
6.
7 or 6? Okay, it was supposed to just 6. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was 7.
It threw the thing being the seventh sun seal or whatever. Probably threw you off.
Okay,
But it is the 6th chosen.
George and Shannon were the two that were close.
Nope, because this is just the first Twilight.
Right, yeah. Trying to... Like, were the ones killed truly random? Or... was it opportunistic, or was there a pattern to, like, who got killed?
Pattern seems to be... Was anybody still in the mansion rather than the guest house?
Oh, that's true. It was everyone that was in the mansion that died, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we're locked up because Genji was in the guest house, kids were in the guest
Shannon.
house.
Yeah.
And
Shannon was supposed to be in the guest house, but she went back to the main house because George proposed to her.
Yeah, Kenzo was locked in his study, so mansion but locked. And then Natsuhi had the seal on her door.
Yeah. Which that's another fucking point in favor of it being a goddamn demon this time. Because I completely forgot about that goddamn charm.
Mm-hmm. The
Which I
only
made a point of like talking about it during the last stream too. I can't believe I forgot.
Yeah, the only thing I could think to say, oh, this could be human, is the charm was on the door, and so when they cracked the door open and saw, hey, there's a charm on the door. Wait, is that going to make a noise? Maybe I should go for somebody else.
There's also not just that, but if they saw what the charm was, they'd be like, "Oh, that's some good information to use to like fuck with them," because they're already putting these giant fucking circles everywhere and shit like that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, this is on you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading chat. Yeah, I mean, I know the answers to some of these questions just because like I know who Beatrice is, and like Mel's been telling me bits and pieces about the game or not the game, but like the visual novel for like a year and a half now. So like, I don't know for sure what the reasoning behind Beatrice doing this game is, but I also know that she enjoys it. Like she doesn't as far as I'm aware, she doesn't concern herself with trauma. She's just like, yeah, let's just do a thing and it'll be okay because, you know, time loop. So it doesn't matter if they remember or not, and this happened or not. As long as everyone's alive in the end, it's fine. Which is also hinted at in the
Poem.
in the riddle itself.
Yeah.
How like one of the 4 treasures is that she will give back everything that was taken, and that includes people, I assume. So like her personality is very much like, as long as everyone's alive in the end, no one has any right to be angry.
Yeah,
and that's very much not the case.
Even if nobody wins, she apparently is supposed to revive the dead.
Yeah, so like to her, it literally is just a game and not a test or a contract. She just straight up enjoys it, as far as I know. Now there may actually be like some more esoteric reasoning to it or whatever, like because I'm not 100% on how the magic works. Like I look at like everything that Kenzo was saying, and that everyone else that's involved and actually knows a little bit of something was saying, and I'm like, it sounds like Kenzo just has the wrong idea about it being based on a gamble. Like it sounds like it's more like something that I would do in my own writing, where it's like whatever has the most narrative weight, sort of, so to speak. Like the world is a story. Whatever has makes things the most dramatic is the thing that's the most powerful.
Yeah, and that would also
that's what it sounds like to me, at least.
Yeah, though it's one of those difficult things where it's like something with the most narrative weight is also probably the biggest gamble for the practitioner. So it's
not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, not
like you just gotta
not necessarily, but enough that you can't necessarily differentiate between the two with an isolated amount of, basically, like instances.
Like with what little information we have right now, it could just be like narrative weight, but the gamble works because Kenzo is like that.
Yeah.
It was like, this is the kind of magic that Kenzo practices, is like this gamble bullshit.
Yeah, like he's talked about the demon or devil's roulette.
Yeah, the demon's roulette. But the thing is, like, demon's roulette, for you tell me that like they've done a lot of good research and like they know what they're talking about for the most part, like with the demons and all that stuff in this. But then like demon's roulette is not something that's in any demonology stuff that I know of.
Oh yeah, like
and I've read the book that like they draw from.
Oh yeah,
for the demons in this, the Ars Goetia or Goetia, whatever the fuck, however you want to pronounce it. I've read that fucking thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like there's stuff that they've added, but I think the stuff that they're going to actually draw from and talk about will be mostly accurate.
Yeah, like it's not just the Lesser Key of Solomon, but also the Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. I can't remember the name of it now, but there was this was really, really old. It was like 1900 to 2200 years old. And I read a really shitty translation of it, or it's not that the translation was shitty, but like it was translated like 50 years ago, so the pages were really small. The font was huge, and like the formatting was completely off. And I assume that's accurate to how it was actually written, because back in the olden days, typography wasn't exactly a big thing. They did not know how to make a book very readable, because not many people could read in the first place, so it wouldn't really be a thing.
Yeah, you didn't have a large customer base to really complain.
Yeah. And the thing that stuck out from for me in that one is the only thing I remember from it at all, aside from like the look of the pages and all that shit, is that in that one it claimed that Asmodai or Asmodeus, I don't remember which one, it's one of the two, and the two have very similar names and they're very closely related to each other etymologically speaking, and probably culturally too. I can't say that for 100%, but I'm pretty sure they're based on the same demon or god or whatever. Asmodai, is in that book a Nephilim sired by the devil himself, supposedly, because they called him the son of the red dragon.
Gotcha. I remember you telling me this, actually.
Yeah, it was probably in the last stream, actually, but the one before that.
Yeah.
So I remember saying it on stream.
Yeah.
Point is, I've read a lot of demonology, and everyone who hangs out with me knows that I really like that stuff. So I will occasionally get DMs on Discord or like get added on Twitter or whatever the fuck, and people and they'll just like give me old books. Like Nate gave me one from like 1843 or some shit like that that I haven't actually completely read yet, but I've got it on my computer, stashed in a little thing. I was like John D, I think.
Oh, John D's shit, yeah. Fucking Enochian.
No, that's way too old. Maybe it was John Locke then, because I'm pretty sure it was John something.
Yeah, John Locke.
John D is the 1600s. The 15 and 1600s is for John D. Or maybe it was a translation of John D stuff. I don't fucking know.
And we're getting a little into the weeds here.
Couldn't be John Locke. I'll have to find it at some point, because like I don't remember where I put it. Otherwise, I'd have finished reading it already. But I also can't look like on stream because it's capturing my main monitor and not other stuff. Actually, hold on a second. Let me just open up a new window of this and drag it. God damn it! It's double clicking ass mouse. God, there. Let's put it right there. I can look from the other monitor. Yay. Anyhow, as you all know, within that study, the master had everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom. I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason. Let's see.
In that case, what?
Roberts? No. That's something else.
そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるんか。
Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up?
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
We still cannot be certain that's the case.
とにかく気まぐれな方ですから、現状をご存知なくお一人で散歩をされている可能性もあります。
Anyway, he is a fickle person, so it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation.
仮にそうだとしたら、一刻も早く現状をお知らせして、ご指示を仰がねばなりません。
If that is the case, then we must act in all haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions. I don't think he's gonna
考えたくはないけど、お父様の身に何かあったのかもしれないしね。
Why are you still dragging your words out, Ava?
Why do you got the mocking tone going on? You're talking about, well, I mean, I guess if your father dies, like, that's fine.
Yeah,
Because,
that's honestly, like, yeah.
I know what he did to you. You're cool. I don't care. You can mock his death all you like.
That's right, although I don't want to think about it, it's possible something has happened to him, isn't it?
そのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。
I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility. Well, I mean, Nazi, you're probably gonna have to be looking for a body anyway, so
No one
you
had
just gotta keep that in mind.
No one had seen Kenzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come, but until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island.
Sorry.
The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they'd lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them had held their heads in their arms, while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokenjima. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa had made, which felt dry and tasteless.
Jean Coral!
Gotcha.
Jean, not John. Okay, that makes sense.
There we go.
It's presented by Jean Coral. I don't know if that's like the writer or the translator, but
Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. Hey, that's just your default state, Cat.
yeah. Oh, that might also be part of where I got John Locke from. It says it's from a series of letters addressed to J.G. Lockhart, which is John Gibson Lockhart.
Ah, yeah, there we go. It would also be rude to Kumasawa, who made the breakfast. Honestly, like, her feeling upset would be the lowest thing on my priorities.
Yeah, it's compiled by Jean Coral from a bunch of letters written by Sir Walter Scott addressed to J.G. Lockhart.
Kumasawa had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda died. A sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course no one made much progress. Then we began pulling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kiri, Aunt Rosa, Goda, and Shannon, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. Yet we still couldn't contact the police, since both the phone and radio were unusable. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Yeah, no, don't expect leadership from Kinzo.
He's the one that set all this shit up in the first place, so...
Goda hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had been taking a casual stroll, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. Despite that, he hadn't appeared. There's more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunt, On their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd search for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. Figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather had already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing.
私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりを確認してきます。
We will go check that all of the windows and doors are locked.
お父様も念入りに探さなければなりません。
We must also conduct a thorough search for father.
子供たちはこの部屋を出ないように。
The children must remain in this room.
エヴァさんと秀吉さんは申し訳あり
Eva
ません
and
が、
Hideyoshi,
ここで子供たちと
I'm
一緒
sorry,
にい
but
てく
please
ださ
stay
い。
here with the children. He obviously took a submarine away. Yeah.
南條先生もお願いいたします。
I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nancho.
わかりました。ここでお待ちしています。
I understand. I will wait here. Natsuhi followed the servants, Genji, Gomasawa, and Kanon out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the four of us children, a total of 7 people.
みんなで仲良くテレビでも見て待ってよな。
So I'll stick together and maybe watch some TV while we wait.
しかし、日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of the day on a Sunday. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere.
ろくな番組見る見る。
Good show. Watch it, watch it.
お、そうか。マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。
Oh, really? You
I
want to watch TV,
don't
Maria?
know what's going on with Maria there. Like, I can't tell if it just hasn't sunk in that, like, dead means never seeing again yet, or if, like, there's something supernatural fucky going on in her head.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be either one, or both.
Yeah. Also consider the fact that A, she believes in witches. B, what the end result of the epitaph is.
Yeah, then, like, the third option being, oh, that's fine, they'll get resurrected anyway.
Yep.
じゃ、おじさんと一緒に見ような。
And come and watch it with your uncle. Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Is it really normal for a 9-year-old like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas.
兄貴、聞いていいか？
George, can I ask you something?
なんだい？
What is it?
さっき倉庫で兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話をしたよな。
Just now in the storehouse, you said something about Shannon and a ring.
あれ、
Oof.
送ったのは兄貴か？
Did you give that to her? Yeah.
Oof. That's not the conversation you start right now. I don't care if you're curious, buddy.
Yeah.
Also, Battler, you're not very smart, man.
George didn't answer,
Like, of course he did.
but he hung his head and closed both his eyes. Be no clear response.
よせよバトラ
Quit it, Battler.
少しは察しろよ
Figure it out yourself.
だな。悪いことを聞いたぜ。
You're right. I shouldn't have asked.
He
Arm-
said sorry during that. Or forgive me, rather. Wadi. That's one of the words for forgiveness.
Yeah. But
They should have translated him apologizing to his cousin.
そうさ、僕だよ。彼女に
that's right. It was me. Last night,
昨べ求婚したんだ。
I proposed to her.
その時、指輪を渡した。
That was when I gave her the ring.
明日になったらそれを好きな指にはめて
I told her that tomorrow she should put it on whatever finger she wanted.
返事としてくれって
That's her answer.
気ざったらしいことを言ってね
Guess it was a pretty pretentious thing to say. Well, at least you kind
You
of
think?
acknowledge it.
Yeah. I mean, a little late now, but also, hey, well done.
A little bit of introspection. Then again, I think anybody would be feeling introspective right now.
It's true.
That ring had
Dude,
been...
I should have fucking picked up some goddamn, like, potato chips or something. It's like, I want to munch on something.
on the ring finger of Shannon's left hand.
数年前からシャドウに相談を受けてたぜ。
Well, several years ago, Shannon came to me asking for advice. So, lowball 5 years ago.
ジョージ兄さんのこと。
George!
About you, George.
She was 12! God damn it! Fuck! Son of a bitch! Sorry, I don't mean to peek my mic. I tried to turn around so it wouldn't, but...
It is what it is. I wonder what she could have said.
She was 12 and you were 18!
つくのが下手だったからよ。ジョージ兄さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。
And it was always really bad at lying. It was obvious pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about.
自分は
He asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to someone,
使用人の身分だけど、親しくしてもいいのだろうかとか、
even though she was only a servant.
男の人の好きそうなものは何かとか、
He asked about what kinds of things boys like,
どういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか、
what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy,
そんなことをいろいろとさ。
lots of stuff like that.
But Jessica, you were also like 11 or 12. How would you know that?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna say this was 3 years ago, not...
Yeah, even so. It's like 14.
Yeah, still, that's like at least an age where you're starting to get curious about that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna say they just misused several, and they should have said a few years ago.
I mean, it's honestly, I could see that considering how they've misused several other words before.
Mm-hmm. So,
Like, it happened today even, like with extraordinary. Extraordinary is normally used for neutral or positive things, not horrible, awful, negative things like, I don't know, finding 6 mutilated bodies in a storage shed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'd say probably...
I mean, yes, literally it's an extraordinary thing to have happen, but that's not how it's used anywhere in the English-speaking world, not even in the UK, where they do still use some of the more literal terms.
Yeah. So, I'd say probably, even though it's not that much better, probably like 3 years ago or something.
Yeah. God damn it.
Now, that
George!
that reminds me, I never did do my content warning at the start of the...
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Give me that. Let me grab that link from you. Copy link address.
Just in case. That way, anybody doing the lurky lurk can see if there's something they need to be cautious of.
Fuck, that's right. I need to make a sub badge too. Shit!
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Fuck! God damn it! I gotta make a sub badge. I gotta fuck with the channel point stuff. I gotta make emotes. God damn it!
Yeah, you've got a lot of things to do now. Apparently,
Someone-
apparently, the Golden Witch's magic made you an affiliate.
Yeah, I mean, hey, take me to the Golden Land.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, I can't stop thinking of that meme.
Yeah,
Oh. I just I said it with full knowledge of what I meant by Golden Land there, and then I realized a second later, like, hold on, that's not what the game means when it says Golden Land.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. But yeah, someone give me like $300 so I can hire another artist who is better at like emotes than I am. Because I've never done emotes before. I don't know how to make them.
Yeah, that's fair. Give me a second. My PNG tuber decided to fail on me. Should just take a second.
Yeah. No worries. Actually, I could do one of the Great Pentacles for my sub badge.
Ooh, yeah, that would work.
It'd be very fitting for me too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I couldn't do the Great Pentacle because it's way too detailed, and for such a small image, it would not work well.
なんつうのか、そのまあ焼けたぜ。
Maybe I should pick a specific demon then. I don't know. 'Cause the demon sigils are much less complicated and detailed than everything else is.
Yeah. Well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that.
それが婚約指輪を渡されて
And then she was given an engagement ring.
おしまいかよ。
And it all ended right there.
価値観は人それぞれだけどよ。男から求婚されるってのは
Different people valued things differently, but being proposed to by a
人
man,
生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ。
well, it can be the high point of your life. Okay, at least Jessica's
That's
saying it
incredibly
correctly.
sad. Like even thinking that it can be is incredibly sad. that's not this. I mean, that's not sexist in this one. It's very heteronormative, being proposed to by a man. You know, but,
Yeah.
but that's not.
Yeah,
It's not sexist at least, but it's still like it's super sad to think that like the proposal is the high point of your life.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know, man.
that's fair, but you know, for some
You'd
people,
think like the married years afterwards would be the high point, right? Like
Well-
that's why you're getting married.
yeah, but I suppose like it would be considered the start of the married life, so it's counted along those years, basically. Like,
I guess.
but
That's putting a lot of like doing a lot of work for the text, I think.
I mean that's also fair, but yeah, but I think generally speaking, the idea is getting married can be the high point of somebody's life.
Still think that's pretty sad, honestly.
きっと
Like you should be able to be happy and feel great on your own. Like not saying that you can't be lonely or anything, and that it's wrong to feel lonely, but like I do think that you should be able to be happy without being married.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely fair, but
If you can't, being married is not gonna fix you.
I mean, yeah, no, do not use marriage as a intended fix for your life. No person can fix you. Somebody can help you shoulder your burdens, absolutely, but you're still gonna have those burdens.
Yeah. Like the exception is like someone like me. It's like if I had a support network, okay, it's perfectly fine. And mostly what I need out of that isn't even like company or like someone like being like giving words of validation and affirmation and stuff like that. Like no. What I need is money.
Yeah,
That's all I need.
which, yeah. Speaking of, Cat is an affiliate. Subscribe to their channel.
If you want to and you are in a position to do so.
Yeah, like,
Real life for you should come before real life for me. Just go
yeah.
for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not put yourself out. That said,
Then again, $5 is $5. So
yeah, that said,
hell, I spent $5 a day. So like, I'm here bitching about money, but I still spent $5 a day. Well, it's like $4.50, but whatever.
but yeah, like,
I bought the last DLC pack for Barony that I didn't have.
gotcha.
昨夜のシャノンは
I'm sure last night, I'm sure Shannon was happy.
心の底か から。
Yeah, right up until she got fucking murdered.
From the bottom of her heart, happier than she's ever been since the day of her
生まれ
birth.
てから今までの中で
George sighed deeply without raising his head, or maybe tears had risen to his eyes.
シャノンは昨べゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。
Seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last
でも
night.
シャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスに帰るのを恥ずかしがって。
It sucks that he realizes this.
Yeah.
Like, I did not think he was going to realize it. Like, I figured he'd be, like, too much in shock and too, like, grief-stricken to realize that it was only people in the main house that died.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was gonna come up one way or the other, and he was gonna put two and two together that he was unfortunately the reason she came to this house.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, I didn't think it would happen this quickly, is what I mean.
Yeah, I get you, but either way, sucks to be you, man. You can't, like, for real people, you cannot do that to yourself.
Yeah.
You
Like,
could-
you know,
you
did
could-
you know that this was gonna happen if you did that? No? Then don't blame yourself, fucker.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's okay to feel that way, but you've got to, you know, let the logical part of your brain speak eventually and go, no, I didn't know. We
Yeah.
can't think of all the potential consequences of our actions.
Yeah, like it's the thing where people always say your feelings are valid. Of course they are. They're your feelings. It doesn't matter what the sources or the circumstances are. Your feelings are always going to be valid, as in like you are allowed to feel things,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you are allowed
And you're not
to feel
evil for
that.
feeling things.
Exactly. That is what acceptance is.
Yeah, you're not bad or wrong for feeling stuff. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you could be thinking some awful shit. But they're just thoughts, and you do need to let the logical part of your brain speak eventually, and not blame yourself constantly for something you could not have predicted. But because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with
お屋敷に
me,
行ってしまった。
she went over to the mansion.
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ。
Think about how Shannon must have felt.
婚約指輪をもらえばどんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって頭は真っ白になっちまうぜ。
When you receive an
How would you
engagement,
know that, Jessica?
when you receive an engagement ring, then no matter how much warning you've been given beforehand, perfectly normal to get so excited that your mind goes blank. I don't know, heard it from, you know, older adults, older teachers, things like that.
I guess.
But yeah, I mean,
Mostly
either
I
way,
was just like giving her shit for no real reason. So
yeah, either way, people, yeah.
気恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ。
I must have been incredibly embarrassed.
それでシャノン
I do not use the word embarrassed the same way as these people. I think.
Yeah, I mean, embarrassed to be seen like that, I could see, kind of. And that, like, you're just so full of emotion and so incapable of, like, communicating. You're like, I need to not be around people right now.
Yeah, I think like the main sticking point here is that I don't get embarrassed. Like I can't.
Yeah.
So like I'm doing things like with guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't know what fear or guilt or embarrassment is like. I'm just sort of like trying to memorize how they're used in sentences for other people. So
Yeah, that's fair. But basically, so flustered you can't speak, so you're kind of embarrassed that you're not coherent.
like mostly I just get angry when when I don't get my words out properly.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just get like frustrated at it.
That's also fair.
当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き、
And then Shannon went to the mansion even though she hadn't been assigned there.
そこで郷田さんの仕事を手伝い、
Helped Goda with his work.
事件に巻き込まれてしまった
Got caught up in this crime.
僕が
If only I hadn't
あの日
given her that ring. Again, you did not know. How could you know? You're not the one at fault. It's the shithead who killed her.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Richie.
あの場所で
Only I hadn't given her that ring on that
指輪なん
day.
か渡さなければ
In that place.
シャノンは
Shannon wouldn't have.
サヨは
Tayo wouldn't have
事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ
been caught up in that crime.
兄貴、それだけは違うぜ。
George, that's the one place you're wrong.
断じて違う。
It's definitely wrong.
だから、それ以上泣くんじゃね
So don't cry anymore.
No, he can cry if he fucking wants to.
Yeah, like,
Like, half his family and his fiance just fucking died. Like, he can cry if he wants to.
yeah.
I know, it's 40 years ago, it's all the fucking, like, toxic masculinity thing. Like, I get it, but also...
But also, like, I think, Battler's trying to make a point. Let's see.
バトラー君、そっとしてあげなさい。
Battler, let's leave him be. After Aunt Ava said that, I stopped talking to him. Place words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Yeah, that's also fair. Jessica sat down next to George and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about George and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort George now. Went over to Aunt Ava and sat down in the opposite sofa.
バトラー君は強いわね。
Battler, you really are strong.
もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
Looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself.
まあ、
Did you not, hear him earlier?
愛の
Like
深さ
30 minutes
が
ago?
傷の深さじゃないですか。
Yeah, like, you didn't hear him rambling. Granted, he kind of kept it isolated to that one incident and then just kind of sucked it up.
That's very true, but, like, also... You know, I don't think he really kept it together very well at all. Like,
Yeah.
goddamn.
Yeah, well, at the very least, he pulled himself together quickly, but no, he did not hold himself together.
Like, literally everyone but Jessica held it together better than him.
Yeah, a bit. Granted, I think George is having a rough time of it, because he's still, you know, going into tears.
Like, they're all having a rough time, I'm sure. Like,
Yeah.
people, well, maybe not Ava, but, like, Ava also didn't lose anyone she actually cared about, so.
Yeah. Anyway, well, look, the depth of love becomes the depth of the wound, right?
俺は別に、あんなクソ親父、どうしのうが知ったことじゃないし。
After all, it's not like how that old bastard died has anything to do with
キ
me.
リエさんは気の毒です
You said that, you say that now, but, like...
本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
I feel bad about Kiri, but, well, she wasn't actually my parent.
あら。という割には、さっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
Thank you, Ava.
My, if that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then.
まあ、
Give him a good old
育て
cupcake.
の親に対する恩は、あのくらい泣けば OK かと思いまして。
Well, I did think at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me.
Ava and Battler get along weirdly well because they're both, like, irreverent little shits, mostly.
Yeah. Granted, it depends, like... She hasn't really gone, like, full barb on him on anything that's actually important to him.
Yeah.
Like, the most she's prickled at him is at his, like, fear of fast-moving vehicles.
I actually completely fucking forgot about that.
Yeah. So she hasn't ribbed him on anything that, like, matters like she does with Natsuhi.
I hope his fear comes up again later in the story, like with actual narrative weight rather than just being played as a joke. Because otherwise, it's like, why was that scene there?
Holy shit, it got Natsuhi right.
Oh fuck! So it did.
Well then, anyway. Well, I did think at
And then
least
it just
that.
skipped it the next line.
Yeah. I did think at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me.
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。
The speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph. Yeah, like, you know, skirt chasing aside, they're very similar people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that and...
Even if you, like, really hate your fucking parents, there's gonna be some things that you just pick up from them no matter what.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Which sucks for me.
I'm just glad I didn't pick up my biological dad's bee allergy.
I mean, personality-wise, but yeah, that's fair.
Well,
Oh look, Captioner died.
so it did. Oh.
Let's hope, well, I mean, this time it stayed active for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and that's fine. I wish it stayed active the entire stream like it did the first time, but, you know.
Yeah. Go.
Testing, testing. There we go. Cool.
Alright.
I have a joke in mind for one of these times when we have to do that again, but I have to remember it
Yeah.
when it comes time.
あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、
That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry,
すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
but he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards.
そんなことはないっすよ。
Nothing like that.
俺だってまだまだ心のショックから立ち直れちゃいません。
I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet.
ただ俺がみんなと違うのはそれによってどういう感情が生み出されるかってことだと思います。
I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kinds of emotions that it stirred in me.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? In acting much calmer than George and Jessica, that wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. Sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different
悲しい
emotion,
っていうよりは
rather than sad.
腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。
I'd say I'm more pissed off.
どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。
What bastard did this and where?
横っ面に一発お見舞いしてやらないことには腹の虫が収まらねえんです。
It's kinda had been eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. That's what I really wanted to do. And forgive myself who just sat here overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees.
親父たちが殺されて以降この島は台風に包まれたままです。
Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by the typhoon.
つまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎はまだこの島の中にいるってことです。
Which means the bastard responsible for all this is still somewhere on this island.
そういうことになるわね。
Yes, that would seem to be the case.
今も暗い森のどこかに身を潜めているのかしら。
Wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest even now. Felt like I'd had very similar
At least
conversations.
fucking Ava. At least Ava is like actually acknowledging the fact that like there could be another person just hiding out in the woods.
Yeah, I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kiri the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists.
エヴァおばさん この殺人。
Aunt Ava, do you think this murder
昨夜のベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連があるんでしょうかね。
has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night?
ああ、例の
Ah, that one.
さあ。
Ava is the last person I talked to about this because she and Hideyoshi are the only people that haven't lost like a family member they cared about.
This is very true.
Like George lost Shannon, and like everyone else had like either both parents die or one of the parents die.
Yeah. Ah, that one. Well, I wonder.
あの手紙はお父様が遺産
I'd
問
be
題
talking
に
nuts
絡
to
み
you
た
about
くて
this,
出
maybe.
した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだけれども、
All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's
それ
inheritance.
と今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
As to whether that and the case this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage.
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女がマリアに渡したんすかね。
It doesn't have to be by a witch battler. What the fuck, dude?
That letter really given to Maria by some witch called Beatrice?
You
ま
wench.
さか
How could it be?
全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。
All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it?
シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。
He made Shannon or someone wear the dress from the portrait and trick Maria, right?
お父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
Isn't that just the kind of overly intricate prank father would pull?
昨夜、キリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんですけど、
Last night, I talked with Kiri about whether Beatrice actually
キリエさん
exists.
も俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
And Kiri also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of
そ
us.
んなの当然
Yeah,
じゃ
and
ない。
Kiri's reasoning was fucking idiotic.
Yeah, isn't that obvious?
この島には私たちしかいないのよ。
There's no one else on this
How
island
do you
besides
know
us,
that,
right?
Ava? There's 10 square kilometers of bullshit that they can hide in.
なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
Then there must be someone amongst us who's pretending to be Beatrice.
この島には俺たち以外はいないで
There's no one else but us on this island.
すか。
You think?
当然でしょ。
Obviously, right?
私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの？
Are you saying there could be someone else here other than us?
この島には私たちしかいない。
No one is on this island except us.
18人しかいない。
There are, there are only 18 people.
なら
12 now.
ベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Yuri denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around, even though Aunt Ava hadn't constructed an argument that complicated. Her opinion was at least the same.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Kiri's argument. It's complicated.
If that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. I'm a Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words,
19人目がいないなら、
if there is no 19th person,
親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか。
then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right?
つまり、今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる。
So in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aunt Ava smiles.
Like, this is the one
meaningfully.
point where I have to stick to it and say, like, this is a criticism I have of the writing itself. Like, Kiri was supposed to be a very logical person, and in her blurb, it talks about how she's used to doing shady shit for Rudolph and with Rudolph.
Yeah.
So it's like she should have been able to tell that it is more likely for there to be a 19th person hiding out in the woods somewhere than it is for any one of the people inside the manor or on the manor grounds to be Beatrice. At least for a moment. Because, like, Maria knows Shannon well, and Shannon is not a very good actor.
I mean, well, I guess it's something. I don't know, actually. Anyway, let's move on. David
And she didn't even like use real fucking logic either. She used some stupid convoluted shit that has.
Looked like she thought that this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning.
犯人は倉庫の中に6人の遺体を運び込んだわ。
Culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse.
よく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。
But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think?
あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。
That shutter is always closed and locked, right?
つまり倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。
In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter.
わかる？
Understand?
たまたまその日シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は？
Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day?
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。
Like fastidious.
Yup.
So.
And really, all of them are, except with, like, the exception of maybe, I don't know, Sawa? But Kumasawa doesn't really do yard work, I'm guessing.
Yeah, she's mostly like errand runner.
Yeah, errand runner
and tea deliverer.
Yeah, and like, yeah, basically stuff that wouldn't kill an old lady. Servant said it's always kept locked.
つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
In other words, unless the culprit took the keys from the servant room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse.
鍵は使用人室の一つしかないんすかね。
I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one.
源氏さんはそうだと言ってるわ。
Genji said that was the case.
ということは犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。
Which means the culprit knew where that single key was kept and took it, unless they, I don't know, were here the year before and took an impression of that key?
Yeah. Or, you know, is a 19th person on the island, living in the woods, stole the key, made a mold, you know? Or, and more likely, just given the key by fucking Genji.
Yeah, I mean,
Under the orders of Kinzo. So,
yeah,
like,
I mean, if it is Beatrice, I mean, just go, hey, give me the fucking key.
yeah. No, of course, she wouldn't need the key in the first place. She has magic. But, like, they don't believe that yet, so.
Yeah. Just now, when I watched when Cannon returned the key to the servant
壁にびっ
room,
しりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にはどこに何がかけてあるのかわからなかった。
the wall was so packed with keys, and I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. That's at least eight.
Like, this is... Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But I think this is where the Chekhov's gun of Cannon not being able to lift bags of fertilizer up easily is going to come in.
Yeah.
He obviously can't carry the bodies. He can't even lift a fucking bag of fertilizer.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if Cannon was involved, he was an accomplice, not the main person.
And, like, I don't think Genji could do it either because he's, like, 70 years old.
I don't know. He looks really fucking fit, though.
He does look really fit, but he's also, like, 70 years old. Remember, Kraus is, like, 50-something, or was, like, 50-something.
Oh, yeah. Like, no, Genji...
So, assuming that Genji and Kinzo are about the same age, like, plus or minus 10 years on one side or the other,
yeah.
then Genji's, like, 70-something years old, 70 to 80, somewhere in there. Man's not carrying 6 bodies in a night. Maybe 1, not 6.
Granted, here's another option. Oda was the accomplice and was actually killed in the storehouse.
Goda, maybe, yeah, that could work. Although Goda's also, like, 40.
Sure, but, like, he's like, even
still a lot better.
Yeah, plus Battler goes, fuck, I thought I was big, but you're a fucking giant.
Yeah.
No.
Goda's enormous, and, you know, he does look fairly fit for a cook.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this man has done a lot. So, yeah, maybe Goda. Because Goda really should have been the one moving the fertilizer to begin with.
Yeah, and he just didn't because he's a dickhead.
Yep.
犯人はその中から倉庫の鍵を見事選び出したのよ。
Culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key among all of those.
しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解した。
Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden. I mean, fair point, Ava, but also, like, that is some mismanagement.
Yeah, the hooks themselves should have the what they go to on the sticker behind it.
Yeah, especially if you've got, like, a high turnover rate, like...
Or a large amount of, servants going in and out all the time.
Yeah.
Like they do on this island.
Yeah, like, they've said, like, usually people don't even last 3 years.
Like, someone, I think it was Bedwards, actually, asked me last stream, who I think would be capable of committing a murder of the 18. And I think, like, barring, like, probably just Maria, although Maria, under the right circumstances, could probably fucking do it too, honestly. You just have to tell her that, like, a witch wants her to do it, and, like, doing it will make her a witch. Anyhow, you have to construct a pretty good argument for her, like, know enough about, like, magic and all that stuff to fake it so that she would believe it. But anyway, all of them could kill someone, I think, under the right circumstances. But I say that as in, like as a crime of passion. I can see any one of them killing 1 or 2 people.
Yeah.
Not 6.
Yeah, who's going to kill 6+ people?
Yeah, 6+ people. Like, it's probably just going to be Kinzo, Genji, Kenon, and Kiri, I think, could do that.
I would add at least Ava to that list.
Maybe?
Either Ava or Rosa, because we've already seen Rosa can get fucking violent.
Yeah, but she also feels real bad about it, too, so...
I mean, she does.
Which does not make it better. It just means, like, going even further than that is less likely.
Yeah.
That's all I mean.
The argument you're making is she just wouldn't go further than that.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I can see it happening accidentally, but again, that's like a crime of passion sort of deal that I was just talking about.
Yeah.
She could definitely accidentally kill Maria. I see that.
Yeah, like...
On purpose?
Not likely. Granted,
yeah.
Maybe she could go, I want that money really, really badly. There's a lot of people that need to go away for me to do that.
It's true, but also she's dead, so...
Yeah. Granted,
she's not the one that did it.
Granted, we're assuming that it's one killer, or one or like a killer with an accomplice.
So are they.
Which they are doing that as well. But I'm suggesting the alternative of a couple murders happened, and then somebody took it further. But
okay, here's a scenario.
Yeah.
The people up late talking started, like, killing each other because, like, you know, tempers flared. And then Genji's like, "Oh fuck, we gotta clean this up."
And so would kill the killer and then move the bodies.
Yeah, but I don't think he would do that because Kinzo didn't order him to.
Well, we're assuming Kinzo didn't order him to.
That's true, but I genuinely don't think Kenzo ordered him to, because Kenzo just expects
Granted,
Kenzo just expects the demon's roulette to happen, right?
Yeah.
For the witch to take who she wants to take.
yeah. Then again, maybe Genji takes the epitaph as an implied order.
I don't know about that.
I mean, it's possible. Oh,
Feels
dude.
like mutilating them and like carving off their faces could have been like hide the evidence sort of deal.
Yeah.
That's
like
what I was thinking with that.
That's
but
all.
I don't think Genji would do that without direct orders.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, well, let's see.
ついでに言うと倉庫の場所すら理解してい
And
る
that means they also knew where the storehouse
もっ
was.
とはっきり断言するわ犯人は使用人室の内部にも熟知している
I'll say it even clearer, the culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. The bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden. There wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. Which is just bad business. Again, either the hooks or the keys themselves should be labeled.
Both, honestly, so you can like glance at it and say, "Look, that one's missing."
Yeah, exactly.
And you're like, oh, and if you find a key laying around, you can tell like what it is. God damn it. They're also ignoring the possibility of the lock being picked, which, yes, there are signs, little scratches on the metal and everything that you can look at for that, but they're not as obvious as people would think.
Yeah.
They're tiny, tiny little marks.
Yeah, they're pretty tiny.
You have to get in pretty close and know what you're looking for to be able to tell. Otherwise, the marks might just look like someone
Regular.
fucking up with the key and jamming it on the side on accident. You know?
Yeah, like regular wear and tear, basically.
Like there's a specific pattern to like picking a lock, and like, yes, I know how to pick a lock. I'm not very good at it anymore, but I can.
Yeah, this meant
So,
the
like,
culprit
I know
was
kind of what I'm
someone
talking about here.
who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. Family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that...
ってことは使用人の誰かが
Which means that one of the servants is the culprit.
悪いけどそれ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ
I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than
で
that.
も一つだけ教えられることがあるわ
However, I'll tell you one thing.
なんすか
What's that?
犯人、犯人たちは複数でそして十分な武装をしていたと考えられるわ
It's reasonable to think that the culprit, no, culprits are multiple in number and fairly well armed. Yeah, that's fair.
Honestly, I would have like armed security on an island like this. I know you can't do that in Japan because like guns are restricted to military personnel and police, and only under certain circumstances for police. But I'd still have armed guards on site because like I'm the head of the Ushiromiya family. I can just pay people to ignore it.
Yeah, like, absolutely. You probably could. And, like, even barring that, you know, a bunch of guards with, you know, legal weapons could still cause quite a bit of problems.
Oh yeah. I would probably have like 2 or 3 on staff, or not just on staff, but on the island at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 4, so like you could split the shifts up better.
Yeah, probably. Reasonable to think the culprit, no culprits already did
だってそう
that.
でしょ
They'd have to be, wouldn't they?
食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し合計6人分の遺体をようようとバラ庭園の向こうの倉庫まで運んで悪趣味な
Harry,
苦
I
情と
think,
落書きを
because there's no
残して
blood in the hallways, you'd be able to tell.
Yeah, they had to assault the four in the dining hall and kill them, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and the graffiti on the
これだ
shutter.
けのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょう。
There's no way that a single culprit could carry out all of that on their own, right?
If they were human, yeah.
Yeah, if they're humans, it made sense. It probably wouldn't have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. Probably
I don't
safe-
think Kenan was like involved in this either. I don't think he would kill Shannon, even
Yeah.
under orders.
Yeah, I couldn't picture that. At the very
Genji, maybe he would kill someone under orders. I'm pretty sure he would, in fact, but not Kenan. And Kenan wants to give off the impression that he would, but he absolutely the fuck would not.
yeah, that's
There's no way.
Yeah, that's definitely fair.
He's a baby-faced little twink. He's not doing it.
Yeah. It's probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved.
ひゅーってことはエヴァおばさんは使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろって言ってんすか？
So what you're saying is that maybe all of the servants were in cahoots.
静かになさいな。
Please keep it quiet, okay?
憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。
It'd be right to voice mere speculation like this.
それにもし本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？
And if it really is true, what would you do next?
彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。
They might not let us leave here
し
alive.
かも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと殺した相手なのよ。
This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Kraus and the 3 others.
今この部屋
Yeah,
に
Chris
残っていて
was a big
まともに
dude, too.
戦えそうな人間は
Or at least his art gave the impression that he was
せい
big.
ぜいバトラー君でいい
Yeah,
ね
at the very least, Rudolph was, because he's very much like Battler.
Mm-hmm. And if one person, like 2 people in the family, are going to be pretty big, then like the others have a fair chance of being fairly tall too.
Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family and maybe you, which comes to a total of 4 people, right?
状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。
We're no better off than they were last night. Except you...
You're a martial artist, Ava.
Yeah, first off, you're a martial artist. Second off, they no longer have the element of surprise.
Although they can still very easily have the element of surprise, because that's not knowing that something's going to happen. It's more the moment it happens, not knowing the moment it's going to. If you're staring at someone and you see them draw a knife, they don't have the element of surprise, of course. But if you're looking somewhere else and they draw the knife, yes, they do.
I mean,
Sort of
yeah,
thing.
true, but that's where the paranoia is about to come in, and they need to figure out who's most likely to do it and keep an eye on them so they do not have the element of surprise, which could cause
Well,
problems.
yeah, of course, but like these people aren't trained for that sort of thing, for like watchfulness and shit like that. So it's just sort of, you know.
簡単なことなのよ。
In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us. Been playing detective with Aunt Ava trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. Only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity, stick the proof in their face. I'm so sure that just like in those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way of them to fight back. Culprits behind
They'd
the
do it anyway, just for spite, honestly.
Yeah. Culprits behind this crime on this island were far from helpless. Might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. On top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we're at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits, and cause them to commit another mass murder.
あくまでも可能性の問題よ。
Well, it's just a possibility, right?
でも私は使用人の人たちをまだ信用できないわね。
But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet.
それに私は使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないわ。
And that doesn't mean I only suspect them.
さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思ってるわよ。
Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all this?
黒幕？
Mastermind?
どうしてですか？
Hmm? Why do you say that?
勘よ。使用人は書いて字のごとし。
Just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means.
誰かに使用されて手足となる存在よ。
It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right?
殺されたのは後ろ宮家の親族ばか
A bunch of Ushiromiya family members who got killed.
り。ならその結果で利害が発生する人間が関わるのは当然。
So naturally, there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. It was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. This case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel. Crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Ava had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they used different reasoning to get there.
Nah. I've already cut out like all of the servants in my own logic.
Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved.
だからなぜか気に入らねえんすよね。
And that's why
Because like
I don't like it.
they haven't mentioned that the lock has been changed in the last couple of years, so I assume that it hasn't. It could very easily be someone else any other time on the island just grabbed it at some point. Because like there's always a lot more people not on the island, or there's always a lot more people on the island that aren't now because of the conference. Like the conference specifically has fewer servants around. I don't remember why, but I remember that being said at some point. That like during the family conference, they keep a skeleton crew of servants around, basically. In the rest of the year, there's usually several more.
何の話？
So it's like this could have been very easily been planned for a very long time. They could have gotten the key years ago and just waited for the right moment to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean you don't like it?
あ、いえいえ、こっちの話っす。
Oh, just talking to myself. Tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. Just couldn't be satisfied with that. Tried spinning the chessboard around like I'd learned from Kiri. This was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves.
That's some fucking like detective fiction ass bullshit right there. Like, not that it happens in that this trope, like the characters in the detective fiction think like this, but just that because it's always common for the servants to do stuff, that means they can't be the one who does it. That's so that's so fucking ridiculous. Like, I agree that the servants definitely did not do this, but his reasoning to get there is just so fucking weird.
Well, his argument is that if it was a servant, they would be self-incriminating. Like,
yes, but he didn't say that. He said that it couldn't be them because it was too easy of a conclusion to reach.
Well, yes, that's his point. it's too easy of a conclusion to reach. So why would the killer do it that way?
You also said the other day, or at least I think it was the other day. It may have been today. I don't know. Bad brain. That the servants could do it, and like they would think that they would be free from suspicion because everyone would think they did it at first, so they couldn't possibly be too much suspicion, etc., etc.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm trying to say. No, I do know
Anyway.
what I'm trying to say, but I can't get the words to form properly.
Police would probably
upsetting.
immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come into light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, that's completely impossible.
God damn it, Battler. It's totally possible.
When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit.
Culprit no longer sounds like a word to me. Semantic satiation, yay.
So yeah, Higurashi is fictional in this. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni.
Hate is when they cry, yeah.
Every story needs to have a beginning, middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now,
Like, I can think of so many fucking ways that you can skirt like forensics, especially of this time period where they don't have like quite so advanced technology for it yet.
yeah.
Like, he's saying like, oh yeah, there's definitely some traces left behind. Yeah, but not any that like the modern police can actually do anything with. Like a lot of that path is fucking cobblestone and like concrete inside the building, right?
Yeah.
All you have to do is wrap your shoes in something.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like,
Wrap your shoes in like tarp or plastic wrap or a bag.
I think what Battler's getting at is it's not worth it enough for that double bluff.
Well, I mean, if you're going to commit a murder, you might as well go full hog with it and like go do everything you can to reduce the amount of clues you leave behind. No matter like
Oh yeah,
what
yeah.
your
Well,
plan is. Like
Oh,
wear
yeah.
your gloves all the time. Like put your fucking hand in a bag and like zip tie it around and zip tie the bag around.
Oh, yeah,
your
yeah,
wrist
like, no.
over top your jacket and everything, and then burn the jacket and the gloves afterwards.
yeah, no,
You know,
no.
wrap
what-
your shoes up in fucking plastic.
No, what I'm saying, Battler is saying, is that if it was the servants, they would have no reason to try and pull a double bluff by putting the bodies in a place that obviously the servants were the most likely to have access to,
Yeah.
to then get suspicion from the lay people, as in the remaining
I was
survivors
just-
off of themselves.
I get what you're saying there. I'm just talking about like the traces left behind bit of what he just said.
Oh, yeah.
Just that. It's like there's so many different ways that you can like
Yeah.
fuck with forensics so hard.
Yeah, right now we don't know where Grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. This state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer.
Like, I know some ways, alright? I shouldn't know those ways, but I do.
The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself.
Finally, Battler.
So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. Boom. Us. This is a message. Culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. Don't know what it is.
I love that it's bolding the actual proper conclusions for that he comes up with. Like, in his own brain, he's like putting special emphasis on the conclusions.
Yeah, like he's absolutely putting the puzzle pieces together as best as his brain can.
He's not very good at this, but
yeah, which
like, his logic is like shitty and spotty in a lot of places, and same with Kiri. I think Kiri's was more like a trouble with the writer, but in this case for Battler, he's young, he's not there yet, like he hasn't had a lot of practice or a lot of study, so like it's fine that he's fucking up the logic.
Yeah, no,
you don't want to in a situation like this, but it's fine that he does. It's fake.
Though I would say, if Battler survives this, he should consider a life as a private investigator.
Yes, absolutely. Or a detective of some kind in general.
But
man, now I want to start writing fucking Night of Fairy again. God damn it.
But yeah, like, ACAB, so private investigator.
Yeah, of course. All cops are bastards does not apply to fairy police, mostly because you don't want to call them bastards to their face. Just saying.
It took fairy police and made it furry police.
I mean, fair enough. At least with a mortal cop, you can like get away with some shit, but like a fairy cop, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd at the very least, have some cold iron on hand, have a salt circle, and then maybe I'd call them a bastard.
Salt doesn't work for fairies. And cold iron is not a specific thing. It's just a flowery way of saying steel or iron.
Yeah, I knew that.
So, like, when the stories... I'm just saying that for the benefit of, like, the audience, because a lot of people don't actually know that about, like, fantasy stuff. Cold iron is not a thing. It's not iron beaten into shape through raw brute strength like it's described.
Yeah.
Cold iron is just iron that's cooled after having been forged.
Yeah. By the way...
Yes?
Oh, I was just going to get into one other thing. Is like Eye of Newt and Tongue of Dog, or whatever. Those those were euphemisms. They're...
It's basically like code.
Yeah, they're code, basically. They're not actually those items. Like, Eye of Newt is...
Like mustard seed, right?
Yeah, mustard seed.
I think it's mustard seed.
Yeah, mustard seed. I'm pretty sure. And basically... oh, no, it's Breath of Dog.
Yeah.
And I think it's like Wolfsbane is what that is.
Aconite. That's what the scientific name for the family of plants is aconite.
Gotcha. But yeah, basically those were all code, euphemism, whatever.
Yeah. What was I saying? Right, the cold iron thing. That's just fancy, like in the stories. When they say cold iron, what they mean is the only way to like fight a fairy is to fucking gut the bastard.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Is like they're not going to respond to anything special. You just got to stab them a bunch.
Well, that and,
fairies don't have weaknesses for the most part. Like you just stab them a bunch.
Well, I think there's been some stories of using iron shackles.
Yeah, iron shackles. Yeah. But that's also because, like, fairies aren't usually depicted as having superhuman strength. They just have magic. You can still overpower them or, like, outrun them or whatever using normal means. In fact, that's actually a common thing, as if you challenge a fairy to a hunt, the fairy will hunt you, but if you succeed, they will fill your boots with gold. So basically, you have to survive until the dawn, is what it is. but you are immortal, a human. So like you can't run at superhuman speeds, obviously. So the fact that the fairy can't catch you and you succeeded, like there's even a chance of succeeding, means they can't run at superhuman speeds either. Like the fairies aren't, under most circumstances anyway, superhumanly strong or fast. They're just immortal and they have magic.
Yeah.
And those are the two like common things for all fairies.
Yeah.
Some fairies are superhumanly strong or fast, but only some.
Yeah, basically you got to know your types. And basically don't challenge the thing with horse legs to a running contest.
Yeah. And don't try and fight a Dullahan. Just don't.
Yeah, like, why the fuck would you?
Dullahan are undead in the first place. They're undead fairies. You can't kill them.
Anyway, at this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Well, Krause's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. Death of Dad and Kiri brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow, except she's not really being sorrowful right now. Uda's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon's death brought grief.
It's wrought iron specifically. Not just any iron, but it's raw iron. But that's because that's not something to do with cold iron, but that's something to do with the word iron. It used to be specifically called. It used to specifically refer to wrought iron. Gotcha. Cast iron and other stuff would be called other stuff.
Yeah, gotcha. And Shannon's death brought grief both to George, who had proposed to her, and Cannon, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots. But then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda and Shannon? At any rate, by this argument, grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. And Aunt Ava...
The modern functional equivalent of wrought iron is mild steel, also called low carbon steel. So yeah, it's not pure iron, but it's like very close to pure.
Even Aunt Ava, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, it was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. If you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Ava's name rises to the top of the list. I know what you're thinking, Battler.
Do you though?
嫌だな。内緒にしててくださいよ。
Huh? Oh no, please don't tell
あ
anybody
んなことやこんなことで頭をいっぱいにしてたなんて。
about how my head's full of obscene stuff.
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。
I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders.
どうせ疑われるだろうから、先に自己申告しておくわ。
Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open. Tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work.
Why would it work, Battler, in this situation? What the fuck, dude?
I guess trying to pretend that he wasn't thinking about it. But still, yeah, no, you're not that good.
遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。
The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings.
でも今や4兄弟は私一人。
But right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left.
後ろ宮家の全財産は全て私のものになるの。
All of the assets of the Ushiromiya family will become mine.
I'm gonna hit you with a I don't believe you.
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら予算か言えばシャレにならんっていうところっすね。
If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, could you give it a rest? It's not funny.
ごめんね。どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうから、ふざけただけよ。
I'm sorry, I was just fooling around since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over.
だからこの殺人は、私の立場から見れば、私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思ってるの。
That's why, from my
Oh, you never fixed the hook on my chat into yours.
Yeah, no. I'll have to see about that another time.
I just realized.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but I'll figure it out eventually. I might just redo the chat boxes entirely.
Yeah, might be a good call. Who knows?
That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me.
困ったことに。昨べのアリバイは弱いわ。
Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Yeah,
It's because you're weak.
Well, also because she left. Nobody alive saw her leave. And she went to bed with her husband, who would be an accomplice.
Oh, I know, I just...
Yeah,
because you're weak. It's because you're weak.
No, I got you were joking, but I was just, like, voicing the full thought out loud.
Yeah, of course.
聞かせてもらってもいいですか？昨べのことを。
Could you tell me a bit more about last night?
バトラ君たちも知っている通り、兄弟が遺産をどう食いちぎり合うかという話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。
As you know, the discussion between siblings of how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late in the night.
でも何時まで
It's interesting how she's actually humoring him here, because he's like 17, right?
Mhm.
She's 50 or so, give or take a couple years. I cannot think of a single 50-year-old person who would take me seriously at 17.
Yeah?
For something like this, at least.
Yeah, though...
I actually, no, never mind. I can think of one person, but he's dead, so
Yeah.
let's not get there.
Though I would also point out, he is probably, at most next to Genji, the largest motherfucker here.
That's true.
So if he gets too suspicious, he's the one who's actually going to have any possibility of, wrangling you.
Yeah, but also at the same time, like, he's not a trained fighter. Just kick him in the nuts real hard, Ava.
I mean, that is very true. But at the very least, in real life, you want to avoid a combat even if you're very good. If you can manage it.
Oh yeah, believe me, I know.
Yeah, like, I'm saying this for benefit of the audience. But, avoid a fight because, yeah, maybe you win. But you could sustain injuries, you could have any number of bad things happen to you that, sure, you won the combat, but there's some issues afterwards. So
Yeah, this is also the reason why, like, bears even get scared away by, like, you, like, black bear specifically. Don't try this on a brown bear. By you just, like, raising your arms up in the air and shouting at them. Because, like, they don't know that they can just fucking murder you. They don't know that. They just see a relatively big animal yelling at them and being aggressive. So they're like, oh, fuck. Even if I won, they could probably hurt me pretty bad.
Yep, exactly. And yeah, do not try that with a brown bear. Brown bears will just kill you.
Yeah, and this, like, wolves also don't generally attack humans for the same fucking reason.
Yeah.
The only time they'll attack is if you're alone and they're starving.
Yeah, exactly. Wolves...
If you're alone and they aren't, and they're starving, they will attack you. But that's it. That's the only time.
Yeah, like, generally speaking, a lot of animals avoid fights where they are not absolutely certain they're going to win.
Yeah, and even, like, if they're absolutely certain they're going to win, they'll avoid the fights sometimes, too. Anyway, just because, like, yeah, they win, but how hurt are they afterwards?
Yeah, rather,
and
I should put
in
it...
the woods, you don't have medical care.
Yeah, rather, I should put it, a animal won't get involved, even predator animals will not get involved in a altercation of any sort unless they're absolutely certain they will be able to do it cleanly.
Yeah, like
a bear goes after fish because a fish cannot fight back.
Yeah, how often do you find an animal that just fights other animals? If it's a predator, right?
Yeah.
It's not very fucking often. Even humans don't, like, fight other animals. We hunt from ambush or predator, or not predator, persistence hunt.
Yeah.
Like, we do all these, everything except for fighting straight up.
Yeah.
Nothing likes to fight straight up.
Nothing likes to fight straight up. At least for getting its meals.
Yeah. Everything likes to fight straight up when it's defending themselves.
Yeah. But that was more, like, covering for, like, you know, fights for dominance, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Even those aren't, like, real fights. Like, they're not trying to kill each other. They're just, like, trying to display, like, how much stronger they are than the other.
Yeah, though those things can get deadly.
They can get deadly, yeah, but it's not common.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's common, but it's not like a, 50-50 shot sort of deal.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway. So, in this situation, it would actually benefit them to, whoever the killer is, to humor Battler and try to get as much suspicion off of them as possible. Battler is the one person who's the biggest and could potentially actually hurt them, even if, in the end, they won the altercation. That's my view on it, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let me see,
私と主人は朝が早かったからね。
My husband and I had woken up early that morning.
もう眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。
We were so sleepy, and a little past midnight, they let us go.
そしてゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
We then returned to the guest house and rested there.
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証明できるっすか？
Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove
いや
that?
いや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
No, wait, it's not like I suspect you or anything, okay?
あら、どうだか。
Oh, are you sure about that?
証明になるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきた時、源氏さんに出迎えを受けてタオルはいるかと聞かれたわ。
I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji, who asked if we needed the towel.
だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。
I think that should be enough to prove that we returned to the guest house a little after
もっ
midnight.
とも私の仮説通り使用人たちもグルなのだとしたらこんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
Though if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi.
確かにそうっすね。ってことは、俺、今、真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか？
Hey, you've got a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh?
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど、遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわよ。
However, let me say this for my honor's sake. I was after the inheritance. I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders.
だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。
After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died.
むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。
It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents. Are you sure about that? I don't think people would believe that all of your siblings died in an accident. On the same day. While you were there.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What's
I
up?
got a text message from my housemate saying they can't reach the sodas on top of the fridge, and I'm like, what?
Well, okay.
You're like 2 inches shorter than me. Come the fuck on. I mean, it's time for a bio break anyway, but I'm still just sort of like, what?
Yep, so bio break time, folks.
As the song fades out.
Alright. We're
So
back.
I got nachos while in the middle of that. Like I got the rest of my nachos because like I said I wanted some chips, so these were the only chips I had.
Yep.
But more importantly, that was I Love 64 and Stalkers by Mind in a Box. And I meant to say this at the beginning of the stream, but I forgot. We started off with 8 bits from Mind in a Box as well. So if anyone wants to try and find those songs, there you go.
Yep.
Honestly, like I really, really love their music. Like it's the most cyberpunk music I've ever heard, I guess you would call it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like as you listen to more of their music, like you'll definitely get more and more of the cyberpunky bullshit.
For sure.
Like especially the song called Amnesia. That one's also really good.
Alright, it'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents.
使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたなら、なおさらそうするでしょうよ。
Especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plan that involved even the servants.
確かにそうっすね。
Got a point there?
営利で人を殺すなら、それは常に殺人に見せるべきではない。
If you're killing someone for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder. Also, just remembered, we didn't actually look at Shannon's system, like, for a murder.
Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Yeah, alright.
そういうことよ。だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。
Exactly, that's why I'm in such a blue mood.
警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。
Police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things.
やだやだ。
Not fun at all. Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Ava as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. Why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered.
And there's no way for you to know the motive of what's going on here, honestly.
Yeah.
You would assume that it's because, like, hey, it's Inheritance Day, of course. You know, that's the easy one. But there's also a whole bunch of weird shit going on, like, and I'm not even talking about, like, explicitly, yes, it is truly supernatural, and you guys know this sort of deal, but, like Kinzo is into dark magic and occultism. And then there's the, what the fuck's it called? The letter. There we go. The letter from Beatrice. Like, there's so many different possibilities here that it's impossible to actually, like, figure out what the motive is. You can narrow it down to a few options, but that's it. That's all you got.
And then you got, like, child slave labor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not slave labor, but child labor.
Yeah, they're getting paid, but also child labor.
Yeah. But, child labor and convincing people that they're furniture.
Yeah.
Then we have Goda, who for some... I mean, obviously Goda's dead, but Goda is a person who, for some reason, lost their job and now has this job. So, yeah, we know the story of why that hotel closed. But is that all there is? Does Goda have more details that make him a worse person than just a shitheel?
Oh, of course. And, in the context of a visual novel, there's obviously, like, some very heavy restrictions on what could the possibilities be. Like, obviously, we were just talking about this earlier, the thing about, like, someone 3 years ago or whatever going and getting this key and then making a copy back then. Obviously, that can happen in real life. Someone can have that happen, and people have done shit like that to, like, make murders easier or crimes easier in general. However, that obviously that's not how it happened in this, because visual novels and stories in general are by necessity limited in scope.
Yeah. Granted, it's possible in that. Also, gosh damn, am I bouncy today? I might have to get this retooled a little bit. Because sometimes.
Little too bouncy?
Yeah, a little too bouncy, and. Sometimes the program does that when it updates.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
As you were saying.
limited in scope. It could be, because we do kind of have something of a Chekhov's gun in that Battler wasn't here for the previous, however, like 6 years, was it? Yeah, 6.
Mm-hmm.
So, Battler, as our main point of view character, even though we do get others' thoughts, was not around to see anything suspicious. Like setting up,
There's that, but I think it may more be like the same kind of plot device that you have, like, the amnesia trope or the isekai person or like stranger in a strange land sort of deal.
Yeah, where
like,
it's more.
Whereas like, because he's new, he explains things and asks questions that the readers will want to know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he does not know the relationship between George and Shannon.
Therefore, it gets to come up in a organic way later.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's nothing like weird about like the questions he's asking or anything like that. If you had been here before multiple times in the past couple of years, those questions would be weird.
Yeah, and
right?
like not knowing.
And it is like a weird break in the narrative or in the narration when Battler stops an entire scene to explain like 3 paragraphs of Ushiromiya family history. You want to cut down on that sort of thing as much as possible, but you can't cut it all down because the people reading need to know those things, right?
Yeah,
so like,
yeah, we need, first off, the Ushiromiya family history. That's going to be important. For a lot of reasons, because obviously we're going to deal with who the fuck even is Beatrice. Like, obviously a witch, but who was she as a person before the witch thing?
yeah. So like that's this is the Doylist reason why Battler doesn't have hasn't been here in a while. Now he like the Ryukishi may have given turn this into a real plot device, like you say, a Chekhov's gun. I don't know if that's actually the case.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah,
but
it could be either way.
There's the Doylist reason too.
Yeah, there's definitely and Doylist reason for people who don't know is, let's go with the simplest explanation first.
No, that's Doylist means like the metatextual reason for things.
Oh yeah, the metatextual.
Like because it refers to like it's used in the context of Doylist as opposed to Watsonian. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Sir
right.
Conan Doyle.
Yeah, sorry, I was mixing up Doylist and Watsonian.
Yeah.
That's what
Watsonian is in the text reasoning, so it's like it's here. This is right here. This is Watsonian.
Yeah, so like the Watsonian explanation for the crime would mostly be that one of the servants did it.
Yeah, like the Doylist thing is like why did the author set these things up the way that they did?
Yeah.
And of course, this is the case for the amnesia trope, the isekai thing, the foreign person coming to a new land sort of thing, like so that the people have reasons and opportunity to ask questions that the readers will want and need to know for the narrative to work.
Yeah, exactly. For sure.
It refers to like how you structure the story in general because of reasons outside of the story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So in a lot of cases, like the isekai plot is there, like the reincarnated another world into a life where your life is cozier and you have power and you can change the things that you don't like about your world, right? About your life.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Doyleist reason, is that the escapism of that. That's why they write in the Isekai in the first place.
Yeah.
But like it started because people wanted to explore a fantasy thing with not knowing, with the main character not knowing anything, but not using the same old, like, from a like a country boy or an amnesiac trope over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, there's the escapist part of it. There's the
There's also the reason why we almost never come into an adventure with a seasoned adventurer main character.
Yeah, exactly, because it's much easier to have things organically explained to the audience if the protagonist or somebody in the protagonist party at least does not have a fucking clue.
Yeah. This is also like, I can't remember the exact term now, but it's like the reader insert character. It's the not insert, but
the reader perspective character, basically. Gosh.
I assume you also can't think of it?
Yeah.
I don't know, I get fucking brain bad. But, like, the Doyleist reason for Well of Souls even existing in the first place, like what I was doing with that, is I wanted to write a story where I used dice rolls and TTRPG stuff, like the story is not, the story of the world are not lit RPGs. There are no RPG mechanics in the world. I just use the RPG mechanics to describe what happens in the world rather than the other way around. The Doyleist reason for that existing, and why I set it up that way in the first place, is I just wanted to run an experiment where I wrote a book or a short story or whatever, using it as a way to decide how battles go.
Surrogate,
right?
Audience surrogate.
Yes, thank you, surrogate. That's exactly right. So like that's the metatextual reason, and the metatextual reason why I made Alice Gwyneth Rhea Ravenwood the way that I did is because I wanted to write something with a main character that could shapeshift or steal other people's power, like the other character's power, and I wanted it to be like a monster race, right, of some kind, something that's traditionally viewed as the bad guy. And this is actually because, like, that time I reincarnated as a slime was airing, that season was airing at the time, and I was watching it, and I was just like, this seems like a really cool idea to play around with. I wonder how, like, fucked up I can make that.
Yeah, though I do...
But I didn't want to do a slime because I felt like too close to that time I reincarnated as a slime.
Yeah, so. Which I do have to laugh because my roommate, when I told him that I'm going to have a slime as my avatar, apparently he thought I was going to do something like Rimuru.
No, absolutely not. You're an actual slime person.
Yeah, like an actual slime person. Granted, I wouldn't be opposed to, like, one sprite that's that, just kind of for ha-has.
Yeah. And then, like, the Watsonian reason why Gwyneth becomes a vampire is because, according to the logic of the world, if you stop a Dark Lord from happening, the built-up resentment snowballs and keeps going and travels somewhere else and then creates another Dark Lord elsewhere. And one of my players' characters is supposed to stop a Dark Lord from forming in another place before Gwyneth becomes a vampire, and the vampire that turns her is supposed to be that Dark Lord's servant.
Yeah.
Ta-da. That's the reason. And of course, the reason why that person was even turning into a Dark Lord to begin with was because their characters in another campaign stop a different Dark Lord.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
yeah, but
the in-text reason.
Yeah. Anyway, we've spent a lot of time on that when that was a tangent.
Well, I mean that's a tangent, but it's also like kind of required, because what we're doing here is not just reading it and narrating it, but also examining it, critiquing it, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, I think that's about wrapped up. I don't get
kind
it.
of the point of us doing this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, absolutely. Like, I do love the conversation. I'm just like, yeah, that's probably enough explanation on those 2 points. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they...
I'm gonna hit you with the red text, buddy. No, they're not.
Aunt Ava didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. I looked over the parlor, saw George and the others gathered, talking. Looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter.
No, that sucks for them. Like, they don't even have, like, cell phones they can look this stuff up on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Guess who they're gonna have to fucking rely on?
Fucking Maria.
Fucking Maria. Granted, she knows a lot, but it's also like, oh no. A literal 9-year-old is the one who has the most information about that aspect.
Yeah, but I also don't think she's read the Lesser Key of Solomon.
Funny story about that. She's about to have the very correct information.
Interesting. All right.
I guess Lesser Key of Solomon was at her local library?
Oh yeah, it's definitely in your local library. It's not like a rare book or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not a rare book, but I'm just saying. 1980s Japan. I don't necessarily know that the Lesser Key of Solomon was in their local library.
Like, it was in Texas when I, like, in my school library in Texas when I was growing up. It's just like under the, like, religious occult section sort of deal, under the decimal system. I don't remember which one it was in, but something like that.
As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. See, since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, he might understand what it meant.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。
I think it was probably something like that.
十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。
There was a mark that looked like a variation of cross.
そしてこんな感じで
Spoilers, it's not a
外周の
crucifix.
円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、十字架の上下左右の辺とその四隅にも何か書かれていたんや。
And then surrounding the circle, all around the perimeter, were these closely packed strange letters on all 4 sides of the cross, and in the 4 corners there was something written.
アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。
It didn't look like the alphabet or something
あ
like
れ
that.
はよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
It's what they call ancient characters. That's called Hebrew, my dude. Or Latin.
This one's Hebrew, I think.
あと演習部の頂点に
Right, like, parts of it look like Hebrew, but parts of it don't.
And around the
Like,
top
there's
of the
definitely Latin around the edge, but
yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at it now as well.
And around the top of the circumference there was a
小
small
さな
mark.
丸を5つ十字状に並べそれぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
5 small circles arranged in a plus sign, and a straight line connecting them.
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあっ
4
た
small
で。
circles.
Yeah.
They got that part wrong. But this is like a really minor detail. It doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, there definitely was something like that drawn there. Yep, there's no mistake.
It
in
would
the
matter
shape.
if you were trying to actually use it as described here, but like that's
I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. Yeah, here we get a much clearer look at it. Granted, you still can't read
the
the
writing is different.
From what I'd heard, this was...
The writing is very different.
Yeah, from what I heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse, a material that looked like blood. Just say it's fucking blood already narrative. See, this sure is unsettling.
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを書きたがるの
Well,
は
actually,
小さなだけだ
I
ろ。
know why they're doing this. Like, I'm bitching and moaning, but the reason they're saying it looks like blood is so they can show it more. Like, on screen.
Damn it. this file got corrupted. Hold on, let me try that again.
But yeah, I think the reason they're doing that is so they don't have to do the Danganronpa thing of making it fucking pink. Or bashing up against, like, really weird content warnings. Or content restrictions that exist in Japan.
Yeah. 1 second.
Grandfather's probably the only one who'd want to draw something this weird.
どこに行っちまったんだ。
Seriously, where did he go?
捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
This is what it actually looks like.
I want to grab him and ask what the hell this was supposed to mean.
We can't go back in the images, the
No.
screens that it had, right? Damn it! Because I was gonna compare them so you could like see them on screen. But...
Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit. She seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. There we go.
Damn it! Okay, I just closed it. Hold on a second. Didn't expect it to come up again.
Oh yeah, I should have said, yeah.
Here we go. As you can see, the writing is all different. Like, everything about the writing is different.
Yeah, the writing is very different. Like, much smaller characters.
And of course, the corruption here on this symbol at the top could just be because like it's blood and it's flowing, and like there was also rain. Like, it's not gonna stick that long.
Yeah, also...
It's not gonna stick in that shape.
Edwards does kind of have a good point. It is kind of emphasizing the fact that they cannot say for absolutely 100% certain that mark is blood unless it was flowing out of the person.
Yeah.
Either that, or unless they tasted it, I guess. And you go, yeah, that's blood. But you're not gonna fucking do that.
That was gonna be the next joke I said. It was just like, lick it. Fuck. Damn it. But yeah, like
But yeah, the writing is very different, like, especially, like, when we're talking about, like, the stuff on the cross here. Though I think it could be that this correlates to this? Oh, sorry, I'm not doing the game. Where this correlates to what's written on the outside.
Yeah, but then, like, where's this symbol in the middle? Of the ring.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but possibly, huh?
Like the side writings here could
this
be.
almost looks like it's a set of numbers, almost like 182.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
can you turn off the text box for a second?
Oh yeah, actually could do that. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the writing around the edges is definitely different. This is not Latin. Whatever the fuck it is, this is not Latin.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this all is Hebrew. Is what they're about to say.
But I don't know. A lot of this they don't look like the same letters even in Hebrew.
Yeah, but let's move forward.
Like
and
this
see what
bit
they
right
have to
here
say
could
to
be
us.
like in the top left, or not the top left, but like the center left, center upper left, I guess. This bit right here does look like it could be, but none of the others matches up at all.
Yeah, of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiromiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning. It meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right, and the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of the message, disappeared off to?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい?
Does this shape ring any bells? Ria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shuttered clothes around her mother's corpse.
Oh my gods, I know why she's using this seventh pentacle of the sun.
Oh?
The spirits of the seventh pinnacle of the sun have great power for deliverance from bondage.
Yep, I'm almost certain.
This pinnacle grants freedom for those who have become imprisoned or detained.
Yes. That's exactly what it is. I'm almost certain. My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross.
ああ、確かにこんなデザインや。
He will immediately be delivered and set at liberty. Yeah, that's that's really good.
Yeah,
All right.
it certainly does have that kind
と
of
いうこ
design.
とはそのどこぞの国と何か関係があるんか？
Does that mean it has something to do with Germany? No.
その国の従
Not
事
even a
者
little.
はもともと聖地巡礼者を守るための騎士修道士たちの紋章
The
だった
Knights
そう
Templar.
ですね。
Yeah.
Yeah, the German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places.
つまりこの魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。
So in other words,
This is what
magic
happens when you
circle
misdraw your fucking circles. By the way, this is what happens.
might have some religious meaning. Yeah. A lot of confusion.
ますます
Don't fuck up your
ちんぷん
circle,
かん
guys.
ぷんだぜ。
This is starting to sound like gibberish when I looked over at all of them.
Yeah, imagine how it feels to the spirits who are supposed to answer those fucking circles. How it feels to them. It's not even the right circle. I mean, it looks like it, but it's not quite there.
Something shocked me. Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face.
That's some fisheye lens right there.
Yep. Almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. An expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. And
Then her
laughed.
eyes go dark. Oh no.
that eerie, jarring laugh. Something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. Oh.
What the fuck? All right.
Yeah.
I don't think she's normal right now.
全然違うよみんな。
You people aren't even close.
Oh yeah, she's being possessed by fucking Beatrice right now, isn't she? There's no way she's not.
I'll be honest. I think this
It's
is...
even playing the song that was playing during her letter.
Yeah. She is, at the very least, role-playing Beatrice.
Yeah.
You people aren't even close.
こんなの見てわかんないかな。
Can't you tell just by looking? While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. For a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. But her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria.
これは太陽の7の魔
Yes,
法
because it
陣だよ。
does.
This is the seventh magic circle of the sun.
書かれてる文字はヘブライ語。
The characters are written in Hebrew.
貸して。
Give it here.
ああ、
Ah, sure. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn.
ね。こんな図形だったんじゃないかな。
See? It looked sort of like this, right?
そんな
Yeah, she's doing her messenger thing right now.
Yes, it was.
マリア、すごいな。
Maria, incredible.
She doesn't have her vocal tick right now. That means she's not her.
You really do know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw him, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
天地と左右に書かれているのは風化水道を司る天使たちの名。
Written on the top and bottom and left and right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and
カ
water.
サン、アレル、フォルラク、そしてタリアハド。
So, Jason, RL, Orlok, and Taliahad.
そして斜め四方には4代の王たちの名。
The name of the four corners are the names of the four great
アリエ
kings.
ル、セラフ、タルシス、ケルブ。
I'm just letting her pronunciation stand on those names.
Ariel, Seraph, Tharsis, and Cherub.
合ってる？
Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they'd seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. Maria asked them whether it matched. Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
間違いない。そうや。確かにこんな文字が書かれとった。
There's no mistake, that's it. I'm sure there were characters that looked like that.
なんでこんなん書けるんや。
How are you able to write something like that?
あと、演習部にも文字が書かれておりました。
That should all be Latin.
There were
In-
also
in, around the
characters
circle.
written around the circumference.
わかってるよ。こうでしょ？
I know, like this, right? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing.
旧
No,
約
it
聖
should be
書の
Latin.
詩編第116編の16節と17節だよ。
It's from the Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verses of the 116th Psalm.
聖書くらい読んでなきゃ。
Must have at least read the Bible, right? Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, George returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
すごいね。驚いたよ。
That's incredible.
I
I'm
can't
surprised.
read the writing on this low not low poly, but low pixel fucking version that I got from Wikipedia.
So, what meaning does this magic circle have?
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。
A magic circle to borrow the power of the
黄
sun.
金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも、束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる力を授けられる。
He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom.
束縛から逃れ、
Break free from bonds
自由を得られる。
and gain freedom.
意味深だぜ。
Sounds deep.
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。
The word bonds is not limited in its interpretation to some kind of physical object.
だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。
Therefore, it does not only hold meaning for people locked up in an actual
し
jail.
がらみや逃れぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
It can also refer to the release from mental bonds such as ties of obligation and inescapable fate.
Yeah, the freedom.
Yeah, freedom in the truest sense.
I can just imagine Beatrice, like, as soon as, like, the contract was fulfilled, her just, like, screaming freedom, like, all, all fucking Mel, was it Mel Brooks?
Yeah,
Who did that, or is it Gibson? I think it's Brooks.
Brooks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Brooks.
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ
It's just, like, screaming freedom!
Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say?
No, I'm pretty sure it's Gibson. Yeah, because Mel Brooks is a writer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's also
Gibson.
pretty deep.
しかしさっぱりそれとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。
But I really don't understand. What does that have to do with those 6 bodies?
束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんやで。
Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse, weren't they?
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。
Yeah, it's not like the magic circle was drawn for their sakes. They were already dead. Most likely.
Yeah,
魔
probably.
法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょう。
The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic
お気
circle.
の毒だよ。
It's truly pitiable.
どういう意味だい？魔法陣のために6人がいるってのは一体。
What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle? Maria lifted up her pointed finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us.
それは演習部に書いてるよ。
That's written around the circumference.
読めないかな。
Can't you read it?
詩編第116編16節と17節。
Psalms chapter 116 versus 16 and 17.
読んであげる
Should I
よ
be reading Maria's things right now? Because, like, I am 98% sure that this is actually Beatrice talking, and not Maria.
I'll let you read the next line.
Okay.
Next line forwards, while she's acting like this.
主は私の枷を解かれました
The
私
Lord
は
has
あなた
freed
に
me from
感謝
my
の生
chains.
贄を
I will offer
捧
to
げ
you the
主の
sacrifice of
皆を呼ぶ
thanksgiving
で
and
しょ
call on the name of the Lord.
うね
See?
ねって
See, you say.
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Sacrifice of thanksgiving.
てな
Sacrifice of gratitude.
You're saying
Yeah, there
they're
you go.
human sacrifices. Yeah, Battler's got it.
Finally.
If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that the sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. Heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked, and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing. We couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. Won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for crap like that?
Just a side note, the seventh pinnacle of the sun does not require a sacrifice to
Yeah.
do. You just carve it into a medallion.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's not a...
That's how like almost all of that old magic works, is like you don't actually need blood or sacrifice or anything like that for the most part.
You
You
just...
just carve it into a specific kind of metal, depending on the circle.
Yeah, you just know the thing. You know
Yeah,
what?
it's I've seen stuff that you need clay tablets for. I've seen stuff that you need copper, gold, silver,
Yeah, obtain the...
bronze, iron sometimes.
Yeah, obtain the material that is usable for that magic, and then have the specific circle that you know how to make.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta like consecrate the metal under like moonlight or in the sun or during a rain or something like that. But like you almost never do you need blood.
Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of that blood stuff is really just connected to, like, really racist tropes about either Jewish people or South and Central America.
Yeah. Aztecs, for example. And yes, the Aztecs did do blood sacrifice, but not they
Not
didn't do blood magic.
Yeah, not in the abundance that their conquerors would have suggested.
Actually, I was doing some research into this a couple of months ago, but I don't actually remember the exact frequency. Aztecs do live sacrifice. A lot of the times, their live sacrifices were also like goats and shit. So
Yeah, plus there's that. And that was common everywhere.
in the capital, it was 60 victims per sacrifice and 18 times a year. So like a couple hundred people for the entire empire.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
so-
it's not. That sounds like a lot, but not that much.
yeah, not for a vast spanning empire. But we'll assume that Beatrice's needs something that, well, not sacrilegious exactly, but that grotesque.
Yeah.
Plus, it's also kind of taking back a bit of what belongs to her from the Ushiramiya family.
Yeah, and just as a side note, Aztecs, they weren't sacrificing humans because like they wanted to or they liked it, but because they believed that the current god that reigned over the world was an angry, evil motherfucker, and they needed to appease him to keep him from drowning or burning the world or whatever. I don't remember the exact legend, but it has to do with the creation myth of the Aztec religion.
Yep. Which, long story short, this is not in that mythos, this is not the first world, and there have been several iterations that have been calamitized in various ways, and so the sacrifices
this is supposed to be the fifth
avoid
world.
that. Fifth world, got it.
Yes, it's called the Legend of the Five Sons.
Yeah, I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. And I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness. I broke from
Maybe
the
the sixth
circle
world? Remember.
everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. You're correct about that, Battler.
Yeah. Most of the sorry, I've still got to open this. Most of the blood sacrifice that the Aztecs did was not like lethal. What they'd do is like they'd pierce themselves with like thorns, and like they offer that on like altars and stuff like that.
Yeah, so
usually specifically like their tongues or their earlobes or whatever.
Yeah, so there you go. Not a lot of actual like, we are going to kill this person.
Yeah, like it's definitely like a lot of bodies dropping every year, but not for an empire. Like it's a very small amount, like contextually.
Yeah, like it's one of those things. Like, just for sake of example, though, this is going to get weirdly political for a second. The protests that included the autonomous zone over in Washington, Chaz or whatever it was. People complained about, well, the murders and deaths and such, but it actually wasn't deviating at all from the murder rate in that state and in that city. So it was just something where you can politically emphasize something without it actually being too out of the norm. Or too abundant.
Like the Aztecs definitely weren't like good people. I'm not saying that, but
like it's more that they weren't more evil than the next place that killed for religious reasons.
Yeah, of course.
But their conquerors...
Although they are one of the few that did it, like, ritually.
Yeah, but their conquerors, who also killed for religious reasons, wanted to create a dividing line and justify their conquering by saying, look how savage they are.
Yeah. So I think when the Legends was, like, a human sacrifice every 10 minutes, or something like that, it's just like, that is absurd.
Yeah, they run out of people.
That is such a huge amount of bodies.
Yeah, they would run out of people very quickly. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. Phone and
That's
radio.
144 people a day, just so you know.
Phone and
a phenomenal amount of killing.
Yeah, like, it's basically saying per day what was actually per year. Obviously with a deviation of 40 people, but you get what I'm saying. It's close enough to the yearly amount.
For context, in the US, there are about 14,000 murders per year. 38 murders per day. So, like, a fifth of what the Aztecs were supposed to do, and the population of the Aztec Empire was tiny compared to the population of the U.S.
Yeah,
they would run out of people like within a few years, maybe like 20 or 30 years.
Alright, but the phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon. So you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Which is definitely, like, this part, it was definitely, at least in part, caused by Kinzo, and Kinzo was right about that part of the magic working, 100%. Like, typhoon, probably Beatrice's doing.
Yeah, I mean, like, because the weather prediction did say that it was supposed to pass in, like, one day, not hang around like this, right? Which, of course, like, weather predictions in the 1980s, not
Yeah.
great, but...
But yeah, it's slowed down, potentially. But yeah, they're cut off for a select period of time. In that time, the spell is going to take place. But the important part is they are cut off. And yeah, I am bouncing very dramatically. I'm gonna keep it just because slime, but yeah, this is definitely something that'll need to be fixed.
Oh yeah, I just saw, like, a little glitch from it, like...
Yeah, like the hair went
like a
up.
weird bounce.
Yeah. Yeah. So we do have a little bit of stuff going on, but that's okay, because again, slime.
Needs a tune-up. Yeah. Needs a little tune-up. I don't think talking normally is supposed to turn your hair 180 degrees the other way.
Yeah, no. Because it was working fine other days, but that's fine anyway, because I need updates to my hair anyway, because we still need to have the goopy bits. This was just a test to make sure, like,
Oh yeah.
the system could handle it, and see if there was any details we could actually reduce. But honestly, I think we're fine with the details as they are.
Yeah, seems fine to me.
Yep. Haven't had issues with switching or anything, so I think we're golden on this. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered for the sake of magic circles. What will happen next? Some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something?
If you won, we could probably make that happen.
It's hopeless. It's hopeless. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together. And they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hand and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV. For a while, I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this.
なあバトラ
Hey, Battler.
どうして悪魔だのオカルトだのってのをわざわざこうして映画にすると思う
Why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such?
ねえからだよ
Because they
そ
don't
んな滑稽なもん
exist.
は地球のどこにもねえのさ
Okay,
ねえ
Rudolph.
からわざわざ見た
We
くて
make
する
movies and shit about things that do exist, alright? I'm not saying that, like, you're gonna get, like, eaten by a demon or anything if you go on a walk at night in the wrong place on the wrong day, but I'm just saying, like, we do make movies of things that do exist.
Yeah, for
Just
sure.
because, like, we make a movie of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, alright?
Something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet.
だから俺はオカルト映画なんてちゃんちゃらおかしくて笑っちまうってんだ
Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go to a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh.
俺に言わせりゃ悪魔やら妖怪やらより今年度の収支報告や機嫌を悪くした女房の方が1億倍も怖えってもんだぜ
If I were forced to choose, I'd say rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 100 million times scarier.
さらに言うぜ
I'll go
俺に言
further,
わせりゃな
okay?
怖がるってのは
From my point of
心
view,
と生活にゆとりのある連中の娯楽的感情なのさ
Getting scared is a recreational emotion, something for people who got room to relax both in their hearts and their lifestyles.
暇で暇でしょうがない
Big
か。
doubt.
連中は変わった感情で心を遊ばせたくて、悪魔だの、オカルトだ
I
の
don't
っ
know,
て文
dude.
化を作り出したんだ
I
よ。
just like horror movies. They make me feel homey and cozy.
Yeah, no, he's you are, the Spider's Georg of this situation.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah. Spider's Georg of horror movies and emotions. All right, yeah. I'm an outlier. It should not be counted. All right. I need another link for the captioner. Oh fuck.
Okay, let me get that for you. It still says you're in here.
It's dead on my end.
Ah,
This invite link is invalid.
alright. Let me...
Yeah, it's not working on your stream either, so.
Yep.
That's the wrong tab to open that in. There we go. Okay, let me put my name in. There we go.
Okay.
Testes. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
I remembered, but I didn't do the delivery very well. Oh well.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see, but in the users list, it has Katagus and Cat.
No, I can't see that at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I just typed in the shorter version of my name. I've been using the shorter version of my name for a lot more stuff actually. Like I've been naming all of my barony characters Cat instead of Katagus.
Fair enough. Alright, let's get this pulled up. Get back to it. They had so much free time they didn't know what to do with it, so in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and the occult and stuff. That's not quite correct. Like, I'm sure that's created some occult things. Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me, this is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices.
Spoilers, demons were here before you.
No fucking fighting game music.
Fucking square up with Bile. Do it. Square up with him. I bet, Battler, that you won't.
The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right?
You know, there is something weird about like witches in Japanese like fiction.
Mm-hmm.
They always consider witches to not be human, and I'm like, why? Witches are explicitly human. Just because they have fantastical powers and like probably live a long time depending on the type of witch.
Well,
That doesn't mean they're not human. They're
Well,
just immortal, fucker.
well, they believe that a human or a human soul can be changed. That's like throughout the entirety of the culture. Like,
I mean, that's true. Yeah,
like Oni are
yeah. Like humans can very easily become yokai.
yeah, humans easily can become yokai. Humans can easily become Oni is a perfect example because basically Oni a human goes to the underworld or is taken to the underworld, is tortured a bunch, and through that cruel action becomes an Oni.
That idea has to have some Proto-Indo-European root because like that is in so many cultures.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But that's why you'll see a lot of Oni in fiction even have a like manacles, handcuffs, something on them because it's supposed to signify that they were once imprisoned and tortured into becoming an Oni.
Hold on. When did Japan become inhabited? 30,000 BC. Okay, yeah. That's way before what I was thinking.
Okay. But yeah.
30,000 BCE is when Japan like finally got some people on it. Because
Yeah.
I was thinking like maybe like the people that lived in like Sumer and Babylon and all that moved over there eventually, but no, that was like 10,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's got to be like some idea from before that somehow managed to stay in Japanese culture, but not most places else.
Yeah. And yeah, it could just be like a parallel thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so it's pretty ingrained in the culture that people can be very changed by actions they take over their lifetime or in their afterlife.
The biological term for what we're thinking there is convergent evolution, which means like two separate things become similar eventually.
Yeah.
At some point, anyway. Like crabs, for example.
Yeah, like
carcinization happens like multiple times to unrelated organisms.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, witches to them aren't just the magical practitioners. That would be like an onmyoji.
Yeah.
Or a priestess or something, not a witch. A witch to them is someone who's gone beyond that. I would have to look at the specific myths about witches in Japan to really nail down exactly what the transformation criteria is, but eventually they go beyond what is human.
It's just interesting to me because, like, it's using mostly European folklore for this.
Yeah, it's
and folk magic.
Yeah, it's using
shit like that.
Yeah, it's using mostly European stuff, but it's using a Japanese idea that witches are not the same as a human being.
Yeah, which is just weird to me because, like, sorcerers and witches in European traditions are almost never considered something other than human.
Yeah, so
like the one exception I can really think of off the top of my head is Baba Yaga.
But yeah, to use an example, there's a character in Higurashi who can do things as a priestess, but that doesn't make her a witch. A witch is something else.
No, I mean, priests and witches are two different things, yeah.
well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, for the sake of this fiction, a practitioner of magic alone is not indicative of a witch or not.
Yeah. It's just odd that Ryuki should use so much like European stuff for this, and then just like hard left back into Japan for this.
Yeah.
But then again, I guess it makes sense because like all the people involved are Japanese, so of course their concept of the word witch is going to be different.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of the difference of... Well, it's honestly being highlighted because the European ideas are mostly Kinzo and the fact that they've interacted with the West. Like, Higurashi wasn't as Western-based. Because it was a Japanese town. It had to do with the Yakuza in some cases.
Yeah, like, wasn't one of the main characters, like, the daughter of a Yakuza family or something like that?
Yeah, like she, two, actually, twins.
Okay.
And, one of them even has a
I remember fucking nothing from that.
Spoilers, for Higurashi, but Higurashi's fucking old. But, one of the daughters has a tattoo on her back, indicating that she is the next in line. Like a big Yakuza Oni tattoo.
If I had twins as like the next in line for something like that, I would not make them split power. Like, if they could if they wanted, sort of thing, but like not make them, right? Like, I would not just choose the one that was born 3 minutes first.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, here's an interesting fact. In some older traditions in Japan, and even today, it's actually who comes out second that is considered the oldest.
What? That's so weird.
Yeah. It was actually a plot point in Fatal Frame 2. Because it was...
Now that you say that, I think I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, because it was playing
Because
with...
there were twins in that set.
Yeah, and they were playing with audience expectations, because the modern interpretation, even in Japan, is that it's the twin who comes out first. But in older traditions, it was the twin that came out second.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I would have to. I would love to look into the reasoning, but anyway, that is talking about a completely other game. So I think that's cue for me to talk about what Kiri has to say. The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kiri.
チェスや将棋ってね、
You see, in both chess and shogi,
終盤の終盤、詰めの最後の段階に入れば入るほど最善手は限られてくるのよ。
when you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller.
だから自分が追い詰めている、
Therefore, if you're backing someone against the
あるい
wall,
は追い詰められているというその時、
or if someone's doing the same to you,
両者の手は限りなく読み
Oh,
や
I
すい。
think I see it now. Okay, this isn't from Japan. This is from Ghana. But this could be the logic, which I couldn't even think of a reason.
Let's hear.
The reasoning is because the baby that comes out second was conceived first and thus older. That's what is thought.
Okay, yeah, that's probably what it is that the child who comes out second is older because they were conceived first. Granted, that's probably not scientific in the slightest, but interesting thought process. Therefore, if you're backing someone against a wall, or if someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves becomes infinitely easier to read. Because there's only so many optimal moves you can make.
つまり完全に追い詰められて打つ手なしって思ったその時こそ最も読みやすい瞬間なのよ。
In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it's easiest to read your
で
opponent.
も守勢に立った人間はどうしても考えが固くなって相手の手を読むことにまで考えが至らない。
However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly. So they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves.
そういう時はね、チェス盤をひっくり返すの。
That's when you spin the chessboard around. On my strength, I slap my face with both hands. For anybody who's seen Apollo Justice, this feels very familiar. Granted, it is just like a Japanese move in general, and something some people do in general, but it's usually comically done in like anime and stuff. Now my eyes were truly open. Why you don't understand anything and you're completely cornered just like I am now, isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? Well, on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. We spin around and look at it that way. It's what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse and was even kind enough to say, "Here they are," with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us.
I don't know, they could have taken them out into the woods and just dumped them somewhere random. You wouldn't find them for forever, really, because no one ever searches the fucking woods.
Granted, if you knew people were missing at some point, you would look.
It's true, yeah.
If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? If you think about it this way, that bastard of culprit, since this morning, they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge?
I love how he's
warning?
Thinking about all of this so deeply, but Maria's still just sitting there being possessed by the damn witch.
Mm-hmm. The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed them. Didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. After thinking about it, I really want to tell that master to stop taking me so lightly. He would just dance to that tune. You're told, please be scared. You can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells the great Ushiro Miya Battler, the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak in through the window. Battler, please.
You're such a fucking weirdo. What? Why?
Battler, stop, you weirdo. Next thing that had me concerned was that so-called magic circle on the shutter. Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rival grandfathers, had recognized that magic circle was genuine. Must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? The purpose would have been worth all of that effort. If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. Did they want to make us think grandfather was involved? If that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between a genuine and a fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message. It could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. Sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. Reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find grandfather now. You know how grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter. Did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that grandfather had participated? Read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. I know reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show. Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the wit. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first, or will we pull off her fake skin first?
That's kind of unnecessarily brutal.
Little bit, yeah. There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought, some irritated, some acting depressed. Ria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. Looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program. She happily yelled ooh ooh and giggled.
I wonder when he's gonna notice that she wasn't using her verbal tick.
Yeah.
That's something that I would notice immediately, just because, she never says a sentence without starting with ooh and ending with ooh.
Yeah, definitely, it is a noticeable tick.
Even if you don't notice specifically what it is because you're not, staring at it, you're gonna get the feeling that something's different.
Yeah.
Just smack my knee on my desk.
stared at each person's appearance in turn. There isn't a 19th person. Culprit must be in this room. Right now, Aunt Natsuhi's searching the mansion with the servants, right? And we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. For all it's possible, Aunt Natsuhi was behind this. We still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion. Isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. All of the characters you speak at.
Yay!
Not one of them was missing. But relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. Talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. Possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once.
驚かせてしまいましたね。
He's packing heat.
Forgive me if I... Yes, she is. Hello there, shotgun. That is a tube-fed semi-automatic. There's no pump on that. Forgive me if I've startled you.
Yeah.
万が一に備えて持ってきたものです。
I brought this to be prepared for the worst.
After all, that thing in Aunt Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun, but it was unusually short and kinda looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy.
それは金蔵さんの銃ですな。
That gun is Kinzo's, isn't it?
ご存知でしたか？
Did you know about it?
そうです。お父様の古いコレクションの中
I
にあった
remembered it
こ
was in
とを思い
Father's
出
old
し
collection, and I managed to
探し
find
出
it.
してきました。
Phew. すっげえ。
Oh, awesome.
夏代おばさん。
Hold on. Can you take away the dialogue box again? Damn it! It's covered by the. Oh, fuck. I think it might be a lever action.
It might be. We'll see when she's centered again. She'll be centered at some point.
Yeah.
Whoa, awesome. Natsuhi-san, is that thing real?
ええ。
I think she's got bad trigger discipline too, honestly.
Well,
I think she has her fingers in the trigger wheel.
yes, it's real.
実弾を発砲できますよ。
It can fire live ammunition. I should hope
昔お
so.
父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。
Long ago, father used it to scare away wild birds. Really? Used a fucking lever action shotgun for that? What the
懐
fuck?
かしい。
Oh, that takes me back.
どこから出てきたんやら。
Where did you find that thing?
私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even one finger on it.
へえ。じいさま、こんなの持ってたんですか？
Oh, grandfather had one of these.
知らなかったですよ。
I didn't know that.
お父様は昔
Can you send me a screenshot at one point of a character from this game holding like a Spaz 12? I'm not gonna say who it was because like I don't want to spoil anyone in chat, but
I do believe so, yes.
okay. So it is a lever action. All right.
Long ago, grandfather was really addicted to cowboy film.
あの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
That generation really liked this kind of rifle.
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。
Is that a Winchester?
でも、
Yeah.
こんな短い仕様のは初めて見ました。
But I've never seen one that short before.
Probably a Winchester carbine.
ああ、思い出したわ、その銃。
Ah, I remember, it's that gun.
懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。
Steam McQueen?
That's the one Steve McQueen fired off in Wanted, Alive or Dead.
Whoops. clicked the wrong thing and opened up like one of my other tabs on the main screen. It's fine. It was just showing a lore, like a story blurb for a monster that I was working on for the hunt.
Oh, so Steve McQueen in probably The Great Escape.
Probably. Like, I know it's supposed to be Steve McQueen, but like Steam McQueen, just like. It just got me really good.
Yeah, Father sure has good taste.
親方様がだいぶ昔にアメリカより特別にお取り寄せになられたものです。
I'd have to see it again, but it might actually be a song-off.
Yep, and this is on you.
Right, yeah. It is an item the master ordered, especially from America long ago.
ご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの件はご内密にお願いいたします。
As you can see, it is a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this.
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして。
He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. Also, yeah, that does lead me to believe he did the thing that you were suggesting of, yeah, let's just bribe a few Japanese officials and get a gun.
Mm-hmm.
撃つより薬莢を出す
Maybe it'd be in the Sears catalog I've got, but I don't want to open it up and have to drag it over to my other screens.
It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it. He played around with it back in the forest all the time.
Yeah, the mechanics of like a lever action rifle are pretty cool.
Oh yeah, like mechanically speaking, these things are interesting. It's just you have to remember they're not fucking toys.
Oh yeah.
Still, it's rather disturbing.
そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら?
Are you sure you should be dragging this out? Yes! Yes, you should be dragging this out. There is a murderer. You're lucky she didn't just blow your head off.
万が一に備えてです。
This is, oh yeah, this is you.
This is to prepare for the worst.
族はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。
There was probably more than one offender involved.
しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。
Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband.
私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. Fuck him up, Nazi.
As Natsuki said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. He'd been trying to find Grandfather as well as check the doors and windows. Since Grandfather wasn't with her, probably still didn't know where he was.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。
I carefully checked all of the doors and windows throughout the mansion.
ですが、万が一ということもあります。
However, we must be prepared for anything.
みんな、なるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remained here. Finally, someone says it!
Yes, that is correct.
Everyone stays in the same room together, all the time.
Granted, I would...
Go in like threes when you go to the bathroom.
Yeah, granted, I would prefer a room with just one door, but beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, there's not a room big enough in the house, like this.
Yeah, it kind of is what it is. As long as you can stand in one corner and have your sights on any of the doors. That would at least be the second most ideal.
そうね。
Oh, good point.
ここに全員が集まって相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
Everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. Yeah, Ava, could you stop, like, taunting the woman who has a literal rifle?
She's not even holding it in her fucking graphic anymore.
Yeah. Granted, that's just, like, probably number of emotes and things. something. I don't know.
Okay, there we go.
それはどういう意
You'll
味
have
で
to
すか
repeat some of that
エヴァ
because
さん
like Discord cut out.
No, I was just saying, maybe that was emotes, but I don't know. Or, like, limitations.
Could be.
What do you mean by that, Ava?
別に
Nothing
I
really.
wasn't even looking at the screen for that. Sorry.
夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ
I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? Ava, why are you taunting the woman with a rifle? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. Now, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks, and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even Grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuhi thought the criminal was on the outside. Aunt Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was a question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner with the letter from the witch, who called herself Beatrice. So, who was the culprit among us? Or, so was the culprit among us, or not? Among us. And
There we go. I got it.
did the witch Beatrice exist, or not? You assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here share a common bloodline is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. The witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? I could accept that rubbish, and be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. Kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence.
Battler, people can just pretend to be a witch, even if you don't accept that witches exist in this setting. Like, you can just say that someone is pretending to be a witch. There's no reason for you to not think that there's a possibility of a 19th person, man. Like, come on. Fuck. I hate this man. I hate him so fucking much.
Lunch ended, and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. Wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. First, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room, but when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the three servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, and packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。
I will wash the dishes so you can rest a while, Ken and Genji.
何か飲みます？
You want something to drink?
私は結構。カノンは
I don't need anything. Canon?
僕も結構です
I don't need anything either.
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう？
You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning.
参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
It's no wonder you're worn out. The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Cannon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Cannon opened his mouth and muttered,
シャノン、どうしてあんなひどい死に方を。
And then, why did she have to die in such a horrible way?
死に方のことは忘れなさい。ただ、運がなかっただけだ。
Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck.
そうですね。ただ運がなかっただけです。
You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck.
Oh, thinking about it, Cannon is probably feeling similar to George in that Cannon said, oh yeah, you can go play cards with them. Or rather, you should go down there and tell them and apologize and say you can't come, rather than going down himself and saying it.
Hmm.
Basically, if he had forbade Shannon to go down there, maybe she would be alive. Kind of thing. Which you should not do to yourself, people, but I'm thinking that's his thought process right now.
Yeah, could be.
Both fell silent once again. Cannon's expression was filled with grief.
There's not very many Winchester repeating rifles in this.
I think that Shannon's
This book.
actually dead.
未だに信じられませんよ。
Still can't believe it.
本当にかわいそうに。
Poor thing.
もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。
Not being able to see her again feels like a lie.
もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. For all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, though she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Cannon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left. His grieving expression twisted even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを。
Why did Beatrice do that to Shannon?
生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうに。
If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from.
どうしてどうして。
Why? Why?
ただ、運が悪かっただけだ。
It was nothing more than bad luck.
少しの運がたがえば、シャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのは、私だったのかもしれないし、お前だったのかもしれない。
If we were less lucky, you or I might have been laying out there instead of Shannon.
あるいは、他の誰かだったのかもしれない。
Or it could have been someone else entirely.
すべては運命だ。
Everything is left to fate.
So we know that the servants definitely believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Because now they're...
Or at least these two do. We don't know if Shannon did or not.
Yeah.
源氏様、奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。
Yeah, I forgot about that. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Genji, you said the door to the madam's room was stained with something like blood, right?
シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
The same substance that was painted on the shutter. That was a weird click from my tongue.
君の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような。
Yeah. Definitely Demon doing that and got warded off by the charm. Because no one but her and Jessica knew that she even had the charm in the first place.
That's correct.
And she's the only one who knew that she put it on her door either.
Yep.
Because, like, Jessica could have easily thought this is like, oh, she took it to make me feel better. You know, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, wouldn't have actually used it kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. Almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratch the door.
そんな君の
Sorry, I lost. I fucking projected a little bit too much on that one. I should have leaned in closer and done the sort of half whisper. That sort of unpleasant mark. Because these two are speaking quietly so as to not disturb Kumasawa right now, I
奥様
assume.
の部屋を訪れて
But you can tell by their voice actors and the volume they're speaking at.
Mm-hmm.
So does this mean Beatrice came to visit Madame's room?
そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった
Tried to open the door, but couldn't.
Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room. The substance sticking to the door around the doorknob, and the marks of something scratching against the door. It definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ
How did the madam avoid being chosen as a sacrifice?
もし奥様が選ばれてたならシャノンは
That's true. She's the only one that was married and didn't get taken along with their spouse.
Yep.
Interesting. Let's see, Rudolph, Kiri.
Well, they're the only married couple
Dakota.
anyway.
Yeah, but of the people there, like just them, and then Kraus. He was married, but didn't get taken along with his spouse.
Mm-hmm.
So Shannon was chosen, who had just gotten engaged.
Yeah. Or was the next available person who was in the mansion rather than in
Yeah.
the guest house.
My brain isn't naming the sixth person for some reason.
Oh, okay, Goda.
No, that one was number 5.
Okay, so it is Rosa.
Rudolph, Kiri. Rosa, there we go. Thank you. Rosa's the one I forgot somehow.
Yeah, and Rosa's baby daddy blew the coop.
So Goda was probably chosen as a stand-in for her. I wonder if that is part of the pattern. Like,
Let's see.
it's 3 women, 3 men.
Yeah, that is an equal amount. We'll have to see if this stands in future loops.
Yeah, because all of them were married or about to be married, and then Goda was chosen to stand in for Rosa.
Yeah,
I wonder
Rosa.
why Eva and, well...
They went back to the guest house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they went back to the guest house. They were greeted by Genji, who gave them towels to dry off, and they slept in the guest house.
Okay, so it was manor first, everyone in the manor first, and then of those chosen for marriage? Or paired?
Yeah, it was... Yeah, it seems like that might be...
You know, I can actually see the logic there for old magic shit. Like, it's 3 men, 3 women, and everyone involved, aside from Goda, as far as we know, either has a spouse, was about to be married, or whatever, or was divorced. Something to do with relationships, sacrifice together, and more power that way.
Yeah, and also the circle has to do with bonds.
Yeah. Sacrifice others' bonds in order to free yourself.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And
yeah, that might actually be why.
Yeah, and also partially why Kinzo wasn't chosen, I think, is you know that motherfucker has that door warded. There's no way somebody that deep in the sauce doesn't have their door warded.
Yeah, although I don't, but that's because, like, I don't have the stuff to ward my shit, so...
Yeah, you don't have it, but even you, like, if you got a sniff of anything, you would have
I do have
salt.
some wards in here.
Yeah,
I do have some wards in here, just not the good shit.
Yeah, if you had a sniff of anything, you would get salt immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I have salt in here. Just I just keep it in my salt shaker because I use it to salt my food.
Yeah, exactly. So, but you get a sniff of anything, you're gonna put those barriers up. Shinzo is a man with infinite wealth.
And he has the money to do it proper too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's got all sorts of shit. He's probably got incense going 24/7. Of the warding variety.
I might be able to get my hands on red brick dust. But I doubt it. Red brick isn't used much in New Mexico because it's a desert, For those of you who don't know, red brick dust can be used as a stand-in for salt in some circumstances.
Yep, especially in the warding variety.
Yeah, hold on. I don't remember why now. Red brick dust. Cold use. Hold on. Yeah. No, I don't want to buy it. I'm trying to Google why red brick dust can be used like that. God damn it! It's just a bunch of. Oh yeah, it's a hoodoo thing, or hoodoo rather.
Yeah, which makes sense because which makes sense because red brick was used in those kind of areas where a lot of hoodoo practitioners were.
A black dust that hoodoo had, but I just don't remember what the fuck it is. I don't know how to make it either. I never found out how to make it, so I'm sure it's a mix of a bunch of spices, not spices, but herbs that are probably usually used as spices, but a bunch of herbs and some other shit, but I don't know.
Yeah. Shannon wouldn't have had to die.
I wonder if we have any road salt.
Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around surprised. That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there. Let me join in too.
At least the voice actor got the nice little sinister edge to it.
Yeah, I think the voice actors are doing very well in their roles in general. I really need to start, actually doing my Japanese lessons, but, just tone alone, they do very good. And as I've said before, Jessica's voice actress has some fucking lungs on her.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just, translation issues that I take issue with here, not, the voice actors themselves.
Yeah, voice actors and, the translation. Yeah, basically mainly translation. I think the writing is probably even better than we get out of this just because we're missing some context and cultural stuff plus whatever
we don't have the
weird decisions had.
We don't have the connotations of the original Japanese because we don't speak Japanese.
Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
Battler-sama, これは失礼いたしました.
Oh,
Battler, how rude of us.
Yeah. Genji and Kennen stood up, surprised and hastily bowed, but I didn't care about stuff like that. I'm more concerned with continuing their discussion. I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. About to come ask you guys for some water, but then I overheard something pretty interesting. Don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please let me hear the rest.
That just now wasn't really...
Been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So I'll ask directly. Who is this Beatrice?
おとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
He's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Hannon averted his gaze. Obvious that he didn't want to talk about this. It only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt.
昨べまでなら俺は無関係さ。
Last night, this would have been none of my business.
だがな、今朝からは違う。
And after this morning, everything's
親父
changed.
たちを殺された時点で、俺は立派な関係者だ。
Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my
俺に
business.
も、そのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I have the right to listen to the suspicious story, don't I? Glared into Cannon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain.
There's a... Since there's probably not going to be another good opportunity for me to talk about this, so I'm just going to, like, interrupt the scene for a second here.
Okay.
Because I took a little bit too long, like, thinking up, like, how to phrase this.
Yeah.
After like, the warding talk. But, like, your best bet for, like, quick, short notice warding is going to be a fuckload of salt. You put it around the doorways and the windows of your building or your room if you don't have enough to do the entire building. And the reason why you only need to do the windows and the doorway is because they are thresholds, the way that things get in, right? So it doesn't matter if, like, supposedly a ghost can walk through walls, right? But because you've covered the thresholds, the entryways, so to speak, like in quotes. Thresholds aren't big for, like, vampires and stuff like that, but they are for more incorporeal creatures in folklore, like spirits. And there's a one physical creature I know of. I think it's the Striga, which is a Romanian thing, if I recall correctly. Might be Czech. I don't know. It's something like that. Which is a sort of like a witch demon almost. It's like a vampire witch demon fucking weird thingy, right? Like, but that way. For Striga, it's not that thresholds keep them out, but if you use the right kind of threshold, you can trap one in for a moment. Not out, but in, like inside of a place. But for like spirits, they follow more esoteric rules in folklore and folk magic than physical creatures do. Physical creatures can cross whatever barriers that they can, like, physically punch through or walk through or whatever. So they like salt lines on your windows aren't going to keep a vampire out of your house, right? Or a werewolf or whatever the fuck kind of creature that you're trying to stay away from. In those cases, it's better to board your place up or like put bars over the windows or whatever. No warding is going to work against something that's physical. Warding is for stuff like keeping hexes and magic away from you and keeping spirits away from you. And normally those two go hand in hand anyway. In a lot of European and African folklore, as far as I'm aware, there could be, huge disclaimer, there could be, like,
stuff we don't know
outliers
about,
that I'm not sure about, because I'm not perfect. I don't have perfect knowledge of all these cultures. In European and African folklore, as far as I'm aware, spirits often carry the curse with them, like a shaman or a witch or a priest or whatever will invoke a curse and send it along with a demon or a familiar or a spirit or whatever to do their bidding.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, you've also got, like, vengeful spirits and unquiet dead and all that stuff that come back as incorporeal specters. These things are what you use salts and iron and all that for. An iron rod to the skull isn't going to hurt a vampire any more than it would hurt a normal person, which is a lot, but also they're vampires, so it's not, that doesn't say much. So, like, the quick ways you're going to be able to do this is like rock salt from for roads, like icing your roads in the winter, if you live in a place that does that often. Sadly, here in, like, in New Mexico, where it's a desert, I don't have access to literally any of this shit. There's no red brick dust around here, and there's no rock salt for salting the roads either, because, like, it doesn't really freeze here. It gets cold and it gets below freezing, but there's never enough, like, water on the ground for it to turn into ice, right? We don't even fucking have morning dew on the grass. It sucks ass. I hate it.
Yeah.
Anyhow, you can also use, if you got a little bit extra time, you can also use holy water. And the best way to do that is to get like a priest to bless it, of course. But there are some ways that you can bless it yourself. It just takes more time than getting a priest to do it, because a priest, for the most part, at least in Christian mythology, a priest only has to say a prayer over the water and then like drop like holy beads or a cross or whatever into it, and then boom, it's blessed. Holy water, good, done. But all the other methods for like blessing water that I know of take like up to a month. If you have a cursed object that's been hexed and then put in like your stuff, and like you want to get rid of this curse or what have you, in the case of a spirit's like fetter, which is the thing that ties them to Earth. This is usually like a body part or something they held that they were really attached to in life, like a sentimental object. Could be like their favorite doll if they were a child, or like a locket they always carried around if they were an adult, what have you. You can, if you're being haunted or you've got a hex on you, take the object and you put it into a small pool of water and then cover it the fuck up and leave it for a month. I don't know the exact ritual or like the logic behind why that's supposed to work, but if you bathe the water in the light of a full cycle of the moon, that's supposed to bless the water and then thereby destroy the hex or the curse. And by trapping it in the, like, you toss it in the water, that's supposed to keep it, like, limit its influence over you so you can survive the month. That's I don't remember what native culture that is, but it's from one of the native cultures in the U.S. I think it might be Navajo, but I might be wrong. I don't know.
And granted, while old beliefs have a lot of backing behind them, there is, of course, the option of making your own bullshit.
Yeah. I don't know, like, if okay, let's work under the assumption that magic is real and like all systems of belief are also real. Insofar as like there's always some truth to it and the rituals do work for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I would still prefer the older methods just because they are tried and true rather than making my own. However, that does not mean that I cannot make my own. I have done it before. I've made my own circles. And like as far as I can tell, because I don't exactly have anything to test it on, but just like looking at it, it's like, yeah, that'd probably work. Like combinations of stuff or, what have you.
Like a common other wording thing is, like spices, things like that, things that have heat to them specifically.
Yeah. That's also pretty common, yeah.
Any major points?
Yes. You can use sigils or glyphs or whatever you want to call them, in the same way that you can use your name in a ward. Like, so, the reason why thresholds do work in the few cases that they do is because it's a place of living, right? Like, your essence, your spirit has seeped into the like, home or whatever. That's why, like, the logic behind, like, vampires crossing into thresholds, it's real logic, but it doesn't, like, work with vampires in folklore because it's taken from some other thing and added to the vampire for whatever reason. I don't know why Bram Stoker added that, but he did. Or at least I think it was Bram Stoker. Might have been someone else. Is because, like, a private home is a lived-in place. It's where you live. It's your land, your territory. Your essence is seeped into it. Your name is called in this place, so on and so forth. But that doesn't apply to, like, the place where you work, unless where you work is, someone's house. Like if you're canon or whatever. This manor would have a threshold, but it wouldn't have a particularly strong threshold because the family is discordant. Everyone that lives here or stays here all the time is discordant. They aren't like harmonious with each other.
Yeah, so like in literary terms, and actually this fits very well because we keep hearing about how drafty and how broken down the manor is. The health of the lord or the health of the family equals the health of the castle or the manor.
Yeah, exactly. And you can use sigils as a way to like boost the threshold more or less. Like in video game terms, think of it as like a buff, like a like a 10% buff or whatever the fuck. You can make it just like that little bit stronger by using a sigil. But the sigil has to be customized to you and has to be used multiple times. Like it has to become representative of you, just like your name is. I have one. I haven't used it in a very long time, but I could probably still draw it from memory. I'd want to look at like the drawing, like the last time I drew it, just to make sure though.
Yep. And then so to some extent you might even consider the one-winged eagle at least part of one. Like you might include other things in it, but like there's definitely a correlation between the family and that crest in a way that I think at some point Kinza's going to incorporate into magic, or might have magical origins in itself.
Yeah, I think like a house crest like that would work, but it's not going to be personalized. It's like attached to your family and not you specifically. The problem with using the one-winged eagle as a sigil in this case, in this scenario, is that Beatrice also has the one-winged eagle, and she's the thing you're trying to ward against.
Oh yeah,
so,
I'm not saying for this specific purpose, but I have a feeling Kinzo, where somebody is going to use that, or it has already been used that way.
Yeah.
It for a magical purpose of some sort. But yeah. Alright, so is that about it?
Yeah, that's it.
Alright.
I just wanted to talk about words and all that stuff for a second.
Yep, no problem. I just wanted to be sure we hit all the major points. There was a big difference in our heights. Kenan had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、手を離してやってくださいな。
Battler, please let go of him.
別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
Kenan isn't really hiding anything.
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。
Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right?
仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
It's lonely being out of the loop, you know? I tried to further twist up his collar. Genji cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently he had no intention of hiding it.
I can tell you about it. Kenan only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler.
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。
Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you. Cut it with that toxic masculinity bullshit, Battler.
Yeah, he was just like considering how you would feel about it.
Yeah,
he was trying to spare your feelings.
You know, how you might punch his face.
Yeah, that too. Because like you're like a full head taller than this kid.
Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having it kept a secret.
聞かせてくれよ。
Tell me about it.
どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。
It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow
多
comes.
少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
Slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji and Kenan looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
Understood. Please ask us anything. We will talk.
ああ、じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ？
Right? Then I'll ask, who in the world is Beatrice?
俺が知ってる限りでは、露見島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。
All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest of Broken
森
Jima.
に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。
I've heard it's a story of grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong?
いえ、違いません。その通りです。
No, it isn't wrong. It's as you say.
ベアトリーチェ様は六軒島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokenshima.
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
Battler, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden, but Beatrice exists.
親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした実在する方なのです。
She is a real person, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and who worked by his side for many years.
はあ、よせやいよせやい。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
Huh? Ah, come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says?
Found it! Hold on.
Hmm?
I found my sigil.
Gotcha.
I knew I had a picture of it on my phone somewhere, but I found it.
Nice.
It's on fucking line paper, of course, but...
I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji nor Kanon laughed. Not even Kumasawa, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. Aha,
Now that I
very
look
nice.
at it, it looks a lot like an astrolabe.
Yeah, it does.
Or an orrery, maybe.
Yeah.
But, like, I was zoned out one day, and, you know how when your eyes unfocus and you're looking at something, you can sometimes see weird patterns in it?
Uh-huh.
That's what happened to me. Like, I was zoned out, and I was just staring at the carpet, and I saw a pattern, and I was like, well, you're gonna draw that now. And I've been using it ever since.
Oh, interesting. Give me, like, 3 seconds to take my meds real quick.
Yep, no problem. I'm just gonna, like, hold this over to my main screen so people can see what I'm talking about. This is my sigil. It's a representative of me. Like a model of a solar system or something like that. I need to, like, do a more, This is the very first version that I did, and I took on my phone from, like, 15 years ago, so it's super fucking blurry and pixelated. I need to do up a more clear version that I can use for something. I don't think I'd be able to use it for stream, or at least not for anything like an emote or sub badge or anything like that, just because, like, it's too complicated to have as something like that small. This is basically more or less like a whole ass word, like a pictogram almost.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully, bitterly.
なるほど。
Forlorn. Tragic.
See, that's why Genji refused to mention it.
こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。
You really mean it? Of course I take it
つまり
badly.
ベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
So you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists?
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からずっとお仕えしている方でございます。
Come on, Genji. Thank you. Yes, she has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island.
おそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょう。
She has most likely been working for him even longer than I have.
なんてこった。キリエさんの仮説は外れたな。
Finally! Accepting that there's a 19th person.
Do you know, Kiri's theory was off.
じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。
Grandfather really did have the confidant name called Beatrice.
そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
Is that person on the island now?
はい。いらっしゃっていると思います。
Yes, I believe that she is here.
曖昧な言い方だな。
That's a vague way to say it.
ってこと
Well, I
は
mean, they haven't seen her
昨
since
日
she
今
got
日そいつ
here,
の顔を
dude.
見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I guess that means
One
you
second, I'm
haven't.
gonna rinse out this cup real quick. Wait, go ahead.
Alright.
I'm gonna keep my headphones on.
I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday.
はい。大変申し上げがたいのですが、その、
That is correct.
No, I'm trying to get back to the computer to narrate. Fuck you, that. That is correct. It is extremely difficult to say, but
Cannon once again dropped its gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。
Come on, don't just stop there.
寸止めみたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? Urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Cannon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa whispered,
お顔を見ようにも、ベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
You cannot see her face because Beatrice-sama has no form.
add in the honorific real
お
quick.
姿な。
Yeah, I feel like it matters who's being honorable in this case.
Yeah, I mean, you could translate it to lady. Or
Yeah,
lord, depending on,
I could
who it
do
is.
that, but that requires more mental bandwidth.
That's true. Although I don't know why they don't translate those honorifics in a lot of cases. Like, people say that it's more authentic or whatever. It's not, but then it's just like, but that's the point of localization, is to find a way to make that happen without knowledge of what these words mean.
Yeah, it's true. It's just sometimes you have to make certain choices.
Oh yeah, like you would not be calling your niece Miss Maria unless you were like making a joke out of it, you know?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
being jokingly polite. Not in English, at least. So they could just drop it from that. But then again, like in those cases, it's also important to keep that honorific because in Japan you don't drop the honorific until you're super familiar with a person.
Yeah.
And even then, only in private.
Yeah, so there's some things with that. There's just some cultural detail that may be lost. So sometimes honorifics are just kind of left in for those reasons, because we just do not have something that is literally a one-to-one.
Yeah, as you can see, like in the translation here, Battler almost never uses honorifics with anyone.
Yeah, and he specifically has gone against honorifics a lot of the time. Like,
earlier he called Kumasawa Oba-chan. Or Oba-san? I don't remember. We'd have to scroll a couple things, it doesn't matter. But Oba-chan. So he's saying Granny.
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah, but like...
Granny Kumasawa.
Yeah.
That's how you'd say it in English, at least.
Yeah, and to some degree there's a bit of a respect in there. But not so much that it's overly formal.
Yeah, that honorific specifically is also used and translated to aunt when he's talking to Rosa or Ava or Natsuhi.
Yeah, because it's talking about an older woman that isn't your mother that you respect.
Yeah, or it's also for like aunts and some cases granny. It really depends. Which you'll often notice in translations like elderly couples will call each other granny or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Which the one that I'm thinking of there is I can't remember the name now. But it's about two old people, an old married couple, getting their youth back for a little while.
Nice.
It's very adorable. It's very funny. But they call each other Bachan and fucking G-san.
Yeah. But yeah, so, Rosa tried to insist that Maria call Battler, like, Battler-san or something.
Yeah.
And Battler's just like, no, let's just call each other by our names. Because he is an overfamiliar, friendly kind of person.
Yeah, and he's not very respectful or polite.
Yeah, he does not have a lot of, well, respect for overly polite society.
I think Jessica's the same on that. At least I haven't noticed her using a lot of honorifics.
Yeah, I think she uses it a bit more than Battler does, but
This is also
only
probably
just
because like she lives with Krause and Nazi. So
yeah, she lives with Kraus and Nazi. And even Genji probably corrects her because he was told to, kind of thing.
yeah. But like in a lot of stuff, you also just don't need the honorifics to be in Japanese at all.
Oh yeah.
In the case of this, because it happens in Japan and is all Japanese people, yeah, I can see the honorifics.
Yeah, and especially because it has to deal with our politics within the family.
Yeah. Now, if it's like if it's a fantasy thing, no, fucking translate the translate the honorifics. All right.
Yeah, if it's
Please.
a family thing, or even if it's in Japan and it is just a rom-com, just translate it.
Yeah, like fantasy and like non-serious rom-coms and stuff like that. Yeah, just keep it. And like the way that you can translate the familiarity in that case is go from calling them from their surname to their forename. That's also a sign of familiarity in Japan. The reason why everyone's calling each other by their first names in this is because they all share the same surname.
Yeah, everybody has the same last name out of the family side of things. And
the only ones that don't are the servants. That's it.
Yeah, and the servants may not even have a fucking last name, for all we know.
Yeah, because they all use like the on stuff except for Genji and Kumasawa. Well, Goda had a first name too. It starts with a T, but I don't know.
Yeah, Goda's fine because like actually, you might be able to see it. Let me see.
Yeah, let's see.
Goda is here. Nope, they don't have his name. Okay.
Because it shows it on his like when he's talking, and it shows Genji's too when he's talking, or at least I think it does. It might not.
No, Genji's just says Genji. Nanjo's
and
name.
Nanjo's doesn't show his first either, which also starts with a T.
Yeah, and then...
Phoenix, no! Get out of here! Does it show Kumasawa's first name?
Nope.
No. Okay.
But yeah, like Genji didn't have this situation that Shannon and Cannon did because he joined up with Hinzo basically as soon as he started getting any money to hire servants.
Yeah.
And then Kumasawa probably joined, at some point later, but was just hired. And Goda was hired by Natsuhi.
Yeah, none of them are from the orphanage that uses the on thing. And of course, that's literally just their servant name. Like, as we saw, Shannon's actual name is Sayo.
Yep.
And I'm sure Ken on that has a real name too, but we haven't seen it yet.
He hasn't shared it yet, and I don't know if he shared it yet. But anyway. She has no... What did you say?
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。ですから、ベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、
I'm gonna test out the translating the honorifics.
Alright.
Or at least for Beatrice and a few others, but I'll do it on a case-by-case basis. Lady Beatrice has no body. Therefore, unless Lady Beatrice wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form. Which is like the weirdest thing to say to this guy.
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。
Oh, did you have anything to add to that?
Chiyo, that's her first name.
Oh yeah, Kumasawa Chiyo, yeah.
Or what was going on?
Oh, I was just making sure that you had finished your thought.
Yeah, it's just like a weird thing to say to Battler right now. You can avoid the superstitious talk while knowing what's going on, or avoid what would sound like to him superstitious talk. Instead of saying she has no form, you just say, yeah, she hasn't shown her face yet, which is literally true.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
She hasn't shown us yet. She hasn't said hello yet, but that doesn't mean she's not here.
But I guess Genji and Kumasawa and everyone are taking it at the word, as in, tell me everything. And so they're telling him everything.
I would couch it personally. If I were Genji, I would couch it in canon or Genji canon or Kumasawa. Doesn't matter. I would couch it in the story. Say this is what like your grandfather would say, but this blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But really, she just hasn't shown herself yet, so we haven't actually seen her on the island yet. But Maria saw her, so she's probably here.
I have heard that the portrait shows what Lady Beatrice looked like back when she had a human form.
そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
Seems he yearned for that figure so much he would often stand in front of that portrait.
ベアトリーチェ様は時折、輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lady Beatrice sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies.
万一、
Yeah, we've seen
お
those.
屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には、決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。
On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there's a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them.
追えば不幸があると囁かれています。
It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you do.
その禁を破り、大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury.
Yeah, we heard about them earlier, I do believe.
Yeah.
おいおい、マジかよ。
Wait a sec, are you kidding me?
あんたら、本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
Are you all serious
Yeah,
about
and
this?
see, now he doesn't believe you because you said you presented the legend and the superstition as fact.
バトラ様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。
Lord Battler, Lady Beatrice has already arrived.
そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
Such language may be unwise.
ベアトリーチェ様は、ご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。
Lady Beatrice does not like it when she is profaned.
その存在を
You can also warn him, like, just be like, hey, if she hears you say that, she's gonna be pissed at you. If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster.
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ
Battler, you probably find this topic
で
unpleasant.
すがね、
But you know what?
ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
Lady Beatrice does exist.
います。それを疑われることを。ベアトリーチェ様はことの。
I'm starting to see why Battler does what he does later in the arguments with Beatrice. She exists. Lady Beatrice hates people who doubt that. Got distracted by my own bullshit.
バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ
Can't you
様
tell, Lord Battler?
今すでにここに
Lady
お越し
Beatrice
にな
has
ってお
already
りま
arrived
す。
here.
おいおい、よせよ。
Come on, quit it.
俺、そういうのは弱いんだぜ。
I'm weak against
You
that
should
stuff.
be, fucker. You should be, because she's real and she's watching you.
脅しっこなしにしろい。
Up with the cheap threats. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。
Battler, I beg that you stop profaning Lady Beatrice.
悪いことは申し上げません。
Please trust me. Kumasawa Bachan, who is usually cheerful and would always tease people, that time that was just me, like, skimming and reading it.
Yeah, happens. I did that the other day too, the last stream. I was just like reading too fast and went, oh wait, I did not mean to stick that on the end.
Now spoke with a totally serious face.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。
Well, even if you say she exists,
俺には何も見えないぜ。
I don't see anything.
今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。
Are you trying to say she's
It fucking
standing
might be.
right next to me or something?
冗談よせやい。
Quit joking around.
Are we gonna get a splash screen of her? Oh yeah! Excellent.
Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen.
Hi, Paige Ricci.
I turned around. Maria was standing there by the entrance. Her expression and the feeling about her presence felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。
I'm letting you do
Whether
this.
your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth.
バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。
Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength.
だから見えない。
That's why you can't see her.
会えない。話せない。
That's why you can't meet with her. And that's why you can't talk to her.
ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
You're the type that Paige Ricci hates the most. She's talking about herself in third person here, which is weird.
I am of the opinion that this is Maria acting as a witch herself.
Maybe, but like there's definitely something supernatural going on with her on this. Because remember, the word like the phrase messenger of the witch was
Emphasized a lot.
Yeah, emphasized a lot, but in a different way than everything else.
Yeah.
Instead of quotes, it had brackets.
Yeah. Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. Almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
You want to know about Paige Ricci? Paige Ricci is a thousand-year-old witch.
あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。
With all of the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold.
おじい様は彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。
Grandfather built up all the vast wealth of the Ushiromiya family by making a contract with her.
Yeah, so she's not Beatrice Shea. But something...
Did you just look it up?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, she's literally calling Kinzo grandfather.
That's true. But, like, there's also, like, the possibility that Beatrice, while using Maria as her mouthpiece, is, acting like Maria, but she's not capable of, like, fully acting like Maria because she's Beatrice.
Maybe.
昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ?
Or it's also possible there's like a second personality in Maria that was like installed more or less, like downloaded into her brain by by Beatrice.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. And you never know what's possible with these sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's some weird storytelling going on here. In the best of ways.
I don't think the storytelling itself is like weird or strange in its execution or methods. But I just mean like in like witch stuff specifically. Like with magic and all that, you never know what's actually possible unless like the author themselves like sets out those rules in the world.
Yeah.
Even if like you have a character like Kinzo telling you this is how it works. It's like based on risk and gambling, blah 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 blah. There's a thing called an unreliable narrator, which Kinzo 100% absolutely is. Period.
Yeah, even if he's
And so
correct
is
about
Battler.
even if he's correct about the gambling, he is still an unreliable narrator because, I mean, fucking look at him.
Yeah, like he's like manically obsessive over Beatrice.
Yeah,
and then of
exactly.
course Battler is also an unreliable narrator because it's from his perspective and only says things that he knows. He may be telling the truth about what he knows or what he thinks, but that doesn't mean he has access to all the information.
Exactly. Anyway.
And that's one method of using unreliable narrators. The other method is the narrator purposefully lying to the reader or hiding information from the reader.
Yeah,
or what
exactly.
have you.
Which Kinzo can kind of do, in that he doesn't give us all the information about who he is to Beatrice, why he's obsessed with her. He's going to talk about himself in the best light.
Yeah, of course. And like Battler's gonna do mostly the same, just because like he's a young, arrogant kid.
Yeah, it's just that Battler isn't hiding as much.
Because like we literally get his internal thoughts, for the most part anyway. Sometimes we don't. Anyway, yesterday I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I?
あれは本当なんだよ。
That was real.
ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。
Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe. See, this is another thing that points to like Maria not being really herself here. Because normally she gets so upset when people don't believe.
Yeah.
And right now she's just like, whatever, fuck you. Get 8 then, bitch. Anyway. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense.
Yeah, like I'm not saying there isn't fuckery going on. I'm just saying it might not be Beatrice directly. It might be, like I said, Maria almost embodying a witch.
At least from what I can tell of her, how she's speaking right now, and what I know of Beatrice's like method of speaking, they do seem to mostly match.
Kind of, sort of.
And that would be kind of hard for a 9-year-old child to get from one conversation that she had with the witch.
True.
I'm not saying it's not possible. Like, some people are, like, near prodigies at that sort of thing. I couldn't do it, personally. I'm very good at mimicking other people's speech patterns. Not with one conversation. I'd have to like know someone for a few months to be able to do it, and actually actively paying attention to it.
What are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you about that?
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
I heard it from Beatrice herself.
Oh, wait.
Oh, right.
Well, the line's in now, so it doesn't matter.
Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who...
Really? Because, like, it's typed the same way that your laugh is, fucker.
Actually, no, his is
just more of it.
hee. Hers is kiki.
Let's scroll up again. Let's see. Yeah, it does start with a K. The rest of it's written the fucking same, though.
Yeah. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. They heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
Maria, 聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。
Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay?
昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ?
Who gave you that letter yesterday?
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかる
Make
か
your
な
own fucking coffee, you jackass. Sorry, I got a text message like saying like, "Oh, I was gonna ask for some decaf if you were done." It's like, well, make your own coffee. It's a cup of coffee. You can reach the coffee maker.
Yeah.
I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand?
わかんないよね。
She has a fang when she has this expression.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't notice that before. I'll have to keep an eye out for her normal smile and see if she has one then. You don't get it, do you?
見えないんだもんね。
You can't see it.
信じられないもんね。
You can't believe it, can you?
Then Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ。まだわかんない？
Battler, you still don't understand.
ベアトリーチェ様がいるのが。
Lady Beatrice exists.
いるって。どこにさ？
She exists, you say, but where?
だからベアトリーチェ様がここにいるのが。
Like I said, Lady Beatrice exists here. Beatrice. Alright. Sure. Thanks, Captioner.
That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servant's eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. Figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. Or here, Genji, Kanon, Kobasawa, and Maria. Everyone except me, looking at a spot right behind me.
Hey, you used the honorific for Canon there.
No, he did.
I guess he's being like overly formal right now because he's creeped the fuck out. So he's like, oh.
Yeah, let's go to default mode. Holding my breast tightly, I looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. Known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。
Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years.
でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし話しかけられない。
Seems like her power is kind of limited if she can't show herself to people who aren't like born on the same fucking weird wavelength or whatever as her. But since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them.
だからね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。
And you know what? That's really sad.
だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
It means she truly despises it when people like you, who are born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists. It would kind of suck to be like, run around, and then just people not notice you at all.
Yeah. And also outright say you're a fabrication when other people talk about you.
Mm-hmm.
バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。
You're lucky, Battler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right?
それを身につけていなかったら、今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。
Beatrice, like, tacitly admitting that shit works on her. It's like this tiny little thing bought from a fucking toy machine or whatever. Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around?
本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
You really are lucky, Battler.
ああ、あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。
I guess I'll be like doing the voices of all the witches.
Maybe not literally all of them, just because. Well, maybe we'll play it by ear. I just don't want to overwork
if we get to like if we get to the 7th fucking like episode and there's like 8 witches in a council all talking to each other for like 3 hours, I'm gonna be upset, but also I'll do it.
all right. Oh, that scorpion
あれっ
keychain.
て安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか?
I thought that was just some cheap gift or something. But are you saying it really had some power?
Yeah, the material doesn't really matter so much in a lot of things. It's the symbol itself. that has
そ
power.
れがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。
Although, no one told Maria how they died.
Unless she overheard it. I guess.
I don't think they talked about it after that. I'd have to like go back through and look, but I don't think they talked about it after or around Maria at least.
Maybe not. We'll have to see.
That lend okay. If I'm right on that, that lends even more to like something fucky is going on with Maria here.
Yeah.
Although if she really can see Beatrice right now, she might be like coaching the girl to say certain things at the moment. That's also possible.
True.
But like this is weird because, or maybe she would have gone out of her way to grab Battler since he's like that, even though he was in the guest house and not the main mansion. Or maybe she chose the mansion because she might as well just start there, right?
Yeah.
Rather than only having power over the mansion and not the guest house. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons that could be.
Mm-hmm.
If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now.
幸運だったよバトラは。
You're so lucky, Battler.
そうか。
I see.
あれがなかったら、俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now.
I can almost feel the gears turning in his head right now. They're rusted, and they're janky, and they're not put together right, but they're turning. Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice?
いるのに。
Even though she exists.
今そこにほら。
Right now, over there. Look. I wonder if there's gonna be like the butterflies or something when he turns. That'd be kind of cool. It's probably not gonna happen just because like they need Battler to not believe in her for the narrative, but it would be cool. Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now.
信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。
Believe it and thank me for giving you that charm.
あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。
If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now.
代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
But then maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? I wonder if there's a loop where fucking Battler dies. That'd be kind of funny.
That would be interesting.
I doubt it because, like, as far as I know, the whole deal is like him and Beatrice like doing this back and forth that they're doing right now, constantly. So if like he dies, like half the fucking story's gone, even if it's only for a loop. But it's half the story for that loop.
Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。
Then it's all useless, isn't it, Maria?
ってことなら悪いが、全然ダメだ。
If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. And though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから、俺黙ってたけどよ。
I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but...
お前にもらったお守りよ。俺、ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ。
Oh, I thought I'd put that charm you gave me in my pocket.
どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。
But I must have dropped it somewhere.
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。
So the charm
た
can't
だ
be...
魔女様の呪いがあって当然なのに、今この瞬間もピンピンしてる。
So the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now. Even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine.
悪いが、俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。
Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes.
Do you believe in radiation?
波長
Six senses? Wavelengths?
魔法のセンス
Magic
悪
sensitivity?
いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。
Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that.
クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。
When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off.
あんたらがいくらじい様に給料もらってるか知らねえが、
Paying a child, sure. Yeah.
俺を妙な宗教に勧誘しようったって。
I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult,
そう簡単にはいかねえってことはよく肝に銘じておきやがるってんだ。
believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily.
バトラ様
Lord Battler.
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。
You guys are free to believe whatever you want.
だが、俺が信じるかどうかは
However, when it comes to things I
常
believe,
に俺が
one who decides
自分で決める。
is always me.
悪いがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. But forcefully and sharply, Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？
Well, that's just fine, isn't
い
it?
ずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。
Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice. Okay, so I guess it's an exposure
もう
thing.
じき蘇るんだよ。
Very soon.
With like good wavelength you can see beforehand, like you don't need the adjustment period, but afterwards. You do. Sorry.
Yeah,
Clear
no
my
problem.
throat. Very soon she will revive. Beatrice will revive.
そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。
I don't want to know what kind of plague she's gonna do with you. That's probably not gonna be good if anything going by her sacrifices and other shit that I know about her is anything to go by. Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot.
疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。
There'll be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to force you to believe.
現れるんだよ。もうじきね。
She will appear very soon.
Alright, we'll call that there, I think.
Are you sure? You getting tired?
No, I'm not tired if you want to keep going.
I can keep going. I do have to take a bathroom break, but I can keep going.
Then yeah, we'll keep going, but we will take our bio breaks.
Yeah, let's see. Let me get us some music. Give me a second here. That was Dead Posy's cover of Blue Monday, and I'm sad that I was gone for the entire one because I really, really fucking love that song. It's my favorite version of Blue Monday. It's really good.
I'll have to listen to it later.
Dead Posy is one of my favorite bands, like, ever. I don't know how common this is for you, but for me, like, it's rare for me to like more 2 or 3 songs from a given band or musical group or whatever.
It can be that way sometimes.
Like Dead Posy, along with Mind in a Box, Cloud, One True God, Tech Thieves, and There's one other that I was just thinking of. I don't remember. But those people, those groups are the only ones that I love. Like basically everything they put out, and it's like definitely true for Dead Posey. In fact, like Dead Posey is the only group that does the kind of music that I'm looking for in that genre. Like it's like an alt rock thing, right? Obviously, because it's from what everyone could hear there. It's very alt rock. But they sing about like pseudo religious, like superstitious, like folklore kind of like it's American folk rock more or less. And I have not been able to find people that do the same thing in the same style. Mostly it's like more traditional like folk music, American folk music, like country music more or less, but American folk. You got to differentiate the two because like country today refers to like pop country rather than like this sort of folklore kind of storytelling. But like they mostly do that with like modern instruments and modern like techniques and stuff like that. So it's still really cool and awesome, but it's not alt rock version of that. I want the alt rock one. And I haven't been able to find any other bands that do the same thing. Like, god damn it.
100% fair.
Don't Stop the Devil, Bogeyman, Parasite, and a few others are like definitely my jam on that kind of thing. I just love Dead Posey so fucking much.
After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom, while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Aunt Natsuki reluctantly retracted her order, but everyone remained packed into the parlor. On the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, 11 people are shut up in the same rooms. Starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate.
Can you pull up the system menu real quick since she actually has her fucking gun on this one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't... Kind of octagonal barrel. I wish they just said the model name of the damn thing. Because that is a really short barrel for a lever action rifle. But the barrel itself is also very wide. And it's not... I can't tell if it's supposed to be a shotgun or like a 40... like, what is it, a 40-75 or whatever the fuck? I don't remember. Yeah, it's 40-75 bullet. I can't remember, or 45-75. There's also 45-70? There's a lot of them. Anyway, I can't tell if that's supposed to be like a shotgun shell or like one of those big bullets like that, because like
Actually, I've
the
got
place
it.
where you can see the... Yeah?
Yes. Winchester 1892 Mare's Leg with D-lever loop
the
and
Mare's
rounded
Leg.
barrel.
Okay. Winchester 18... Would you say 72 or 92?
92.
92 Mare's Leg. Yeah, I know this one. Yeah, this fucking thing. Absolutely. All right, hold on a second. It fires 45 long Colt. Okay. Then why the fuck is the barrel, like the inside of the barrel, so goddamn wide? It's like a thumb. No, that's bigger than a thumb. It's like a 20 gauge shotgun barrel. I don't know, just artistic oofs, I guess, is what that is. Just a fuck up. Let me pull like a good image up for people to look at.
Yeah.
Here we go, I think. Yeah. This one's good. This is more or less... Yeah, it's not supposed to be an octagonal barrel in that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was looking at it earlier, and I was like, hold on. that sort of octagonal barrel shape is not... I don't think that's something that Winchester does. But, like, you can definitely see that it's not supposed to be like that on the first leg.
Yeah, and then it was introduced
I'm reading
in
that here.
1957 in the TV series Crackdown, where Steve McQueen first appeared as a bounty hunter.
Yeah. The term bear's leg at least did. The actual weapon was not.
Yeah. But yeah, that was what Hideyoshi was talking about, kind of.
Yeah. I should have just Googled fucking Steve McQueen wanted dead or alive. And then, like, weapon. Yeah, see, like, you can see that the actual round to the weapon is much smaller than the fictional one that was used in the show. In fact, that might just be... Yeah, that's just a long 45 bullet. Yeah, the 45 long bolt. Yeah. So that fucking... This barrel should not be that big. It should not be that gaping wide. In that octagonal shape where it's carved into... You can see, like, the fucking... How it's shaped into an octagon on the outside. And that's just not how Winchester did their rifle barrels. Like, there's not a reason why they couldn't have, but they just didn't. They always had round barrels. I can't think of a firearm from the time period that had an octagonal barrel, but I'm sure they existed, and I know of them. I just can't remember their fucking names.
Yeah.
Because, like, I got the bad brain. There's not a lot I can do about that. I'd have to keep, like, notes of, like, all kinds of weird random shit up on my computer at all times to be able to talk about this thing, these sorts of things in detail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for whatever reason, I can remember, like, occult shit just fine for the most part. Like, it gets a little touchy when I haven't seen something in a few years, like, with the seventh Pentacle of the Sun that happened in the last stream. Like, I could not remember the name of it for the life of me, but I knew where it was from. Anyway, let's move on. Before I get into another rant on, like, the Ars Goetia. You can open the windows, you know? Like, you don't have to keep the windows closed.
Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. Yeah, that'll definitely happen. Like, a long while passes without anything bad happening, we kind of go back into old habits.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said earlier, that none of them are trained in how to be, like, watchful and perceptive and all that stuff. And, like, on high alert. Because that shit's fucking exhausting.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is.
And keeping that state up all the time. Like, you will burn yourself out so fast.
Yeah.
That's why you always have stories of people falling asleep on, like, guard duties, because, like, they get fucking exhausted after a couple hours.
Yeah.
Even just, like, 1 hour will wipe people out.
Yeah, people, like, who have never experienced it or don't listen to people who have experienced it don't realize how much mental strain really does exhaust you.
Yeah, like, it doesn't use any more calories in your body. Not by a significant margin, at least. I'm sure, like, there's a little bit more. But it's not all that much, but it does, like, put your brain into, like, the overactive mode, and that will tire you out. Especially if the commonly accepted explanation for why we need to sleep is actually true, just to flush, like, junk chemicals, more or less, from our brains. And the more you use your brain, the more those junk chemicals build up. So, of course, you're going to get tired.
It just gets the brain needs.
Yeah, more or less. just imagining, just like someone picking up someone else and just shaking them about like a fucking Etch a Sketch to get them all, right and proper again.
Yep.
Don't do that. That doesn't work.
Yeah, do not actually do that.
The brain is not actually an Etch a Sketch.
Yeah, the brain is not actually an Etch a Sketch, but you are fleshing out, potentially, at least the common thought is it's fleshing out chemicals and build-ups, basically.
And then dreams are like the random firings of related neurons to all that stuff. Like if you've been having problems recently with a given thing, of course you're going to dream about that thing more often, right? Because you've been thinking about it more often. So your random firings are going to be like more like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Which just makes it even more weird that I have nightmares literally every day.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I'm not all that tense, as everyone can tell, like by how I talk and everything. I'm not all that tense. Like I'm fairly stressed, but I'm not constantly in fear of my life,
Yeah, not
These
enough.
aren't things that I think about every day, but it happens all the time.
Yeah, and that's probably from a lack of the good chemicals.
Yeah, I'd assume that, like, at this point, it's just a habit of my brain to conjure up horrible imagery.
I mean, yeah, there's a bit of that, too. But, like, just for example, if you have to take antidepressants, and then you stop taking them for any reason, which you should not do of your own volition, believe me.
Do not do this lightly, yeah.
Because I had a situation where I just ran out, and I couldn't get a hold of my doctor for a bit.
Oh, no.
And
That's the worst. Like, you didn't even, like, get to, like, slowly wean off of them or anything. Just, like, sudden stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no.
So, like, the first day or so wasn't an issue. But, when you stop taking them, you start getting nightmares. And you don't get to sleep. Also, you get the brain zapped. And all I can say is it's like just this jolt in your brain meats. It does not feel good.
I can't even imagine what that feels like.
Yeah.
Like, I have zero context that would allow me to extend into that feeling. I just don't know.
Alright. So, have you ever had a toy that zaps you with electricity? Just like anything?
Yeah, but, like, we're talking like 20 years ago now. There's no way I remember that shit.
Okay, fair enough. But it's kind of that feeling, or like a static shock. You might have had that more recently.
I have static shock all the time, but it never really does anything to me. Like, it's just I don't know. I don't know how to describe that feeling other than static shock. It doesn't actually, like, make my hands tingle or anything. It just quick little pop.
Yeah, there's just this weird little jolt in your brain meats. And
actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's very similar to getting popped with grease for me, like how it feels to have static.
Oh, okay, I can kind of see that. A little bit more than that for me, but I can at least see that because I've been popped with grease before. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just weird though, because like I have a really bad memory for sensations specifically, like physical sensations. I can't remember how stuff feels very easily.
But yeah, it's just
whether it's like cold or hot or like popping grease or static. Doesn't matter what. I can't remember how things feel for whatever fucking reason.
But it's this sudden, unpredictable sensation that happens very frequently, and it's localized in your brain meats.
Hmm.
And it doesn't hurt in the way that, like
The brain doesn't have pain receptors, so
yeah, the brain does not have.
Of course, it doesn't actually hurt.
But it definitely feels unpleasant.
Yeah. Actually, even thinking of it right now, I can't remember what it feels like a burning sensation. I can't remember what burning feels like. And I just burned my hand really badly, like a couple of months ago.
Huh. Fair enough. And yeah, the rig is just getting more jiggly as we go, I think.
Fantastic.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, dreams, nightmares.
Yeah.
You get more nightmares when you go off the antidepressants, and it got bad enough that I was just constantly waking up. And it's not like I was waking up screaming or anything. It's just I kept waking up. So, was
Yeah,
not.
I haven't woken up from a dream from a dream for a while. Like the cause of me waking up being a dream. Like it hasn't happened in probably over a decade.
Yeah, like I don't even know if it's the thing in the dream because it kind of kept repeating because it was me falling down the stairs. Because I was in a house with poltergeist types of shit.
Oh no.
And I just kept like trying to move through, and then I kept getting dragged back down. And so I would just wake up, I go, oh, that sucked. Let me try and actually sleep. And then it would happen again.
That's awful.
Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't even like a sudden surprise because the thing just kept happening.
The falling sensation is like the only thing in a dream that will actually wake me up.
That is also.
But I very, very rarely fall in a dream anyway.
However, it was certain that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent.
How do you know that, though, Battler?
So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated and would eventually return to the parlor. Guess it's like the north wind and the sun.
Again with that book reference.
If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist. But if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do like not doing what they're told.
Yeah, that's an actual like psychological concept. I can't remember the name of it now. It's like something impulse.
Yeah. I forget what it is, but yeah, there's definitely like a thing about that where you have to think about your language when you want someone to do something. Do not tell someone to do something. Ask them to do something. And you're more likely to get it. Because if you tell someone to do something, they will deny it even if they were going to do it originally. Give me just a second.
Yeah. I was trying to find the name of that thing. But the closest I can find is reactance, which is similar but not quite.
Yeah, I think reactance was what I was thinking of. I was letting Cappy know about the bouncing situation. Which, I wonder if I can just reset this by just closing and opening the window again. But we'll try that real quick and see if it at least gets less violent.
Yeah, So an artist colleague of mine is reading their first manga. You want to have a guess what it is?
Oh dear.
Dungeon Meshi. Like, looking at this person going like, that's a hell of a start. You might have some unreasonably high expectations for other manga now after this.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's a really, really good one.
Yeah, that is a...
Also has lesbian elves.
Yeah, like, that is an excellent one. Okay, I think that's... Yeah. Okay, that's helped by... Get myself back into focus here. I think that's helped at least a little. Oh, nope. Nope.
No, what the?
Let's see. Because it was working for
Fucking
a
characters
second.
zoomed off without their hair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me try that again very quickly. Because I think I noticed something that will help with this. Which is...
Here's hoping, because your hair is freaking the fuck out.
Yeah. See here. If I...
Hi, Amber. Hi, handsome boy. Around yourself.
Okay. How does that look? That might look okay. And what I did is just scaled the window vertically, but not horizontally. And I think limiting the horizontal space is at least keeping it from, like, bouncing off in outer space.
Yeah.
So that'll probably have to do for now. But I like Cappy Mill, and besides, like I've said before, we do have stuff that needs editing anyway. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders.
Okay, I just got static from my cat, and yeah, it's like getting pops with grease, but with needles, not like hot.
Yeah, so imagine that needles feeling localized in your brain meats.
That's unpleasant.
Yeah.
Hi, Amber. Hi, buddy. Yes. Now that he's actually laying on me, I'm not getting the static anymore, so I can't, like, keep petting him to verify.
Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, ooh. What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing right behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria.
確かに、マリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。
Right, when Maria starts talking about witches, her personality changes.
昨日、海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
Atler, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right?
サソリのキーホルダーの時か？
You mean that scorpion keychain?
いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。
Yeah, no, she was still using her verbal tick at that point.
Yeah, she was still using her verbal tick. It wasn't until she read the letter.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt.
まるでその二重人格みたいな感じで。
I'm talking about her having a dual personality or something.
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。
Oh, okay, this is just a known fucking thing.
Are we sure?
Yeah, that happens
Let's hear how.
sometimes too.
Yeah, but let's hear how Jessica.
みたいなやつ、たまにあるぜ。
Okay, yeah, so she's describing it the same way, yeah.
Yeah, that thing Maria did when she was talking about the magic circle does happen every now and
気
then.
持ち悪いけどな。
It's freaky, though. Apparently Jessica had spotted that hee Maria a few times.
There's no way a kid knows how to read Hebrew, though. Not. Oh, there's some weird shit going on with Maria.
Maybe. But also, if it's your special interest, and you
Even
have...
I don't know how to read that, alright?
And you have 0 friends.
Now I kind of want to learn Hebrew lettering just so I can, but... Like, I was raised by a Jewish stepfather, too, so and I don't know... I can recognize Hebrew, but that's it.
Yeah.
I can't actually read it.
Just happened to catch it at a bad moment and was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time. So, at the very least, we know Maria's been like this before.
あれっていうのは何なんだ？マリアは二重人格か何かなのか？
But what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something?
それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong and she's being possessed by a spirit or whatever?
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。
No, I don't think it's that.
バトラ君にも経験ない？
Haven't you ever experienced it?
小さい頃、自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
When you were small, didn't you ever want to be someone other than yourself? When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people, but since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate, and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them.
Are they gonna blame, like, Maria being like this on Chuny shit?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh no, why? Because this is like a serious psychological phenomena, if not a supernatural one. Like, legitimately. This is not Chuny shit. This is her being really fucking weird.
Yeah, this is
Chuny shit is normal. This is not.
Yeah, this is at least... At the very least, if she's being Chuny, she's really, like, being devoted to Sparkle Motion right now.
Like, no matter how deep into the Chuny shit you get, you don't suddenly get that kind of, like, ability to act and the actual, like, acting skill at 9 years old. That's absurd. There is something going on here, and it's not Chuny shit. God damn it.
I was just responding to Cappy real quick because they did get back to me on some stuff.
Yeah. Chuny, not Judy. Fucking God. It's Judy twice. God damn it. Alright, fine. Whatever. You win, Captioner. Fuck you. Well, I mean, I don't expect you to be able to get a Japanese word, need like a half Japanese word at that.
Yeah, though I am glad that occasionally we're getting Natsuhi instead of Nazi.
Yeah, that is nice.
Natsu here. Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's kind of close.
Of course, they aren't going to find...
Kind of.
Yeah. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex.
成長期の根底には 子供から
I've
脱
never had
却
like
したいとい
a
う
rebellious
ひよ
period
こ
or
が
anything
殻
like
を
that.
破
Like
る
I
の
keep
に似
hearing
た
about
衝動
it
がある。
as like this common thing, but I've never seen that actually happen.
It can happen to some extent. It's just way more overstated. Like, and sometimes things that aren't rebellious things get mistaken for rebellious things. Like, I make no secret that I'm autistic, which means I ask a lot of questions. But adults in my life took me asking questions as me trying to get out of whatever they were telling me to do, which was not the case. I just wanted more details because I needed them.
Yeah. I do remember some of that, like when I did have questions about things, like for a random example, like being told to do something and you're like, how do you want this done?
Yeah, exactly. Like, to me, a phrase, clean the kitchen, is a bad phrase.
Yeah, because you're gonna be like, clean all of it? What part?
Yeah, what part?
How?
Yeah. You give me a list of things you want me to do, and if I can do them, I will do them. Like, you want me to use this soap on the stove? Absolutely.
Yeah, for me, like the instances I'm talking about are more like they give me some vague thing, not like clean the kitchen or anything, but like some do this thing, and it's something I've never done before, and I don't have any of the details of like how they usually do it or want it done in general. So I'm like, how do I do this? Like, where do I take this thing? Blah 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 blah. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then like occasionally people would get upset with me, like I was fucking like asking stupid questions, but it's just like, I don't know what you want. You have to be a little bit more precise than just 3 words. Like, come on.
Yeah. Oh, also, Cappy says the thumbnail should be ready probably this weekend.
Sick.
So we'll have
that's some good news.
Yeah, so we'll have some of the we'll have the assets for that if we want to do some things with that.
Yeah, we'll see. You should probably like go back and update the older videos, the
Oh,
older
yeah.
VODs with a new thumbnail as well.
Yep, I will add the thumbnail to all the videos.
I will have to see what everything like the finished version of stuff looks like before I can actually like think up what to do with them.
Yeah, the main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid, like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg.
子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
You know what makes children and adults different?
年齢
Age?
それとも体格
Or do you mean size?
違う
The
よ。
number of wrinkles on your
経験
brain.
だよ。
No, it's experience.
大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。
Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience.
子供が何を
That
言って
pissed me
も
off when I
鼻
was
で
a
笑っ
kid
てし
so
まうのは
much.
世間
Like,
知らず
just
を
because I'm not old
見
enough
下して
doesn't
い
mean
る
I
から
don't have opinions, fucker.
The reason
Like,
they
oh my gods.
The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world. God, did I get that a lot. Especially because, yeah, again, autistic was a bit of a shut-in.
Yeah.
So it was treated like, oh, you do not go to meet friends out in the real world, out in the physical space. So by extension, you do not know things. Which, I mean, sometimes, like, you have to get out of your comfort zone to understand different subjects and people. Like, I could not speak to the experience of certain minorities or certain groups that I am not a part of.
Yeah,
But
like, I can't speak to what it's like to be autistic. You can't speak to what it's like to have my particular neurodivergence either.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I can look at all the stats I want, but without talking to you, I would not know for a fact what that experience is like. And even talking to you, that's only, a snippet. But at least that's something.
Yeah, I can sum it up pretty easily. You know how you don't understand some things that like are like instinctual, or at least seem instinctual to everyone else?
Yeah.
It's like that, but apply that to emotions. Just in general, like I do not feel some emotions at all. Period. So it's like I'm missing that chunk of human experience. Of course, that also extends to things like compassion and social cues. I had to learn those by rote, just like you did.
Exactly. Like, I still don't. Like, I understand it from a logical perspective, but I don't know how to initiate it. And that's romantic relationships or those kinds of things. Like, I do not want that explained to me right now, but it's not.
Yeah, I think that's different for everyone, genuinely. Like,
Oh yeah,
so,
I mean, but there's some things that I think people have the confidence to do, at least when they're teenagers, to, get used to it, that I just didn't have. So I would be. It's just definitely starting from scratch on that.
Yeah, for me, stuff just sort of happened. That's it. Like, there was no, like, anyone asking anyone out. Is just like, oh yeah, I guess we're dating now. So we did some shit.
Yeah, it's hard to explain as well. But it's just, I do not understand how some of the things that come naturally to people come naturally to people. Or even if it's not natural, how they got to point A to point B.
Yeah.
So just
I'm
a bit
still
of
very bad at like emotional talk. Yeah, doesn't matter how many times I've witnessed it. Like I still cannot quite figure out how to like console someone. For example, I don't know. I don't get it.
Oh yeah, I totally get you. Like sometimes I try, but it's and reading what a person wants is hard if they're not the type to say what they want in that situation. Which sometimes people are too, emotional to tell you what they want.
Yeah, I think I'm practiced enough to tell what people need or want and like reading people. But like the problem is I can't think of the words like on the spot.
Yeah, that's totally fair as well.
And it's I think I've said this on stream before, but I practice all of my conversations in my head like way before, right? At least in some variation of. And I'm sure a lot of people do that too, but I mean like every conversation, everything I talk about or have a conversation with someone about, I have probably practiced that conversation or some variation of it dozens, if not hundreds of times to get all of the words correct, to get the timing correct of how I speak. All of it. I haven't been able to figure out how to do that for like the consolation talk. Like I can't put the words in the right order that seems right. It all seems surface and shallow and fake to me, because it is for me, but also so is a lot of things, and they don't quite feel the same disconnect. And it's that lack of compassion that I was talking about.
Yeah, I think it's the same for me, and that, I mean, not from a lack of compassion, but it feels hollow because I'm just kind of repeating what I think people need me to say, or what people say in that situation. Like, I hate saying I'm sorry for your loss, even though that is the appropriate thing to say. And
yeah, usually I'm just like, that sucks, buddy.
Yeah,
because like I just don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I can say I'm sorry for your loss and mean it, but it feels hollow because it is just so repeated, and it just doesn't compute in my brain.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things like that which are, those kind of rote things that you say when something bad happens. And they just all feel that same way, where it's, yeah, I'm just saying something from rote. I don't actually, like, I kind of mean it, but it just feels hollow.
Some people might say, like, well, we'll just say what you would want to hear then in these circumstances. It's like, I don't want to hear anything in that circumstance. I want the problem to go away.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Yeah, like, in those circumstances, I don't even know what I want. Sometimes I just need somebody's presence. Like, I'll tell you the one thing that kind of made me feel better when my grandmother passed. And it had nothing to do with what anybody said. It was that everyone gathered at our house, and we all ate Chinese food.
Yeah, fair enough. I can kind of see that.
And the kind of camaraderie mixed with food that I like, and just kind of hanging out. Nice. And yeah, just, it had nothing to do with anything anybody said. So, and I would not have been able to guess that little memory would stick with me as something good and something that was consoling.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had like a single experience that's anything like that. Again, it's just because of, you know, the lack of connection with other people that comes with my neurodivergence.
Yep.
So it's, I don't know. I've had plenty of awful shit happen to me and stuff I feel horrible about, but no one's ever been able to like find that sweet spot for me, and I haven't been able to find it either, so I don't fucking know.
Yeah, for sure. I will say that I appreciate how candid you are about this.
I do that on purpose. I made a very specific decision deliberately like 6 or 7 years ago, that in all of my online content that other people that are going to see, all of my public content, I am going to be open and frank about like my neurodivergence, my trauma, everything. I will couch certain things in more vague or softer terms. Like, I'm not going to give the details of how I was abused. I will just say that it was physical, emotional, and verbal abuse by my older brother.
Yeah.
I can point out a lot of things, but I'm not gonna like tell stories about how it happened or anything like that. Like, I've got a scar on my nose that makes it look like I've got a wrinkle right there, but it's not. It's just like a really deep scar. And yeah, I mean, like, I'm willing to say like how I got the scar, but not the circumstances around it. Like, I got hit in the face with a broom. And especially with like my transness, I'm not going to say if I'm AMAB or AFAB, but that's more like that's less of not being open and more I just don't want people to know that.
Yeah, I don't want to give jackasses the fuel to say that one way or the other. In my case, I'm open about it, but I understand the premise.
It's not even that. Like, I don't care about the jackasses. They can all swan dive for all I fucking care. But it's more just like I just don't want people to know in general.
I mean, that is also fair.
It will become very obvious looking back on my older videos after I finish like HRT and voice therapy. But I'm thinking about deleting the older videos before that happens, so
which would be
no
fair.
one will know except for the people that are here now and are still here in like 5 years, which aren't going to be very fucking many. But hey, there's some.
Yeah. Which
unless you know I blow up tomorrow or something, I don't know.
Yeah, which I mean, who knows? Maybe in 5 years we'll fucking redo Umineko.
That'd be kind of fun, although it would still take a whole ass year.
It really would. Like, we're gonna be taking some time with this. I mean, some things will move faster. Like, one of the things with the setup. Like, the reason the setup was so long is that we're gonna do truncated versions of the setup each loop.
Interesting. All right.
So, it'll just imply, oh, we know X, Y, and Z happened. We know they gathered at the airport, and we're kind of bullshitting, talking before Rosa arrived. But in episode 2, we'll see, what actually delayed Rosa and Maria from getting to the airport on time. And we'll start from there rather than focusing in on the exact same conversations.
Hell yeah.
子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟り切ったようなことを口にして年長者ぶりたくなるよな。
Yeah, I understand that. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult.
大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。
That also pissed me off so much when I was younger.
Yeah,
and I still feel that way today, by the way. So I'm never gonna say like to like a 16-year-old or whatever that they don't know anything. They'll understand when they get older or whatever. Because like, if they're 16 and you can't figure out a way to describe something to them that in a way that they'll understand, the problem is on you, not them. 16 is definitely old enough to understand like complicated concepts and like other shit. There are of course some things that they're not going to understand just because of like life experience, and one of those is like how short 80 to 90 years actually is. Like, I'm a third of the way there and I feel it already.
Yeah.
And I'm only a third of the way there. I'm not 60 or 70. So yeah, of course my perspective is a little different than it will be in 30 years.
Yeah, like how fast a year can go by is very variable, but it gets faster as you age.
Yeah, like I lost a fucking month earlier. Like, just like halfway through December to halfway through January, I just lost all of it. Like, I don't remember a goddamn thing that happened.
Yeah. And like, that can definitely deeply depend on, oh hey, I've got this project that actually has my fascination and I'm able to work on it. But that's, depending on having a project and having the ability to focus on it.
I remember there was a reason why I lost that month, but I just don't remember what the reason was now. It was probably something to do with my insomnia, honestly.
Yeah, it was something to do with your insomnia. You got sick for part of it.
I don't remember being sick.
Or, not sick, but migraines, I think.
Right, yeah. I had like a 5-day period of just like constant migraines. That's right, yeah. It's like it started one day. I'd take the day of my medicine and like it would fade a little bit and like allow me to like function mostly kind of like a person, and then the next day it would just come back.
Yeah.
And like I was just nauseous and dizzy and photophobic for like 5 days. It was awful.
Yeah, like it really depends. Like, yeah, it just definitely depends on what you're able to do. Yeah.
But like,
things
you
like
can't
that.
explain like what marriage is and how people like sometimes like break apart in divorce to a 16-year-old. The problem is with you, not the kid.
Exactly. Like,
I'm gonna call them a kid because they are a kid, but that doesn't mean like I don't believe in their ability to adapt and understand the same things that I understand.
Yeah,
for the most part.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I've definitely said some bullshit as a teenager with my whole chest, but that's because nobody was in the position to explain it to me.
Yeah, like a lot of the time when I said some stupid shit as like a teenager, it's not because I was stupid or anything. It's because no one told me and I didn't have enough information to more properly look into it myself.
Yeah, like,
it's the same thing like when you're like trying to look into some concept in like a biology or any field of study. Actually, if you don't even know the basics of the vocabulary, you can't Google the things that you're trying to find because you just don't know how to phrase it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing for all that stuff. Like, I didn't have the context necessary to understand enough to find out more or less.
I mean, a
And of
good ass
course,
example is I always
go
knew
for it.
I didn't feel like I fit in, but I didn't know what transgender was
Yeah.
until I fucking started meeting transgender people.
Yeah, when I was 16, like I didn't understand that either.
And then
I think that's about the time where I really started that.
Yeah, and then it took me even longer to meet non-binary people.
Yeah, it actually took someone I was dating at the time to be like, "Hey, you know, non-binary stuff like falls under the trans umbrella, right?" And I was just like, "What? Really? Hold on, fuck."
Yeah. Here's yeah. Like, funny thing, I did that whole ass interview with Kimchi, and that was during a stage in my life I did not know that non-binary also fell under the trans umbrella.
That's amazing. Like you did the trans interview without realizing.
Mm-hmm. Like, I knew, like, it was labeled trans and non-binary, but I didn't really think about the fact that, yeah, no, I'm trans.
Like, for those of you who are wondering and don't have the same context as us, for context, the word trans or transgender means specifically someone who identifies as a gender other than that misaligns with their birth sex.
Yeah.
So, any kind of person that is not cis, that is not, I am a man, I was born as a male, or I am a woman, I was born as a female. Anyone that is not that in any way is trans.
Yep.
That's non-binary and all of the other kinds of things that fall under non-binary, and the more traditional binary transness.
Yeah, and to be clear, that has always been the case. Non-binary people have been part of the trans movement from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's just like people don't understand that trans is a category, more or less, not its own specific thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also one of those things like white feminists during the, first and second wave feminism got more play than black and just general non-white feminists.
Yeah. For a while there, the binary trans people got their
time in the sun, basically,
more than the non-binary people did.
Yeah, because it was something that was easier for the normative to grasp. They can go, oh, okay, so you were born a woman, you were born female, but you're actually a man. So you still fit in the man box. Okay, I can accept that.
You just didn't start that way, right? Like, yeah, sure, fine, cool, I get it.
Yeah.
But, like, this is a problem with, a lot of human society locks things into binary boxes. Like, day, nights, on, off, hot, cold, man, woman, god, devil, good, evil, so on and so forth.
The
nuance is missing in a lot of broad strokes.
Yeah. In the age of ancients, there was just gray crags and arch trees. And then came disparity.
With it, heat and cold, fire and dark.
Yeah. And I noticed,
et cetera.
And I noticed I was peaking my mic, so I am reducing the gain a little bit.
All right, that's fine. I could tell that immediately, honestly, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Even when I peak my mic, it's not actually peaking on the volume end or on the receiver's end because I have it lowered by like 8 decibels. So like there might be some vocal tearing or vocal burn on the peak, but it's not going to be like super loud, piercing sort of shit.
Yeah, but I figure do that just because I'm looking at OBS and I can see, the bar is just turning red.
Oh yeah, on OBS Streamlabs, it doesn't lower the the visualizer bar for my microphone or anything else for that matter.
Yeah.
Even though I've lowered all of the decibels by like 8 to 12.
Gotcha.
I can't remember if that's also the case for OBS Studio.
It
for
probably
Streamlabs
is, because Streamlabs is just kind of a not as easy to use plugins on version of OBS.
Yeah, I still have both on my computer, but for whatever reason, OBS Studio doesn't like this computer, so I started using Streamlabs instead.
Yeah,
and now everything's all properly set up on Streamlabs, and I don't want to like have to go through the whole thing to make it happen on Studio, even though the problem is probably fixed by an update by now.
Yeah, we'll see what I end up doing. I might swap to Streamlabs. We'll see. Right now, it's fine.
Yeah. Another great thing about Streamlabs though is I get to have my chat on the actual broadcast software, so I don't actually have to tab into Twitch in the background to have my chat open.
Oh, actually, OBS Studio just does that now.
Oh, fucking sick! That's awesome.
Yeah. 'Cause, yeah, I have mine up just fine.
Excellent. Well, it didn't happen. It didn't used to happen like that like 4 or 5 years ago when I first switched. So
Yeah, nope, I've got it right here. And yeah, I can tell the model is still doing its flips and dips.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
We'll just say that that your avatar's on crack or something today.
Yeah, my avatar is particularly bouncy today. Which is fine.
Just on Adderall. Adderall and espresso. Anyway, yeah, like this fucking like
yeah, this
thing
sentiment
about it, adults always looking down on kids is just like
and
it pisses me off so much.
Say they're too naive, or they'll understand when they get older, or something. Which is just, it is such a shit sentiment, because you can explain most things to children if you keep in mind.
Like
if you keep in mind
to
their
like
age.
single-digit children, even like, come on.
Like, yeah, sure, you're not gonna mention butt fucking to a 9-year-old, but you can explain that a man loves another man, or anything like that.
Yeah, okay. I don't know about that. You might be able to explain, not with the term butt fucking, but you can definitely like explain sex to a single digit age child, like 7 to 9, somewhere in there, because like sex education is very important for kids who need to vocalize that they're being abused in a specific way.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you need to, but in that case, you're kind of more going, okay, here's, here are no touch zones. Here are, you can tell, no means no. And, I like one of the framings I know is like framing it around tickling. Like, sure, it can be all fun and games when someone's tickling you, but eventually it can hurt or, not feel fun anymore. You could say stop, and they should stop.
Of course, no one ever fucking like stops tickling a kid when they say stop because they're a kid.
Yeah, which is not great, but it's not,
super
it's
not great.
Yeah, like it's not the devil or anything, but like, maybe don't do that anymore. Because a kid should know that their no, when it comes to their body, is absolute.
Yeah. It's like, I can't think of a single concept that I would not have understood when I was like 8 or 9.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe like some super high level complicated fucking metaphysics shit.
Yeah.
That's fucking metaphysics. Most people as adults can't understand that shit.
Yeah, totally.
And I believe me, I get it. It's difficult. It's fucked up.
Yeah, no. Absolutely. But I guess my point is, yeah, you're not going to explain sexuality in the same way. Okay?
Yeah, like
To
you
a-
do have to like change how you talk about it depending on your audience, of course.
Yeah, that's more what I meant. You're not going to explicitly say what sexual activity is. You're going to couch it in what is actually appropriate. It would not be appropriate for a child to engage in sex. So you're going to talk to them more about, how to communicate that they are being abused and how to say no.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than,
And of course, as people get older, then you start talking about like STIs and STDs and all that stuff, just so they have all the information to make like proper decisions and so on and so forth. Because like, let me tell you something. You're not gonna be able to stop 14-year-olds from fucking. It's not gonna happen. You can't stop it.
Yeah, absolutely not.
What you can do though is give them enough information to like make their decisions like with an informed mind. All right.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to be able to stop teenagers from fucking. People have tried for hundreds,
It never works.
if not thousands of years. It never works.
It's like abstinence is the only way. It's like, yeah, it's the only way to be sure, but like, people are gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, and
no one takes a vow of celibacy from their birth.
Yeah,
and even people that take vows of celibacy sometimes still fuck it up and do things anyway.
Yeah, I would rather be 99.9% certain that, if there was a teenager in my life, which there really isn't, but if I had a little cousin or something, I would want to be 99.9% certain that they're safe. Even if
I
it's
got
not 100%.
I got a younger cousin that's a teenager right now, 16. But I don't think I really have to worry about that with him. So
fair enough. But yeah,
it's fine. He's very like uninterested. He might be Arrow Ace.
まあ実際そうなんだけど
But I don't know for sure, of course, because I'm not in his head.
見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな
well, it's probably true, but to a kid, it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon.
It's not true, though. That's the thing.
知識や経験の有無か。
I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience, which it should be the job of the parent to fill out knowledge and experience, but also, all of these people have shit parents.
Yeah, that's true.
Except for...
His entire family is like a trash fire.
Yeah. Like, Hideyoshi's good, but he's also not a blood relative to Kinzo.
Yeah. How would Jeff like explain this? It's like 3 dumpsters filled with disgustingly portraits of disgustingly rich young ladies on fire.
Yeah.
That's probably about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
確かに
He's more creative and like practice that than I am, but you know.
尊敬はされねえよな。
Question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason
Get
to
out of here,
respect
Jack.
a person for their age if they've just wasted their lives. Yeah, that's true. And yet, those will be the people.
Don't respect your elders just because they're elders. Respect them because they actually know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
And therefore, you need to actually know them before you can respect them properly.
Yeah, and it's the exact people who have wasted their lives and haven't actually like communicated with other people who will try and pull rank with their age.
Hi, buddy. Actually, I don't know why I started thinking about this, but I actually got hit with like one of those "You're so young" lines when talking about my disability, like a couple months ago. But he meant like the guy meant it in a not condescending way.
Oh.
Which surprised the shit out of me. Like it was one of those like, dude, that sucks. You're so young though.
Oh.
Like, because like most people when they say, "Oh, but you're so young," it means like they're trying to say like that's not real. You're too young for that to happen, right?
Yeah, but this person, it sounds like they meant, "Oh shit, your knees are that fucked, and you're how old again?"
Yeah. Of course, like I only realized that after the fact, like because I've had that said to me so many times that like by now it's fucking like pure goddamn instinct to be like, "Hey, fuck you."
Yeah. But then it settled in. Wait, no, he meant like, oh shit, your knees are that fucked and you're just,
Yeah.
in your late 20s.
I wish I actually knew the guy and not like he wasn't just like someone that I met randomly while doing something. Because then I could be like, it's like, hey, so I just realized what you meant back then. It's just like the next day that I realized this or whatever, so it was way too late. But
yeah.
It's like I just realized what you meant. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Because like my family has hit me with the "but you're too young for that" shit before, right?
Yeah.
Like I was it was like last year at Thanksgiving or something like that, and like I had some chest pains, and like I had my hand over my chest because I was in pain, and like my aunt was just like, what are you doing? And it's like I have chest pains. And then she hit me with the fucking like, but you're so young. And it's like I've had it for like over 10 years. Like I was diagnosed with these stress-induced chest pains when I was 15 or 16.
Oh yeah.
It was like, how did you not know this? You lived next door to me at the time.
Yeah.
Does no one talk about the health of like the other people in this family? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's so annoying. Like I've had people had their literal parents go, "Oh, you're too young to be depressed." And
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, and that's not how depression works. But nope, so it goes.
Fuck that. I don't get it. It's like those people can swan dive. I don't care.
Oh
Fuck
yeah,
'em.
absolutely. The person I'm talking about in question can go jump in a lake
and not climb out.
And not climb out. I don't say that lightly.
Fuck's sake. I have noticed I'm slightly rubbing off on you on the violence thing.
Oh yeah,
You would have never said that a couple of years ago when we met.
Oh yeah, at least I'm being more honest about it. But yeah, there's definitely a little bit of, oh yeah, cat definitely rubs off on me.
Kind of funny, like I've never let myself like become more like the people around me before, so it's fun seeing like other people that I talk to become more like me instead.
Soon, the army will be complete.
Soon, yes. Someone's gonna have to fucking drive the disabled technical. I don't remember what they call it now, but like there's a fucking he was talking about during the protests and the riots, like getting a fucking doing up a truck and like putting like bolting a chair to the back so I can sit in the back with a fucking box of Molotov cocktails, just toss them as we were driving down the road. Exactly. I can't remember what he called it. It was something technical, and he made a joke out of it, like being like me being disabled or crippled. I just don't remember what the fuck it was now.
Yeah. Which, by the way, a technical is a civilian vehicle that has ordnance or other things mounted to it to make it.
Yeah, the military term for it is up armored civilian vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
More or less means that like you've got armor plates bolted to it and like it does things.
Yeah. So like
converted combat vehicle, more or less.
Yeah. For example, in the current Russian invasion of Ukraine has electric scooters with anti-tank guns on them, and they have been used to great effect. Just fucking little electric scooter, you hit the tank, and then you zoom off before the tank can get you. Anyway, that is very deep in the weeds. I am...
Yeah, that's a little too far.
Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them.
子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら
And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids from adults.
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが 一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
I get it. If they know something someone else knows, it becomes part of their identity. Yeah, it's not exactly Chuny so much as it's Maria's special interest. And so she's identifying with witches and being a witch.
Or at least that's what they think is going on, because she's definitely not normal when she's like that.
Yeah, more than a little bit. Who knows? She might be partway to transforming into a witch. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how that fucking works in this setting.
That'll be for later. Much later.
It's like in my own work, like when I have someone like become a witch, it's just like they find some things out and then start practicing. That's it.
Yeah, because we go by the more European idea of actually just being a practicing witch.
Yeah, like which in the European idea, like a witch is a practitioner of magics, both folklore and older, that is not formally taught. Whereas like a sorcerer or whatever is like someone who's like gone to an academy or whatever. Like you'll find that all the people that refer to themselves as sorcerers in history are very highly educated in the sciences and everything, and then everyone that's a witch is just like some fucking local nerd who knows a lot of folk magic and folk remedies. That's it. Ember? Or was that Phoenix? No, that was Phoenix doing that mournful howl.
小学校の頃とかさ、クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり、
No, when I was in elementary school, I learned things no one else
持
knew.
っていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。
Get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and became a bit of a hero for
バ
it.
トラもそういう経験あるだろ？
I'll bet you've done the same thing, Battler. With your fucking zip-up suit jacket.
Yeah.
あるある。
You look awful in that, by the way, buddy. It's tacky as shit.
確かにあるな。
No, I think the color's fine. Just not the zipper.
Yeah, the color's fine.
There was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in some skill or other.
なるほど。それが子供からの脱却。つまり、成長期ってわけか。
You know, you can just want to be good at a thing without it being an identity thing, right, Battler?
So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, or going through my growing period, in other words. And yeah, this is definitely Ryukishi kind of leaning into shit he probably knows about, like childcare and child services, being a social worker. So it's it's not true for every time somebody wants to be good at a thing, but I'm sure there is a certain tendency to want to separate yourself from your peers, and you just want to be good at anything that someone else isn't good at, or that the majority of people aren't good at. And that's different from having a specific thing that you want to be good at just because you want to be good at it. If that makes sense.
You're okay, buddy. I don't know. I've never wanted to be good at something for like an identity purpose. It's always just like, I just want to do the thing and be good at it.
人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。
You put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has.
これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。
Oh, question. Oh, wait, no, it's...
What?
Never mind. I was going to ask about whether the cats needed food, but no, that's in a half hour from now.
Yeah. They just got the zoomies right now. They're running around jumping on boxes and stuff.
Gotcha. This is also interesting from a sociological
人
standpoint.
が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。
Because people hate being like everyone else, they try to learn skills other people don't
これに
know.
より 社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。
In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive.
神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
Quality of the gods' programming is truly inspiring. Or surprising.
It's a hell of a way to put it. I'm guessing George is at least a little religious.
Yeah, probably. Well, unique personality trait can also be negative, right?
クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから、俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
Like if, say, everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off trying to stand out. I have a feeling you're talking from experience, Battler.
Mm-hmm.
I do apologize, but something I am finding hilarious is sometimes the model just does go cross-eyed for a split second.
It is fairly amusing, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got that on my tablet though, so like that's I'm only seeing it on my peripheral vision. So like occasionally I'll just snap my head to the side after seeing a bunch of movement.
Exactly. Oh, okay, that last bit really was true about me. I didn't even remember that. I was just making an off comment. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school.
You got slapped by your teacher? I mean, I guess it was the 80s, but also, what the fuck, man?
Yeah. So, also, it's Battler. I kind of feel like he deserved it.
Yeah, I mean, probably. Although, no kid deserves to get slapped.
Yeah, no, percussive...
For the most part.
Yeah, percussive maintenance doesn't actually work. There are better ways to get...
Like, you have to do some pretty serious shit to, like, deserve a slap as a kid.
Yeah. Like, that was definitely jokey jokes. Do not slap kids, do not accept being slapped as a child.
Which, of course, if you're a child, you shouldn't be watching our stream. But,
yeah, but I also mean, like, if you were slapped in your childhood, that was not okay.
Yeah.
But, well, I tried to jump over things no one else could.
成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜって、マラソンで全力疾走とか。そういう気持ちはあったな。
Sprint as fast as I could, trying to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it.
勉強はダメだったから、少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。
In my nature that if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising.
なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな、俺。
I really did go through a proper growing period.
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよな。
Essentialist bullshit, but anyway, I guess boys really
do
tend
and
to
also,
focus more
like,
on physical
Jessica,
stuff.
you specifically are a tomboy.
同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。
But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things.
バトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ？
I'll bet there were groups
Man,
of girls.
like, everyone was interested in that sort of thing when I was that age.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your classes that got really interested in fortune telling and their spiritual senses.
It's like even the people that didn't take it seriously were like, well, it's fun. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's like one of those things like, yeah, maybe you don't believe in tarot cards, but they're a nice way to sort out your thoughts.
Yeah, and also it's fun. Like to just like see what comes up. I use sometimes I do like divination methods just to see what happens. You know, it's like answering those like random like which character are you quizzes. You know, it's like that. You're not gonna take it seriously, but even when you're like 14, you're not gonna take it seriously for the most part. You're just gonna do the thing and be like, oh yeah, I got this thing. That's kind of funny. Or oh, I got this one. What the fuck? What is this quest? Or what is this quiz? You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, there were. They'd come over asking me for my sign and my blood type, and they'd laugh. Ah, I thought so. Asterisk giggle, asterisk giggle, asterisk exclamation point. Yeah, by the way, for those who don't know, In Japan, blood type is kind of viewed the same way other zodiac signs are. Or like zodiac signs are in either the Western or like Chinese zodiac.
Which that always weirded me out in JRPG manuals before I found out about that. Because like the characters would just have their fucking blood types like listed on their like bios in the manuals for JRPGs, and it's like, why? For some of them, you could think it's like, oh yeah, this may be relevant because like the kind of setting and the story and what's going on here. So like people might need to know like what kind of blood type they have so they can get transfusions. But no, it's like some weird it's like putting their astrological signs on their bio when you make a character, which is just really weird.
Yep. Yeah, it's just basically an astrological sign type thing. And it's just something that, yeah, a lot of people, at least young people in Japan, do find interesting. Like, I don't know how popular it is in, like, Japanese popular culture now, but it was a big deal, and that's why you'll find a lot of anime characters have their blood types listed.
Still just, like, really weird to me.
Yeah, it absolutely is weird.
It's like, that feels almost like balancing humor sort of kind of science.
I mean, yeah.
It's not real.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the four humors are real, but not how they affect the human body. Because, like, you do have black bile and yellow bile and all that stuff, and blood and so on and so forth. Like, you have those. Those are real. But that doesn't mean, like, they actually affect you the way that, like, the four humors kind of fucking
you don't
medicine says it.
Yeah, and you don't manage them by eating certain food. In
the
way
of course
that's listed.
Because, like, of course, like, you could get rid of anemia by eating foods, like, high in iron, obviously. Mild anemia, anyway. Like, severe anemia, not so much. Like, that's sort of the realm of medicine.
Yeah. But if you're a little anemic and you just need some more, particular kinds of proteins, sure.
I think black bile is, like, the liver fluid, right? Hold on a second.
Yeah, you look that up all I can do.
とか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。
Really got on my nerves.
どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし。
No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune telling.
決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
Deciding whether your spirit sense is strong or weak, sensitivity is, whether you can see the unseeable, that kind of thing. Definitely happened to me.
占いも霊感も
I'm getting results of the like humorism medical stuff, not the actual like what the fuck it is in the actual human body. But there is a kind of like a fluid in your body that's like a dark brownish black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that specifically because I've seen animals puke it up before. Yeah, it's not great. One of my dogs, one of my family dogs was getting put down like 3 or 4 years ago because she had like severe diabetes and she was going into organ failure. And when she got the injection, she immediately just like splattered black bile all over the towel she was laying on. And for a second there, I thought it was an effect of the fucking euthanasia shot, but it's not. She was just really sick.
Yeah. That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school.
男の子と違い、内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとって、
Girls who tend to be more introvert. What the fuck are you talking about, George? Women.
Yeah, I don't know.
Women are some of the friendliest ass people I met. Not that like biosensualist bullshit stands in either direction, but like. I met a lot of extroverted women.
Yeah. It's probably, like, balanced for me. Like, how many of either gender have I met that are introverted as opposed to extroverted?
Yeah. And, at some point, you do also just kind of, as a trans individual, you just start gathering trans women in your orbit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like
Like
once you are designated by a trans person as a safe space, you will find them flock to you, and it's not even because like that trans person has like told everyone else about
Yeah,
you. It's not how it works. It's just like some sort of weird magnetism.
Yeah, exactly. Like it just kind of gradually happened, and then all at once, boop, I suddenly know a lot of trans people. Wait a second. Oh, I'm trans.
Yeah, I can't remember when we were talking about this, but we were doing some fucking voice call off stream, and we were talking about how like fucking like 12 years ago, my entire social circle, which is still largely the same, we're all just like, oh yeah, I'm straight and cis, it's fine, but I support like the LGBT people because they're cool and people should be able to do what they want as long as it's not hurting anyone else, and so on and so forth. And then like over the next 10 to 12 years, everyone has just been like, oh yeah, I'm ace. Oh, yeah, I'm demisexual. Oh, I'm non-binary. Oh, I'm trans. Oh, I'm gay. Oh, I'm bi. It just like goes on and on like that. And there's like one or two people left in my social circle who aren't like they're just like very cis hetero. They're cishet. It's like I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop with them.
Yeah, like the only person I can think of who I don't necessarily expect the other shoe to drop is Nate.
No, I actually already talked about his thing too. He said it on stream, so I think it's fine. But he said that he could see himself falling in love with a man, but he's not sexually attracted to men, so he's effectively cishet because sex is a very important part of relationships for him.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. So yeah.
So like, yeah, cishet, but also
a bit pan romantic, kind of.
Yeah, kinda.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's just very funny to me.
それはアイデンティティを確立しやすくて
And of course, like Trig is on the A spectrum, so
Genre
he's also talked about on stream before.
It's a genre that's easy to build an identity upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them. Yeah, I still don't
I think
know
it's
what...
just Packer now. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに
just like how when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. Yeah, this is a lot of generalized bullshit.
Yeah, of course.
女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出る
I
ように
should
なるん
hope
だよ
that this isn't Ryukishi talking here. This is just the characters. But
yeah, I'm gonna hope so. Or that,
this was also written like 20 years ago, so
yeah, or that Ryukishi...
It's possible.
Yeah, or that Ryukishi grew up after that time. Which is fair.
How can I hope so?
You know,
like when I was younger, I was like 13, 12, 13, whatever. I was very much into fantasy. I still am, of course, but now I have a much wider range of tastes. I found things that got me started on other genres and all that. But fantasy was my major thing when I was very young. And I found a lot of fantasy that was very progressive, that would still be considered very good today and not problematic at all, which is just surprising to me how that happened for me, but for a lot of people, all of their older stuff is still so weird and a product of their times, so to speak, or for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, a lot of, like, so one of them was, there was a fantasy thing, and they didn't have a healer with magical abilities on hand, so they just had to, like, hold this woman down while they pulled an arrow or something like that out of her leg, or set her leg, I don't remember. And it was just casually dropped that one of the other characters who was tending to this woman was gay. It didn't use the word gay because this was a medieval fantasy thing, so they wouldn't have said gay anyway. She was said to prefer women. That's it, and it was never said to be a bad thing in the narrative ever. It was just like, yeah, this is just a thing. She just prefers women. This is like, okay, cool, yeah. And then another thing I was reading, which was actually a Shadowrun book, and I don't remember the name of it anymore, but I remember the main character and the plot of the thing. For those of you who know Shadowrun, it's about Detroit and when it got invaded by insect spirits. The main character was a human mage gay man. He's a gay human mage man, as opposed to elf or dwarf or whatever.
Yeah.
And at one point, he used a glamour to make himself look like an elven woman to seduce some guy, so that guy would spill the beans on some fucking job that they were doing, because they're Shadowrunners. They got to do all kinds of like distasteful stuff to get their job done. And the way he explained it was very, very gay. Like, he was saying that like he didn't actually want to like screw the guy or anything like that. He wasn't trying to like genuinely seduce him, but more that he just wanted to have a guy look at him and have like desire in his eyes, like just like for someone to look at him and be like, wow, they're hot, and get that sort of reaction out of him, which is why he chose to be an elf woman specifically, because like elves in the setting are considered very beautiful for the most part. There are ugly elves, don't get me wrong, they do exist, but like the stereotype is that elves are very pretty and desirable, so he chose to turn into an elf instead of like just a human woman or whatever.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And yeah, stuff like Shadowrun definitely has a lot of that, because he does deal with like the transhumanism side of things a lot.
Mm-hmm. And how we're all still human even if we look different on the outside.
Yep.
Which is kind of the thing with the meta-humanity. Like, trolls, orcs, goblins, fucking dwarves, humans, elves, they all act the same way. They all have the same, like, stuff going on upstairs. That's it.
Yeah, so you mentioned metahuman, so I have to laugh a little bit about X-Men.
Oh, yeah. I think you're going to talk about the Storm thing, aren't you?
No, actually.
No? Okay. Go ahead then.
Okay, so, human toys, like toys of humans, are taxed differently, or at least were taxed differently, than toys of non-humans. So, Marvel argued in court that mutants are not humans.
Wow. Alright.
And it's kind of a bit of a laugh, just because of how counter that runs to the actual story.
Mm-hmm. Which, like, the thing that I was referencing there was, like, Storm says to Rogue in one thing, after Rogue says, like, something like, can we be cured? Is that real? Storm's like, no, there's no cure because there's nothing wrong with us. We're not sick. Etc., etc. This is like the Storm Goddess says to the woman that kills people when she touches them.
Yeah, exactly.
And can't turn it off, you know? Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, if you could just turn it off whenever you wanted, sure.
Yeah, sure, fine. But she hasn't felt someone's touch in like 10, 15 years at this point. Yeah, it's a disease to her.
Yeah, she's either killed people she cares deeply about, or...
Yeah, I think she killed her girlfriend on accident in her origin.
Yeah, I think it was... Yeah, I think it depends on the movie and story, whether it's a girlfriend or boyfriend, but yes.
It was a comic, so I'm pretty sure it was girlfriend, because, like, the movies definitely did not have her have a girlfriend. Because those movies were made in, like, the early 2000s. There's no fucking way that Rogue was gay in those movies.
Yeah. So, she's killed... Yeah, she's killed a significant other, and that's what started her, whole running scenario. And then...
Yeah, I think she's canonically, like, pan or bi, whichever, like, fits her better.
Then she's fucking put Wolverine in near death, but of course he can survive anything.
Yeah. That man is like... he's like the cockroach of mutants.
Yep, exactly.
I think canonically he's like fucking like 200 years old or something like that.
Yeah. No, I do fucking love, the whole thing of, do not fight Magneto, you have metal bones. I'm gonna go fight Magneto. Yeah. Ah, my bones!
I'm gonna do it anyway! Oh no, my bones! It happens every time too.
Oh yeah, it does. God, just how much that would have hurt though. Because here's the thing, you the audience might not know about Wolverine. It's been in movies now, so it's more knowledgeable than it was before. The metal bones are not part of his mutation. They just applied a super metal to his bones.
Yeah, adamantium.
Yeah.
They used unobtainium.
Yeah, they fucking added metal to his bones, and he was not knocked out for it.
Yeah, because like anesthetic doesn't work on him.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he heals from literally everything, including poison, and anesthetic can be seen as a poison.
Yep.
He also can't get drunk, which is probably why he's always drinking.
Yep. Which is also funny because there is a Superman. This is the last tangent I'll get on. There's a Superman story where he's posing as Bruce for reasons. And specifically Bruce Wayne, not Batman.
Or Banner. But that's the wrong series anyway, or the wrong company. DC versus Marvel.
Yep. But anyway, he poses as Bruce, and someone's trying to kill Bruce. So they fucking apply neurotoxin, and that's the only thing that gets him acting like an actual fucking drunk. It's like an actual neurotoxin.
Yeah. Although that it shouldn't work on him anyway because he's not human. He doesn't have the same fucking neurons.
Oh, sure, but like if it's similar enough.
Yeah, like convergent evolution sort of deal, which is why he even looks human in the first place. But
yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
So, I still laugh at the comic. Why does it have pincers to grab onto you?
Fuck's sake.
Anyway, so yeah, he's acting like he's fucking drunk, because he is, on neurotoxin. And then, what is it? Not Slade, but, Deathstroke, that's it. Deathstroke tries to kill him.
I'm pretty sure Deathstroke is Slade Wilson.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. But anyway,
yeah, Deathstroke.
And tries to kill him, thinking he's just, billionaire Bruce Wayne. The fucking sword that he's using just fucking bends around his arm, or whatever. And he is massively confused. Then Bruce goes, "You go now," and just fucking licks him. And he's halfway around the fucking world, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course. It's like if Superman actually tries.
Yeah.
Like the World of Paper speech is actually one of the few times that I actually like comic book stuff.
Oh yeah, that is definitely a good one. Anyway, I will stop getting on tangents.
Yeah, I did want to say that about Wolverine and the metal thing. I think they showed it in one of the older movies from the early 2000s. Is the actual process was that they basically carved his flesh open and then poured molten metal over his bones through the open wounds.
Yep.
To bond it to the metal or to the bones, which is just super fucked up.
Yeah, super fucked up.
And they had to do that to all of his bones too, his skull as well as his little fingers, even the claw, the bone claws, because that's the actual mutation in there. Is there's a set of bones in his arm.
Yeah, there's the bone claws.
You can push out.
Yeah, there's the bone claws, and then there's the immortality, which I think.
Yeah.
Basically, he has a similar sort of immortality to Deadpool, but he just doesn't have the cancer attached.
Yeah, it's more or less that you just heal too fast for anything to actually kill you.
Yep. But
I don't know if he can actually be exploded. I think in the comic books, yeah, I think he can just straight get blown up. I vaguely recall saying something about that.
In the comic books, he can be fucking atomized and come back from that. Slowly, mind you, but yes. He will come back from anything.
I prefer like the movie version where it's just like still within the realm of believability.
Yeah. Well, I didn't though. Yes, it's almost like generalizations are stupid as fuck.
マリアがオカルトに関心を持つのは年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもない。
Yes, it is, Battler. That's so rare.
Yeah, like having that level of interest in the occult, like, yeah, absolutely. Like, girls enjoy, like, anybody, ghost stories and a little bit of fortune telling, you know, whatever happens to float within their, you know, circle of people they know.
Yeah, I know like 2 other people that are even as deep as I am into the occult stuff, and like for one of them, it's his literal job.
Yeah, like, it'd be different if Kinzo actually talked to Maria, then I could go, oh yeah, so she just got, like, the fucking crash course of a lifetime.
Yeah, of course.
So, of course she knows all this weird bullshit, but Kinzo fucking hates her for some reason, which is, again, is just really weird to me. Like, I kind of know it because Kinzo's a fucking asshole who just is also a misogynist.
I wonder if it might be because she gets more attention from Beatrice than he does.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Because, minor spoilers, Maria's gonna comment that every year she comes here, Beatrice talks to her.
Yeah, because like she already implied as much by saying that Beatrice taught her all of this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Earlier in the kitchen, that's what she said. Beatrice told her all this.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, and then so Kinzo, us presumably being on the same wavelength, able to like see Beatrice's like a spiritual form,
so
would be able to see her talking to Maria and teaching her the entire time.
So, fun fact about that. No, Kinzo is like Battler.
Oh no.
he just managed to
Oh, that might be why she hates people. Okay.
Yeah.
That might be why she hates people like Battler.
Yeah, well, what she talks about with Battler, what Maria does, is that Battler can't see her and also denies her existence. Whereas Kinzo
yeah, which I mean, that's another reason.
Yeah, that's why she's annoyed by Battler, because
I just mean
shit.
like in that similar sense, like he shares a trait with Kinzo, and Kinzo's a fucking bastard. So
potentially, like, that's part of it. But yeah, Kinzo is more like Battler, and he only manages magic just through sheer fucking repetition and will, without having the aptitude for it.
It does bother me when things have like aptitudes for magic. Like the whole point of magic is that anyone can do it if you know how.
But yeah, that's fair.
It also like I think another reason why it bothers me is because in a lot of like fantasy fiction, this is specifically a Japanese thing actually. And Korean, I think it's Korean and Japanese for the most part, but it's like only the nobles have magic sort of thing. And it's like, what? No, there's no way you're giving it feudalism an actual like objectively correct reason to exist. What the fuck? That's so ridiculous.
Yeah, unfortunately, divine right and bullshit wasn't just a Western concept.
It was literally everywhere that had kings or monarchs in general.
Yep.
So there was always the divine right of kings.
It's just in places like China and Japan, you could, in the actual like theology, lose the favor.
Yeah, and like this could honestly, I never thought about this before, but that could be because if a monarch makes bad decisions, it's more likely for like disasters to be so much worse. So of course, like disasters becoming a sign that the king or emperor or whatever is no longer favored by the heavens could very easily come into play, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, if you have bad policies when it comes to food and a famine happens, well, of course, you've lost the divine right of heaven. And we are fully justified in killing you. So we don't starve.
Yeah, I just never thought about it that way before. Which is just like, of course, if a disaster happens under your reign, people are not going to be happy with you. But like, just thinking about how that connection came about in the first place is just never thought about it quite in that manner.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and sure, sometimes in more, Western societies, you can sometimes see that being said, but usually, like, when you gain the favor of, like, the Judeo-Christian God in the theology, you never lose it. Whereas the gods in other religions aren't necessarily, your actions do dictate whether you maintain favor or not, etc., etc.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it. It comes from like how the propaganda worked in Europe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the propaganda was very solidly, it was centered on the families a lot more, I think. Whereas I feel like the system is more upheld in the more, uh, central, like the mainland Asian countries. If that makes sense. In that, the propaganda is, in the West, it's, King Richard or whoever is chosen by God, and he is the special Superboy. Whereas in, like, Japan, it is, the Emperor's line, is descended from, gosh, why am I blanking on the name?
Is it Amaterasu?
Not Amaterasu.
No, it's
It's Susano? Yeah, Susano, I think.
See.
It might be Amaterasu, though. But that aside, or like in China,
Susano no Mikoto.
Yeah, so Susano. Okay. And then, in China, it's, the divine bureaucracy has given their approval because you are nobility and you have such and such traits. Oh, you stopped showing such and such traits, and we have a famine. Okay, you're out of favor now. Now you're going by.
Oh, that might have been why I thought Amaterasu. Susanoo is Amaterasu's brother.
Yeah. Yep. I still laugh that it is very extremely gay. Amaterasu just fucking decides, alright, I'm upset. I'm not doing the sun god thing anymore. I'm gonna go hide in a cave. And it's the fucking goddess of parties dancing naked that gets Amaterasu to come out.
Yeah.
Maria having so much interest in the occult, isn't that rare among girls her age? Yes, having that much interest is rare. That you're gonna learn fucking Hebrew. I don't know many Japanese girls who know Hebrew.
I don't know many people in general that know Hebrew.
Yeah.
Like, I can think of one person I personally know that knows even some Hebrew.
Yeah.
Wait, no, two. I got two.
Yeah.
But one of them fucking lives in the region. Or lived in the region at the time, so.
Yeah, not to mention the resurgence of Hebrew has some shit to do with, well, never mind. But it has some nationalist tendencies towards Israel. I'll just say that.
Yeah, the other person that I know was is an American soldier who was raised Jewish, so
Yeah, and that's totally
religiously
fair.
Jewish.
Yeah.
We call him Smitty. I think it's because his surname is Smith, which is tells you literally nothing about him. Because Smith is just such a fucking common goddamn last name. Which is why I'm comfortable saying it. Because like there's no way you can track this guy down in any way.
Yeah, a soldier with the last name Smith. Good fucking luck.
Yeah, there's no way.
Even if you mentioned which branch of the military, that's still thousands of people to go through.
Which is it's funny because like the branch of the military he's in is also the biggest. So like, all right. Actually, I don't know if he's still in. He might have retired by now.
Yeah.
He was pretty close to retiring in like 5 years ago, so he's probably like full on retired, like 25-year retired and everything.
Yeah, and I do love that, every country and every, language has its John Smith.
Yeah. It's, what is it in German? It's hair. I don't remember. It's used in Shadowrun as the name of the German Johnson. Which, for those who don't know Shadowrun, Johnson is what you call your handler or your client, not your handler.
Max
your client for a
Musterman.
run. A phone call? What? The phone didn't ring. I just got a missed call. Hold on a second. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Just to go over this, the Russian version is Ivanovic. That's it. Ivanovic. The Japanese version is Yamada Taro. Since I'm not good at filling airtime, we're just gonna give Cat a minute.
So, it was just like a butt dial or a pocket dial or whatever. But it was my mother, so I was like, "Oh fuck, who died?"
Oh jeez.
calling me at midnight. I was like, "Oh no."
Yeah,
no, it's just a butt dial though.
That's fair. Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. It does not.
Yeah, it absolutely does not explain that at all.
Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。
Just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience.
だから、それを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで、子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど。
So to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood.
子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。
However, there are certain convenient delusions that you see often in the world of children, both now and in the past.
わかるかい?
You know what I mean?
漫画やアニメに多いだろ?
See it all the time in manga and anime, right?
ほら、あれだよ。
Kinda like that.
前世の記憶が蘇ってとか。
Like you've got memories from a previous life that start to resurface.
偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか。
Like you're being possessed by the soul of the great something or whatever.
ああ、他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか。
Or it could be that that a sleeping gene gets
封
awakened.
印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとか、いろいろあるな。
Or maybe a sealed power or memory returns. There's all kinds.
Yeah,
どういうわ
they're
けか。
going full
あ
shooting
の
on
時期は
this.
そういうのがやたらと流行るもんさ。
For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. Yeah, because we want to be able to push past the mundanity of regular life, but also have it happen in a way that we have no control over. Because that means we just get it. We don't have to work for it. Which is a nice fantasy.
どうしてだ？
Why's that?
今挙げたキーワードはすべて子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。
All of those examples you've just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience.
9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば、
If a 9-year-old girl says she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her,
1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
then she gains a 1,009-year-old identity.
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい。
Basically, studying is annoying.
でも人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
These delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them. Doesn't explain why she actually has the skills. She correctly She correctly says
it's
what
just
the
like-
symbol is. He can
And she quoted the fucking the what it was, the 117th Psalm.
yeah, something like that. I think 160.
Who even knows that there's that many psalms?
Yeah.
I didn't.
And Christianity has some amount of abundance in Japan now, but it's still not so abundant that school children are going to just browse the Bible. And like, special interest or not, that is pretty fucking extraordinary. That, and again, the Hebrew. Who had material to teach Japanese people Hebrew to begin with? Let alone, how did a 9-year-old get a hold of that material and understand it enough to process it?
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, kids are smarter than we give them credit for a lot of the time. But Japanese is a language that has a lot of differences from Western languages. Like, they do not share similar roots, and it is very difficult for Westerners to learn Japanese, and very difficult for Japanese people to learn something like English. It happens because in the effort, but that also means something esoteric like fucking Hebrew is gonna be a dramatic leap.
Yeah, completely different language families, for sure. Like, Romance languages and Germanic languages are the easiest for English speakers to learn because we share a lot of vocabulary with Romance languages, and we share grammatical forms and grammar rules with the Germanic languages.
That's what I mean, actually, is that Japanese is in a language family all by itself. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me Japanese language family. Let's see. Japonic, yeah, there's like 3 languages that are in the Japonic language family, which includes the Ryukyuan. There we go. Ryukyuan languages, which is there's not that many.
Yeah.
There's a few, but there's only a couple.
But yeah, basically there isn't like the abundance that say the Romance languages have.
Yeah, I assume they would have an easier time learning Chinese than we would because they share a lot of letters.
Yeah, like there's definitely like some carryover. It's just not the dramatic carryover of like English speaker learning German.
Yeah, because like in German, like once you actually start learning it, you'll notice so many both words and grammar rules that are very similar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the possessive S exists in both languages. Okay, your cat.
So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. But again, she worked hard and studied. If we if we assume she is just a regular person with that knowledge, she worked hard and studied. Because, again, what fucking 9-year-old knows Hebrew? It isn't, raised in a Jewish household that is, like, deep into the faith. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ
Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of their ideal self. That, at least, rings true. You try, like a lot of people at least, try and project confidence that they might not have. Or a feeling of being above it all.
Yeah.
So, like, if it was just that Maria took on a competent persona and just stopped getting angry when people didn't believe her, or stopped at least getting, like, that ooh angry. Sure. I could believe that.
Yeah, but, like, this is including, like, mythology from, like, 3 different places.
Yeah.
Like, knowing Hebrew, having, like, the Psalms memorized, not just like the Psalms themselves, but also like the exact line that they're on.
Yeah, so I'm going to say both things are correct. A, her personality switch is just her projecting confidence. But B, she has been receiving lessons from Beatrice. That is my guess.
I think the first is not. Yeah, so let's put this on the record. I think this is not just her projecting confidence, but she has been receiving lessons from Beatrice anyway. I think it has something to do with the fact that she's the messenger of the witch.
Alright.
I think there's some weird shenanigans going on with that. Exactly what, I don't know. There's a lot of options that it could be. Like from anywhere from like demonic influence to like an actual second personality.
Yeah, and like
lots of things.
Yeah, and like
but there's something fucky going on there, not just projecting confidence.
Like we haven't seen what a witch actually is beyond. We know Beatrice was one, and we know about like the butterflies, and that's about it.
Yeah, we don't know much of like what she can actually do yet, so we'll see. I hope it'll be revealed like what actually is going on with Maria by the end of the series.
It's not rare for that desired self to become an alternate personality.
Yes, it is.
George, what the fuck are you smoking? And may I have some?
Yeah. This sort of thing is like extraordinarily rare.
Yeah. Granted, Maria is absolutely within one of the demographics that has the possibility of being a plural system. But goddamn, is that rare. It is not true for most children. You do not, like, switch on a dime to a totally different personality set. As just, like, an average kid, you know. Pull any average kid from any classroom, and they'll all act like this. Or even 50% of them act like this. No.
バトラ君だって家と学校では 多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないかな。
That is totally different. That is just code switching. That is not the same thing.
Yeah, code switching and like whole ass whatever the fuck Maria is doing are two entirely different things.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, like I get it. Yeah, you can absolutely code switch. That is a normal. Anyway, even you, Battler, probably had slightly different personality at home and at school, right?
多分
I code switch for stream
クラスの友人たちに
or
見せる
for
のは
voice
恥
chat
ず
at
かしいは
least
ずだよ。
because I do the same thing on stream as I do when I'm speaking normally on a voice chat.
Yeah.
Although I do project more on stream, but that's just to make it
Clearer. Yeah, that's
clearer for like the broadcast.
Yeah, that's more.
I can be sort of lazy when I'm not on stream.
Yeah, exactly. It's more.
I can sit like a fucking like gremlin shrimp in my chair and like mutter a lot, which I do that. But
yeah, and I've been training myself out of doing while streaming.
You cannot stop me. There is no way. I am an artist. I sit gremlin shrimp style no matter what's going on.
Yeah. Or rather, I'm working on not getting too far away from the mic.
Yeah, that helps. I do try to keep myself relatively even from the mic itself. Even when I'm standing up, I will lean over the back of my chair to get like closer to it, so it's about the same distance. The only exception is when I have to talk quietly for something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a joke, or maybe I'm quoting something that's supposed to be like you know you heard it earlier when the Kenan and Genji were talking in the kitchen, how I leaned in like this and spoke a little bit more quietly, but because I leaned in, it's being registered about the same volume on the mic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even you, Battler, probably had a slightly different personality at home and at school, right? Probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home.
学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で、家の自分は本来の姿だから。
At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where you're your true self.
つま
It
り
was the opposite for me.
キャラクターの使い分けというか。
In other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. Yeah, but that's not what Maria's doing.
人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけか。
Trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common?
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒と言ったりするぜ。
Girl who's ape in the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened.
正直ドン引きするくらいにキャラを変える子もいるよ。
Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy.
男子にもいるだろ。
Some boys do it too, right?
キレたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつが。
Guys who say they've blown their top and suddenly turn into some overplayed violent character.
あれ、本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど、見てて痛いよな。
I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch.
つまりおさらいするとだ。
Let's sum this all up.
マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格みたいなのを見せても。
So you're saying that even if a girl about Maria's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago,
それほど珍しいものじゃない
it isn't such a rare or unusual thing. Sure, but that doesn't change the fact she actually had the knowledge and the Hebrew. Like
even if like such a drastic change like that, at the drop of a hat, around people that she knows, and like I don't think that's very common either.
Yeah, but at least I could like if she was bullshitting or incorrect, it would be one thing. But she's correct. She has way more knowledge than can just be summed up to that, basically. What I'm getting at. Simply put, that's right.
アイデンティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。
Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of self.
それをバカにしたりする
Make
と、
fun of it, it could
かえ
actually
ってそ
cause
の殻に
children to
閉じ
go
こもっ
back
てし
into
まう
their
こともある。
shells. Now that is actually true.
Yeah.
Can absolutely cause, like, regression if you treat a child wrong and, like, stifle their growth. That is correct. and you can stunt their actual stages of growth into becoming whole people. Because they'll...
It's not just kids that happen like that either. Like, adults gonna have that happen to them too. And I know you're not saying that they can't. I just have to acknowledge that for everyone that's listening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just very common in children because children are more sensitive to that.
Yeah, it's just it can definitely still happen to adults because, like, no matter what age you are, people will say that, oh, words are just words, they can't hurt you, blah 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 blah. But, like, the title of the stream, for my end at least, is very actually relevant to this right now. The tongue is a sword upon which one may cut themselves. It's like, words have power no matter how much you want to say that they don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that is absolutely true. We communicate that stuff. You can have whole ass, like, negative things plant themselves in your brain meats to someone important to you, or even someone not important to you, says something. And it
we were talking about this earlier, about my fucking hairline. People keep telling me that my hair is receding, or like that my hair is thinning or whatever, and it's not. I have photo evidence of it not. But because so many people kept telling me this, I went on like a 1.5 year long fucking paranoid bent about it. I still have like issues with it today.
Yeah.
They're much less severe than they were this time last year, but like it's extraordinarily frustrating because normally when people insult me, it's just like, whatever, water off duck's back. I don't care. But there are still some things that will affect me, not because it's a weak point or anything like that, but because as many emotions as I'm missing, I am still human.
Yeah.
I still need communication. Words are still important to me. There is a whole fucking section of my brain dedicated to language. And that's true for literally everyone, except for, people that are missing that for whatever reason.
Yeah.
It sucks to be them, I guess, but also, I don't think they've survived very long, honestly.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. It's something that can happen to anybody. It's just that kids are just trying to figure out who they are. And so having that crushed is a lot easier, and it can have dramatic effects on like continued growth. But yeah, it absolutely does happen to teenagers, to adults, even people, 30s, 40s, 50s. If the right triggers hit you, you can recede into yourself, or otherwise be affected.
Words have real power. Like, if they did not have real psychological, sociological, and cultural power, then like there would be nothing about language being powerful in our folk tales and folklore, because we wouldn't consider it important enough to have that power. But we do consider it important enough to have that power.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, even today in say Christian mythology, the Psalms are important to people because they are words, they carry meaning, they have purpose.
Yeah.
Words are not just words, they are also the things that they signify. Words are not just sounds or funny squiggles.
Yeah.
They are concepts and meanings and so much more. This is also why names are so damn important. Because they're supposed to be like a few words, few sounds that signify exactly who you are, that encapsulate everything that you are and boil it down to just that name.
Yeah, like, there's a reason that in the last episode, me just describing that murder scene would be very effective to certain people. For not everybody, but enough people. I think it's very effective because it forces you to imagine it rather than just displaying it. And having that extra effort to imagine it in your mind and in some ways intensify it.
Yeah.
And just,
But like,
it can just show the power of language. I'm getting at.
Yeah, of course. Like, it's why like dead naming isn't just like calling someone by the wrong name. It's you denying their very existence, their whole identity, everything that they are. By telling them that you won't use the name that they chose for themselves, you are rendering everything that they say about themselves, everything that they try to do with their lives, every single trait that they try to embody or not embody, you are saying it is all wrong and invalidating it all.
Yeah, it's...
Dead naming is not just like
Yeah.
calling someone the wrong name. It's so much more than that.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where basically you're saying who they are as a person is up to debate, but it really isn't. But by doing that, you can throw somebody very off kilter. That's why, that's one of the reasons it feels very wrong, and isn't just, oh, using a wrong or funny name or whatever.
Yeah. You know, like at this point in my life, I have been using Cat as my name for so long that when people use my legal name, it takes me a solid 3 or 4 seconds to even realize they're talking to me.
Yeah.
Or about me.
So that is actually an interesting thing I've noticed with myself. I don't have the issue or the concept of considering my name a dead name. Like my legal name as a dead name.
Actually, I never liked my name even before I chose a different one or even like became aware of any sort of transness. Like I never liked my name when I was 6. Yeah. So
and that's fair enough. But yeah, I just noticed I don't have that concept. I think part of it is it's one of those names that if you just alter it a little, there's a feminine version of it. So it's one of those things I'm okay with. And I don't know. It's just never hit me as like, oh, this is wrong. But I do like going by Mal.
I do enjoy that you chose a new handle that incorporates Mal.
Oh yeah, no, I was
pretty
not,
good.
Yeah, I was not gonna drop Mal.
It's very helpful.
Yeah. A, it's helpful.
Gods know I've got the bad brain enough that I continue to call you Mal anyway, even on accident.
Yeah, A, it's useful. B, I just like Mal.
Yes.
How do you too?
It was a pretty loud one, buddy. That one got picked up by the mic.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I'll give you some chin rubs right there.
Oh, speaking of, did you do the cats thing now?
Yeah, I already fed them.
Okay.
I fed them at like 12:04 or something.
Okay.
He was very excited to get
だ
food.
からほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。
So it's important to go along with them to some degree.
それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
So the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along in full or not.
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。
Battler.
Yeah. This line gets memed a lot. This had to have, in original writing, gone somewhere else. Or Battler was not originally supposed to be aware of the relationship just yet.
No, he found out last night.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, in the original version of this. Like, in earlier versions of, like, you know, like, the dialogue being written, and they just, and Ryukishi just never fixed this, or never removed it.
I think this is more like, he was just told that, his relationship with Shannon last night, and he hasn't quite gotten used to these people are dead yet either.
Well, here's the thing, they're not going to acknowledge this. It's the weird fucking...
Really?
Yeah, Eniki, I cannot believe you're single.
もう子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ。
You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school.
じゃあローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格については
Wonder
よ
if
く知っていたのか
Rosa
な。
also knew much about Maria's dual personality.
知ってたぜ。
See, we've moved on.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So again, I think like in an earlier revision of this, it either came earlier in a conversation, or Battler wasn't supposed to know about the relationship yet. They treat this as totally kosher that he said this, and don't even acknowledge it.
What? This is something that should have been caught in editing or something.
Yeah.
Or in the new PC release, been fixed, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think they changed any of the dialogue in your versions. So there's that.
Yeah, maybe the translation is wrong. Like maybe he used a phrase that literally means single, but with more like connotation wise means have kids.
Maybe?
Because that happens quite a lot. Like you have idioms or sayings or cultural like meanings to words that they may not seem like they mean this one thing on the surface, because on the surface they'll say something. I'm struggling to think of examples right now, but we have them in English too. But then, once you actually have the cultural context, it sounds more like he's saying, "I can't believe you don't have kids."
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, this scene gets fucking memed the hell and back because of just how it should not be where it is if it is like literally that.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame this either on an editing error, not editing properly, and then when Ryukishi put this scene where he did in the story, or a translation error.
Yeah, which
we've had a few translation errors, so I'm more inclined to believe that.
Yeah, though I could believe a editing error in that at max 07 Productions or whatever it's called has 3 people.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like a really small thing. Although you would think that after it being pointed out that people oh yeah, I need to change that line.
Yeah, you would. But oh well. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, that's just a that's something that gets commented on a lot. He knew about it.
ここだけの話、ローザおばさんはすっごく嫌がってた。
We know us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. Yeah, it's almost like she hated her daughter pretty much entirely.
気持ち悪いし、クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。
He said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class.
だから、マリアがオカルトの話を始めたり、魔女みたいな声で笑い出したりすると、必ずビンタしてたぜ。
So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, he'd slap her.
Fucked up, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I would call fucked up.
だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her. See, that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. It's a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. No. I mean, first off, that's not why she's interested in witches and the occult to begin with. It's not to...
I don't think she cares about being unique among her classmates or anything like that.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily think that either. And even if she does, that's not why she's interested in it. She's interested in the promise of the Golden Land, I'm almost certain. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was, switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. Now, I do believe this. Like I said before, I think she is projecting her ideal of a witch while also having been trained by Beatrice. Know, like, what magic circles are and shit.
The revelation that Maria has actually been actively been taught by Beatrice does like invalidate something I said earlier about her not being able to copy a person's speech patterns so easily. But that was predicated on the idea that she'd only met Beatrice once and only had a short conversation with her. Yeah. But now we know that she's had long conversations with her and has been actively been taught by her. So, you know.
Yeah, so
yeah, she could copy her speech patterns at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, every time she visited Rokujima, which she visited every year, she had a conversation with the witch. And probably multiple.
Over the course of a few days, I'm sure.
Yeah. At first, I found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. And no, not every child has that fucking face.
Yeah, that just like, oh, that fucking like custom splash screen.
Yeah, I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force. We'd help protect peace on Earth.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, that is absolutely a thing a kid would do. Like,
yeah,
that is.
I remember doing stuff like that when I was like 6 or 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that is believable child behavior.
I mean, of course, I didn't take it seriously, but I did do like role playing, more or less, like fantasy role playing on the playground with some friends.
Oh yeah,
when I was very young. I can't believe I remember that so clearly.
My face turns red when I remember how, during what we called battle practice, we chant EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, first in the TV, oohing and laughing, just like any girl her age. But on the inside,
I don't think most girls her age go ooh ooh.
Well, yeah, that's something.
Sorry, I was just like digging at Battler.
Yeah, like that's something Rosa explicitly points out. She's a bit old for that.
I don't know any kid that's ever vocalized like that, even very young ones. So, I don't mean specifically in the ooh way, but just like any weird vocal tick or vocalization near the ends or the beginnings of their sentences. I don't think I've ever met a kid that did that.
But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. That wasn't anything extraordinary. Perfectly natural for a girl of her age.
No. No, I don't think so, Battler.
Again.
Yeah, code switching, sure, but like that severe of a change? No way.
I've calmed down a little. Talk from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. And talk to George and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me.
She definitely is, though.
Yeah, she's basically standing behind Battler going, nah, 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 nah.
It's like, I'm gonna fucking murder you when I can, nerd. I'm gonna get your ass.
And talk to George and Jessica, right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it'd just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji, Kanon, and Kumasawa had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. I only accepted that Beatrice exists. starting to feel a little uneasy. Aunt Ava's position was that no 19th person existed. Crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, is it, Aunt Natsuhi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that any 19th person existed. In the kitchen, Maria and the servants also supported the idea of a 19th person. According to them, this 19th person isn't human. Said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? The culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities. Even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
ジェシカ、ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが。
Jessica, all I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest.
この屋敷じゃ違うのか?
Story different here in the mansion?
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。
I feel the same way you do, okay?
こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな怪談だと思ってる。
I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up to their kids, so their kids would listen to them.
でも、そうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud.
おじい様がベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。
After all, grandfather has proclaimed that Beatrice exists.
使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし。
Because of their position, the servants can't doubt that.
クラウスおじさんたちもおじい様と喧嘩がしたいわけもないから、表向きは口を揃えてる。
And Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi don't want to get into a fight with him, so on the surface they go along with it.
だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。
So it's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion.
年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。
Unlike the rest of us who only come here once a year.
そうでしょ。
Is that right? It took a deep breath in admiration. Looked like George had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。
It's just like you
み
say.
んな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。
No one really believes it on the inside.
でも、
As far as you fucking
表
know.
向きはその存在を認めてる。
But on the outside, they accept that she exists.
ほら、神様の存在を認めるような、そんな雰囲気だよ。
See, it's just like the way some people are about God.
実際にはいないことを知ってても、それを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. Yeah, this is definitely like unreliable. This is just the characters talking, not the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ?
How do you think the servants feel about it?
やっぱり雇い主のじい様がいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか?
Are they just going along with it because grandfather, their employer, says that she exists?
さあ、詳しくはわからないけど、使用人たちの間では、ベアトリーチェの話はある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。
I don't really know the details, but between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated like a sort of ghost story.
ほら、昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ?
Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach?
夜見回りをしているとき、不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
That story about how one night when she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling? She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. Definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも 鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
In addition, some servants have also seen Will-o'-the-Wisp, glittering butterflies dancing.
カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。
Camden also saw something like that when he went patrolling one.
あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。
Recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight.
私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。
Whispered together that the Lady Beatrice in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion.
ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
It happened a while ago, but even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble these stories. Right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing that I had been told just now.
でも、怯えることはないんですよ。
But there's nothing to be afraid of.
ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。
Lady Beatrice is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master.
だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
はい。私が務めを始める直前にベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Lady Beatrice, fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back.
だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Lady Beatrice's anger had been brought down upon this person.
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。
You don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt.
つまり使用人たちにとってベアお稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
But to the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari, you'll receive Kitsune-sama's curse. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for it. I often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it is said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear that how if an Inari statue is carelessly removed during a town replanting, there'd be a curse by a kitsune. I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari statue that was in the way. Workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. And in the modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. This wasn't limited to Japan, probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. Remember, right, by Christian doctrine, unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry, but if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony.
I honestly don't know if I've been baptized or not. I kind of hope not, just to like further my blasphemy.
Short, even in this modern society of reason, we're still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. We even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあつまりこの島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起こればそれはベアトリーチェの仕業だ
So,
となるわけか
in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice.
シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな
I think Shannon said it herself.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか
Windows and doors and locks that were tightly shut would be open the next time you went to check
消した
them.
はずの明かりがついていたりつけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか
Lights that should have been on went out, and lights that should have been out were turned on.
で確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけてたんだよな
If I remember, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice, and she couldn't find your bag in the morning.
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past Beatrice
普通なら
to
妖
like
精さんが
fuck with
隠
people
した
like
とで
that.
も言うところがこの島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ
Her memory's pretty good. Normally you'd say some little imps took them, but on this island, it's Beatrice.
まそんなくだらない話さ
Well, it's all pretty stupid, though.
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。
Mansion's been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it?
それだけになれば、多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。
Natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghost and occult stories.
学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
30 years is not that old though.
Like the
Like, I'm
seven,
pretty sure my house is older than that, like the one that I live in right now. There's no ghost stories or anything weird.
like the seven
This is-
mysteries at a school.
そこで
That's also like a weird Japanese thing. 7 mysteries at a school.
チェス盤を
I've
ひっくり
never
返す
heard of that in the States at all.
Yeah, no, that is definitely like a Japanese thing. That's where I'll spin the chessboard around.
つまりこの島では人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ
Simply put, on this island there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans.
人間にはできないこと
Things that humans can't do.
人間は何人だ
How many humans are here?
18人だ
18.
つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる
In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime.
つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ
Proves that they
Or there is just like a 19th person and you're just like being a weirdo about it.
which proves that they desperately want us to think a ninth person did it.
気に入らねえぜ
I don't like it.
全然気に入らね
I don't like it.
Yeah,
one
this is
bit.
another bit where he's like, yeah, that doesn't feel right. This conclusion doesn't feel right, which is good. His instincts are good on this one.
Mhm.
気に入らないって何がだよ
You mean you don't like it?
え仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら
Assume some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist.
俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ
If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing.
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by perfect timing?
ああだって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったのは
Well, the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and
3 in the
dawn,
morning,
right?
the witching hour.
深夜まで話し合いをしてたり夜勤をしてたりあるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたり
You had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night, some people on night shifts, some people who'd returned to their rooms and were sleeping.
どいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ
Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job.
ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ
George, Aunt Ava probably told you too,
内
right?
部犯行の可能性が高いって話
There's a good chance this crime was an inside job.
うん。まあね。
Yes, I guess.
つまり不可視の19人目が実在したなら最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ
In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know it, this first crime was a complete failure.
いや、そもそも時間帯がミステイクだ。
No, in the first place, they chose the wrong time of day to do it. That's assuming you know the rules of the situation. But let's proceed.
Remember, Beatrice is the master of the night. The night, specifically.
Visible 19th person really wanted to show
死ん
themselves.
だ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。
If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent.
Yeah, you're also assuming that Beatrice wants to prove she exists.
Granted, Maria is kind of saying as much. And that she doesn't like people not believing she existed.
Yeah, but that's a different thing from a goal of proving she exists. Like, not liking a thing versus, like, murdering a bunch of people to make sure people know that you're real, you know? Especially because Maria also said that Beatrice will be revived soon.
Yeah.
Presumably that means she's going to have a physical body again soon. It really doesn't matter if people know she exists or not for a couple of days, in that case.
Yeah.
If her goal is to make sure people know that she exists, then she'll just have that in a couple days anyway.
Yeah, and this is also under the assumption that the theoretical Beatrice, as a 19th person, is good at their job. Like, assuming...
Yeah, that's true.
like, the assumance of... like, the assuming perfection on the part of your opposition is a failure. Because people are flawed. They will do flawed things. You can't assume...
They'll poorly choose their timing or whatever.
Yeah, or have other restrictions, etc., etc. As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence failed.
だから、全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は、
By near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their Vegas,
19人目にとって、自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもある。
19th person's existence is also at its Vegas.
にもかかわらず、その時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
And yet, the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time.
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば、18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白。
By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected.
にもかかわらず、マリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り、誰もが自分でないと否定している。
And yet someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone else denies they did it.
つまり、ベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいると。
In other
こう
words,
言いたいのかよ。
you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists.
なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。
That's a pretty crazy idea.
まだお袋の屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。
Yeah, that's more likely in my eyes too.
I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible.
まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
Adler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit.
Of course, like, we also know that Beatrice is real, so, you know, it's kind of a moot point whether or not there's an actual 19th human non-witch on the island or not.
Kind of is, kind of isn't. Because... well... yeah, I can't say that right now, but it's a thing where even though we know Beatrice exists as a character, that doesn't necessarily discount anything they're saying right now.
That's true. Like, there might still actually be a 19th person on the island, or just someone in the building may have actually planned or wanted to kill someone.
That, and there's a bit of, like, meta shit going on. And that's all I'll say. I do.
That is shit. Alright. I'm not gonna remember that phrase by the time anything gets revealed.
認めさせようとしている。
Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists.
そうさ。昨夜のあの手紙から、もう事件は始まっていた。
Alright, I do remember that thing about... Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna type this to Mal in Discord so I don't say it out loud and, like, spoil some people.
Alright. That's right, this whole thing started as far back as the letter last night.
証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。チェス盤を逆さにした限りじゃ、俺の見立てはこんなところだ。
Don't have any basis or proof, but with the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess.
飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。
Seriously, that's too crazy.
妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
Sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels? Yeah. It's a little bit of that.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, it's a little bit of that, and a little bit of how the world of humans and the world of witches aren't necessarily aligned.
Yeah, I remember. Now I'm starting to remember, like, us talking about this for a little bit, like 8 months ago or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. Clicked the wrong one. Oh well. It's fine.
でも無視できない着眼点もあるね。
However, it's an angle we can't ignore.
19人目がいるかいないかは別にしても、
Whether there's a 19th person or not,
その犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。
the culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule about this island.
僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて、少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
Just now, listening to the battler talk, I
Hit me with some bloody
remembered something
stuff. Come on.
that's a little disturbing.
気持ち悪いことって？
Something disturbing?
うん。覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手紙。
Yes, do you remember Beatrice's letter?
ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。
Said that Beatrice was going to collect interest.
そして利子とは後宮家のすべてだと言った。
And by interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushiromiya family. And I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous
言
night.
ってたぜ。
Yeah, it said
確か
that.
に言ってた。
Definitely said that.
そして利子の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたら、その権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
The collection of the interest was gonna take place shortly, but if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that right.
おじい様は黄金を授かり、後宮家を再興した。
Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushiromiya
つま
family.
り黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。
In other words, according to Beatrice, everything created using the gold as capital counts as part of the interest.
つまり
Which means...
冗談きついぜ、兄貴。
Pretty scary for a joke, George.
まさか、後宮家のすべて。
Don't mean everything of the Ushiromiya family.
つまり、じい様が生み出したものすべてってことは。
In other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to.
じい様から血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins.
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら、この殺人
And
は
all of his servants, and all of his employees, and everything. Everything. Yeah, I caught that when the letter was being read in the first place.
Yeah, if you interpret the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest.
となれば、この事件はまだ続くよ。
That's the case, these crimes will continue.
利子の回収はまだ途中なんだからね。
Because the collection of interest is still only halfway complete. Rich turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. Because Goda and Shannon had been killed. Knew that not even the servants were safe, despite lacking the Ushiromiya name.
私たち、全員を殺すつもりかよ。
Are they planning to kill us all?
でもおかしいよジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？
That's weird, George. In that case, why only 6 people? Prepare for none of them to think of the fucking epitaph for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it was mentioned in the letter as well. The riddle of the gold. And the riddle of the gold says 6 will be chosen for the sacrifice to the key. Or the sacrifice to the key will be, like, chosen... 6 chosen by the key or something. I don't remember the exact terminology, but something like that.
他に大勢殺せたはず。
They should have been able to kill a lot
下手
more.
をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。
At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single
どうして
night.
それをしなかったの？
Why didn't they do that?
特別条項だよ。黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら、李氏の権利は失われる。
Finally. Fuck. Holy shit.
Special clause, if someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, right to the interest will be
そし
lost.
て、手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。
Remember how the letter ended.
おじい様の黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
Challenged us all to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold.
Jesus!
Wow. I did not expect him to actually say it.
Yep. No, he did.
ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。
It's like we're finally understanding the culprit's
つまり
message.
犯人は俺たちにじい様のあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがると言ってるわけだ。
In other words, the culprit's
Rattler,
telling us to try and solve the riddle
It's
on the
taking you
epitaph.
like
Grandfather
12
had
hours to figure this out. I don't have high hopes for you, buddy. I don't think you're gonna get very far.
Granted, it hasn't been like that for like the whole culprit thing. Like, the murders only just happened a few hours ago, kind of.
Well, I mean, they found them at like 7 in the morning, right? Around breakfast time.
Yeah, so
And
it's past
they've
lunch.
already had lunch, and so it's been at least 6 hours.
Yeah.
しかもぼやぼやしてればどんどん利子の回収を進めちまうつもりだ。
On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting the interest. And yeah, that is accurate. Realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there. Not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. Putting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. Points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easy to understand. Those points are really far away, the opposite is true. The distance between these points that they are guesses are way out there. However, if the distance we span are too narrow, means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand?
Yes. That's exactly what you're doing. God damn it, Battler. That is literally what you are doing.
No, that's not it. You're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands. What you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. You can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either.
It is a mistake.
Only the power
God
of
damn it.
imagination can pull the clues out from the darkness, and I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. But it's a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. Okay, if I'm way out there, find a weak point first, then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find the points we can tie together later.
That is actually like a good point, though. Like, you do have to like kind of find the clues before you can like tie them together.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to think of theories, take those points, see if they tie together to other points that you have, etc.
Rather, I would look at the information that I had that is verifiable and true and is not mistaken, can be guaranteed to be true.
Yeah.
And then categorize them in one thing, and then like get the stuff that has high certainty, middling certainty, low certainty, and then try to establish theories and hypotheses based on all of that information.
That is also fair.
Rather than coming up with theories to then slot the information into, rather use the information to start in the first place.
All right, now I am actually going to call it here, though, because we've been going.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah. Now that scene ended, like it's time. We're done.
Yeah.
I've only got a couple hours like left to wake for myself, like literally 3.5 hours, I think. So it's done. We're gonna go now. Thank you all for joining us. We'll be back. Well, I'll be back tomorrow with Nate to do something, but me and Mal will be doing another Umineko on Thursday, probably. We'll see.
Yeah.
Same time, same place. Same places, rather. 1600 MST. Hi, Cat.